Right. Yeah. Bars. Correct. Right. Yep. All right. Let's see. Let me fire it up.
2, 1, boom. Hotep Jesus.
Of all the Jesuses I know, he's the Hotepiest. Social scientist and YouTube host, Hotep Jesus.
How the fuck do you get a name like Hotep Jesus?
The one and only Hotep Jesus.
Ryan Sharp, better known to the world as Hotep Jesus.
Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
Somebody said, what do you think you are, some kind of Hotep Jesus?
Ooh,
And
that's
I was
good.
Just like, ooh, that's sexy. Yes, I do think I'm Hotep Jesus.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again with an epic conversation with the illustrious, the knowledgeable, the scholarly, the royal, the comedic, the God himself, the Netcher himself, Shakka Ahmose.
Sin. That means praises, and thank you, my brother, for that wonderful, poignant, and salient introduction. It was not lost on me. I will do my best to rise to the occasion to be worthy of such accolades in this explication of something that I feel deeply needs to be explicated upon. And since I am addicted to teaching, anytime there's an opportunity that arises for me to teach, I'm rather obligated to kind of jump on it, right? Especially if it's something that can really dispel a lot of chaos and confusion. And so that's what I'm here to do today. This will probably be a relatively more condensed version of the longer full presentation that will that will be on my platform, Shakka Ahmose, the House of Ahmose, which you all are welcome to. I think I'll probably be doing it tomorrow.
The link is in the description box below on YouTube. Chat gonna drop his. Chat already got his link right there in the chat on Kick. So make sure y'all go subscribe for that.
Absolutely. So But you're gonna get a lot today because you know me. It's kind of like once I start, if I touch on it in the discussion, then and I know that I have it, ready for display, then I'm most likely going to put it up on the screen for your audience to see it, because that's what they're here for, to see. And I think learning is a waste of time if it doesn't change you. It should change you learning is a waste of time if it doesn't change you, and it should change you, hopefully, in a constructive direction, or in a direction that you need to go in, even if it's only as far as you're thinking about a particular subject matter, right? And so if learning takes place, then it wasn't a waste of time, and intrinsic value has been achieved, right? I was able to successfully impart something to you. And you know what they say? The greatest gift that a person can give to another person is a greater vision of themselves. And while I know that Ye will most likely never see this podcast, and will never even hear about it, it doesn't mean that I won't be addressing him directly at times, because I think it's inappropriate to talk about someone and to talk at someone if those are the only two things that you're going to do. To be fair, you should also make sure to talk to them, because quite often we talk about one another, we talk at one another, but rarely, if ever, do we speak to one another. And that term "to" conveys a lot. There are only two letters in that word, if you pardon the pun, "to." There are only two letters in that word, but the "to" is far greater than the "two." So that when you're speaking to someone, there's an exchange, some type of exchange taking place. There's a giving taking place. And the only thing that you can hope is that it will be received. But whether he receives it or not, I think that what I have to say is just as important and just as salient, that it doesn't matter that your audience is primed and positioned to receive what it is that I'm here to share with them today, to expose them to today. And I think exposure is, I wanted to have a little vocabulary list ready, right? But as you know me, I'm always pressed for time because I'm usually working on multiple presentations all at once, or I'm teaching a class. And so, being I always keep my resources pretty much right in front of me, I'm going to see if we can find a few vocabulary words that we can discover for ourselves that applies to today's topic. And so, is there anything you wanted to say before I got started?
No, there's nothing top of mind. This is I think this is a super important discussion. When we deal with icons like Kanye, they have tremendous responsibility,
Right.
tremendous power.
Mm-hmm.
They can shift global consciousness. They
Right.
can shift attention. So this is bigger than just saying, oh, we're ignoring Ye, or we're, like you said, talking about, or talking to Ye. This is something that needs to be discussed, and the history surrounding some of the things that he's bringing up needs to come into focus, and I know you're the guy to do it. Shout out to Hotep Europe, but thank you for the gift of sub.
Well, I appreciate that vote of confidence. Initially, when I told you before we got started that I wanted to, or rather that I was in the process of making myself something hot to drink, were you able to have any discourse with your platform, with your audience, about the topic prior to?
No, no. We were waiting for you. This is fresh start. You know.
Okay.
Didn't have any discussion with him. No.
Okay. I sent you something in the chat, and I also texted it to you. It's just a quick message, right? So let's see here. I'm going to I don't need that there. All right, cool. All right. I'm going to skip the vocabulary lesson, but at least the way I wanted to do it. But I will say that the words that come to mind when I think about Ye, Kanye, and you can't help but think about someone who is fighting tooth and nail and willing to move heaven and earth to get your attention. So it would be unfair, I think, to criticize anyone who has an opinion or perspective about himself, what he's doing, what he's done, and what he potentially will do. And so, again, if I felt that what I had to say was of little value and was just an opinion, 9 times out of 10, I would keep it to myself, right? Everyone has an opinion, right? The name of my platform is Facts Over Feelings, right? And being that I'm here today, it's a fact over feeling presentation, situation, topic. And so I try to keep my opinions short or in whole to myself, right? Because facts have far greater value. The closest that you want to come to opinion, quote unquote opinion, in my world at least, is the terms that I prefer to use if I'm going to share something with you that may be extra factual, so to speak, would be insight, and perspective. And the third one, if it has to be an opinion, my responsibility, and it should be all of our responsibilities, to make sure that our opinion is an informed opinion. Most of the opinions that we are exposed to are not informed opinions.
Facts.
They're usually knee-jerk reactions, right? Like one of the things that kind of frustrates me sometimes with what I do is, well, let's be honest, right? The cause for the occasion, currently speaking, is Ye's new song that he released entitled "Nigga Hail Hitler." Okay, you could put the nigga part in parentheses or brackets, and then Hail Hitler, but it's part of the refrain, and it's part of the hook. It's an essential part of the hook. It's the celebration of these 3 words that are supposed to be blasphemy and unspoken in the West, right? Which to me is a charade, right? And I'll explain to you why it's a charade. Let me start by saying this. Because one of the things that I looked at, well, let me go back to what I was going to say a second ago. One of the things that frustrates me is that when things like this happen, of course, instinctively, you want to do a reaction video to it quick, right? But if you look at, because I watched a lot of the reaction videos on Ye's song, Hail Hitler, the video. Were you able to see it yourself and hear it?
No.
Oh, okay. I think it's definitely worth looking at and listening to, even if it's just to have an opinion and a perspective, because it would be kind of not cool for me to be pontificating on something that I haven't seen or heard. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the height of ignorance, you know? So, well, it's unfortunate that you weren't able to do that. However, you are a busy father / family man.
I purposely ignored the record.
Oh, you purposely ignored it. Well, again, I would recommend watching it and listening to it. Just so you can have an informed opinion about it, you know? He's an
Yeah, so like that's the thing. Like I don't want to have an informed opinion on it because
Right.
he's not alive to me.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with the song either.
Okay. It was that way long before the song.
It was that way before the song.
Okay.
The song I have very little emotions about, like I said, because I haven't consumed it.
Right.
My only issue is the company it keeps.
Okay. And that would be the company he keeps. That would be who specifically?
I'd rather not say. I don't want to taint this conversation.
Okay. But that's what we're here for, to taint and to paint. Yeah. I'm just taking some black seed oil for some stimulates the brain. Right? Hopefully it's not fentanyl. Mm-hmm. Okay. Love that black seed oil. Especially the taste of it. I don't know why. I think because it's so strong, you know?
It's probably like when it was acquired taste.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's how I felt about ginseng root.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, that's something I can eat like it's candy. I eat that like I had 2 of them yesterday. Okay, or the day before yesterday.
Yeah, I love that stuff.
So, where do we begin? Quick question. Just to kind of, for the interview aspect of this, because it's not just an interview, it's a presentation as well, or certainly a discussion. It's a discourse at the very least. It's a discourse, right? If you had one question that you were going to ask me about all of this, what would it be? Just to give me a place to start.
How would Hitler feel about Ye?
Ooh. How would Hitler feel about Ye? Okay. Should we let Hitler answer that for himself?
Uh-oh.
And this is one of the things that pisses me off about all of this. And this, I'm going to tie Kanye into this.
Hold the fuck on. What? Scotty too, hottie? Man, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out my chat. You gone. One day, man, nigga. You don't get to participate in this conversation. This is my platform. I get to run my conversation how I want. Deal with it. See you in purgatory, bitch.
I would love to hear what comment he made. Send it to me in the chat. Copy and paste it and send it to me in the chat.
He trying to tell me about why I should have listened to it for the conversation. I does this. I'm a professional. That's why you watching me and I'm not watching you. You relax.
Well, look, let me say this. For those of you who don't know, and it's probably one of the reasons why I chose to do this on this platform, or rather why it's an honor and a privilege to do this on this platform. Many of you might not know that Hotep Jesus has very deep-seated feelings about Ye. And from my perspective, they're more than justified. They're more than justified. You cannot be a black person with self-respect who's raising sons. You have to remember, Hotep Jesus is not just, you see him as a platform host or a media personality, an investor, all of that stuff. You also have to remember, he's raising 2 beautiful young black men who I have personally met, who I was privileged and honored enough to give a museum tour to, and to be able to spend a day with them. And it was a very rich and rewarding day for myself, and I look forward to the next one. But what I would ask you to keep in mind is that In the society in which we live, particularly with the advent and proliferation of social media, we are all, whether we like it or not, we are all kind of living in close quarters today, these days, right? Things are much closer than they used to be because we are all connected in ways that we never were before. And so because of that, when we think about our children, our sons, our daughters, our nephews, our nieces, our friends, their children, the classrooms across this country, where a lot of the chaos and ignorance and the turmoil erupts. It erupts in the classrooms, right? When you have a school shooter, right? When you have a school shooter running through the classroom or running through the school.
Mod swat him. Mod swat him.
When you have a school shooter running through the classroom, it's not because they're disconnected from everything else going on in society. In fact, it's the exact opposite. They're being influenced by everything else going on in society. And particularly when it comes to mass media. Even in the age of social media, in fact, particularly in the age, you would think that in the age of social media, that the playing field is a bit more level, right? You would think that, and to a degree it is, which is why you have influencers have become bigger celebrities than celebrities. However, because of social media, traditional mass media has become even that much more potent than it used to be, because it still has the strength behind it. It still has a machine behind it. Even if it's just brand awareness. Ye has a brand awareness that Ye's brand awareness didn't come about in the way of a Kai Cenat or Aiden Ross or iShow Speed, these influencers that are huge. Ye's influence didn't come about that way. Ye's influence came about through the traditional machine, right? So when he speaks and when he infects and contaminates and pollutes the overall discourse, the general discourse, young people are not immune from it. Not only are young people not immune from it, but pay very close attention. He's targeting young people when he does what he does. And that's what makes him dangerous. He's targeting young people.
Facts.
He's targeting young people. And that makes him, you know what that makes him? It makes him a threat. It makes him a very clear, dangerous, and prevalent threat. Why? He's not targeting them to have some innocuous conversation, some benign discussion. He's not targeting them for that reason. Right? So I just wanted to put that out there, that part of the reason with the frustration on my own part is that if I would have jumped on real fast and did a reaction video, the reaction video would have been as meaningless and as valueless as all of the other reaction videos that are out there right now. And if you watch all of the reaction videos to Kanye's Hail Hitler, Nigga Hail Hitler song, they're garbage, all of them. It doesn't matter if they're by white intellectuals, and there are many of them. It doesn't matter if they're by millennials or Gen Zs. And in fact, the Gen Z ones are the worst. Well, no, that's not true. One of the things that I've learned is you cannot pigeonhole all Gen Zers in the same basket. And I learned that through watching the reaction videos. So there's a young man and his father, I forgot their names, but there's a young man, I'm going to be reaching out to them because I want to have a discussion with his son. His son is brilliant. He's a biracial young man. His father's black and his mother's not. And when they do video reactions together, and they did a reaction to Ye's nigga, hail Hitler. And while the father was rightfully shocked, appalled, and taken aback, the son was trying to explain to the father that Gen Zs don't see Hitler the same way as their generations before, right? That he referenced Genghis Khan being even more evil in terms of sheer in terms of numbers of people murdered and killed, right? That's a very dangerous thing to do. It's a very dangerous thing to make it an issue about numbers when it comes to evil. It's a very, very dangerous thing to do that. You would know that if you were a parent and someone came and killed your child. That one destruction would mean more to you than all of the millions of human beings that have ever been taken off this planet. So I don't ever get into a comparison of the numbers when it comes to even things like genocide, right? And some people would think that, well, the number factor is baked into the term itself. I disagree. I disagree. There are genocides that take place that don't require millions to perish. It might just require a few hundred, a few thousand. It's still a genocide nonetheless. So it's a poor excuse for us to wait to get up into the millions to describe something as a genocide when the writing is clearly on the wall of what's taking place. All it's really doing is buying time for the people committing the genocide. Make sense? Oh, well, let's wait till we get to 1 million. Right? Let's wait till we get to 1.5 million, 3 million. Okay, no, yeah, right, okay. It's like, no. Right?
It's like waiting for dementia to set in, but it's been brewing since you were 20 years old.
Exactly. Or even diabetes.
Right?
So, which is a really good example because that's usually the case for most people, right? It's been slowly developing cumulatively, and then they reach a certain age and they think all of a sudden, boom, oh, I just woke up with type 2 diabetes, type 1. No, you've been pouring water in that plant since you were in your 20s, 19 years old, right? Now you're just living the truth of what you've been doing. So I didn't want to do a fast reaction video because number one, I don't like to waste people's time. And there's nothing I hate more than misleading people or wasting what could have been a good opportunity to teach.
Well, what were you seeing from some of those reaction videos? You said you watched a bunch of them.
I watched a bunch of them.
What was your consensus? Did they have a commonality? Were they different? What was your assessment of them?
I'm glad you asked me that. The thing that the common thread that ran through the majority of them, if not all of them, the common thread was here we go. All right. I just wanted to prepare. I wanted to prepare Hitler to be able to speak for himself, and that's what I was doing while you were asking me that question. And so the common thread that ran through them all that really bothered me is they over-intellectualized what the video was about, which caused them to misanalyze it. They were over-intellectualizing. They were looking for esoteric meanings, not understanding and not appreciating that Ye is not deep. Ye is not a deep person. What Ye needs and requires is for you to perceive him as a deep person. Those are two different things. And you need to be able to distinguish between the two, because that's how most people get caught out there. They get caught out in the perception of what they're looking at. Who knows what you may think of when you look at me and see me? That doesn't mean that there's not more to me. In fact, there may be more to me that is in contradiction of my appearance, because that is the nature of life. As I heard someone say many years ago when I was a teen, or just barely out of I was a teen, in fact. Man said to me, life is a paradox unto itself, which is why the pursuit of philosophy and science has always been question-based. It's always been question-based, right? Because as far as man is concerned, there are no answers that are readily available, right? Man looks at living life and existence almost as if it's a tabula rasa, a empty slate, right? And we have to add meaning to it. And that's not true. The fact of the matter is that all of the answers are here. All of the answers are here. You think you're going to get the answer when you close your eyes for one last time for eternity, and then you will confront the answer. No. The answers were here the whole time, which is what makes all of this so heartbreaking, that so many people have to go through life being exploited in terms of ignorance, in terms of the ignorance of the people who are exploiting them, and in terms of their own ignorance, which they themselves will protect and champion and prioritize. So, relatively speaking, it's a wicked situation that we're all in. It's a pandemic of ignorance. And so, the theme that ran through all of these reaction videos was that you have to listen, truly listen to the song to understand what he's saying. You have to really understand what he's saying. He can't see his kids, which is what the lyrics say. He can't see. Matter of fact, let's see this. Hold on one second. We might be able to do this as an exercise together. Lyrics to Ye's. Okay. Hail Hitler. No, I just wanted the lyrics. That's all I want. Right? Let's see if they have it. I'm on Wikipedia. No, they don't have the lyrics. It'll probably
go to Genius.
I'm looking at Genius right in front of me. Okay. Oh wow. They wiped it. Page not found. It was there and they got rid of it.
Wow.
Yeah. It's bro, you don't even understand the level that they have gone to censor that song. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. But it shows you the power of the machine. They will erase it. And if they could do that with a work of art, so the name of the term is suppression. If they could do that, imagine what they can do to you. They can make you disappear just as quickly as they did your song. That's pretty deep. So in the song, I'll just reference it. Most people who have heard it already understand what he's talking about in it. He complains about not being able to see his kids, That seems to be the constant refrain. I can't see my kids. I can't see my kids. I can't see my kids. It's like that. I mean, there's a bunch of other things that he complains about it, but it's a lot of it seems to be all connected to I can't see my kids, right? So I haven't seen Saint since 2025, and it's just this, you know, because he's the only father in America that can't see his kids, right? And so because you can't see your kids, you want the world to suffer with you. Okay. No, thank you. I just don't want to suffer with you because you can't see your kids. Now, I'm going to say something that is going to really upset Ye if he ever sees this, because a lot of things that I'm going to say here, I'm going to repeat on my own platform, probably even more bombastically, because, you know, I kind of lose it over there, but I kind of let it all hang free. On your platform, I try to have some composure when I'm on other people's platform. So, because my following, man, they make me very, very at home on my own platform. Very at home.
It's pretty hectic over here in Hotepistan. So if you feel like letting loose, the people gonna love it.
Hotepistan, I like that. Right? So is my name even on my thing? I see yours is on there. Oh yeah, it is. All right, cool. All right. So this stuff is just so good that I made, bro. It's like, oh gosh, so good. So let's let Hitler speak for himself. You asked me how would Hitler feel about Ye, right? Now, if you notice, Ye's done 1,000 interviews speaking about Hitler, but he never says what Hitler said about anything. Ever. He doesn't. Don't you wonder why?
I know why.
Yeah.
Because Ye can't read.
Tell me you lying. Because you said that as if it was factual.
It's factual. Ye can read at like an 8th grade level or something like that. He even talks down on reading. He said like there's no point in reading or something like that. So he relies on other people to give him information. Then he just repeats whatever they tell him. So he's basically a puppet for somebody else.
Like Candace Owens?
Uh-oh.
I just asked.
Shots fired.
Oh, that ain't a shot yet. I will be dealing with her one of these days, I'm sure. I've just considered her such a waste of time for so long that I just never really, I just consider her, once I see that you're a white man's bed wench, and I'll say that, I'll use the term, I mean, it's just what it is. Once I see that you're a white man's bed wench, I really don't have much use for you. And that's not to say that every black woman that's married to a white man is a white man's bed wench. It's just that some actually are. And when you see the ones who apparently and obviously are, then I think it's okay to refer to them as such, right? Again, I honestly don't believe that every black woman that's married to a white man is a white man's bed wench. I don't believe that. I believe that human beings can actually meet, fall in love, and yada, yada, you know, all of that stuff, or get married for very healthy and constructive reasons. But in order to do that, you first have to be healthy and constructive people. Candace Owens is not a healthy and constructive person, which means that if your thinking is as deviant as it has proven to be over the years, then why should I refrain from thinking or preclude from thinking that that type of the modus operandi that is present in your thinking and in your speech is not going to bleed out into the rest of your life, right? It's reflective of who you are. And so there's no question in my mind that she's a white man's bed wench. She's been doing their bidding for a very long time. So it kind of fits the definition. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's factual. That's factual.
Yeah. So this is why I can fairly call her a white man's bed wench. And so, and as such, I've never considered her number one of any value, and two, just as a waste of time. The only reason I'm bringing her up now is because in one of the reaction videos I watched, I heard the commentator say something that I was unaware of. Now, I don't know if it's true or not, but if it is true, I'm speaking in the context of as if it were true, which is something I rarely do, because like I said, I'm about facts over feelings. However, in this climate, I think everything should be considered, brought front and center, and mulled over, and at least postulated. At least postulated. Right? And so you kind of give it the smell test, right? You can't give it the smell test if you don't postulate it and put it out there. And so what the commentator said was that Kanye's introduction to Hitler was through Candace Owens. Yeah. And he seemed to be, or appeared to be, he appeared to be very resolute in his acknowledgement of this when he said it. It wasn't as if he was just pulling it out of thin air, right? You yourself know from running in certain circles, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, all this other stuff, that it's an ecosystem. And in an ecosystem, people are privy to certain things. And so when I hear someone speak with such resoluteness about a possible situation, while I'm not inclined to call it a fact, I will be inclined to give it some strong consideration. And so in giving it strong consideration, it would appear, and I'm using the term appear, right? To be fair, because I try to be fair. It would appear as if Candace Owens was Ye's doorway to Hitler, and which, I mean, you know, I wouldn't know where she got it from, although I do know that just from comments that she's made.
He got it from Nick.
He got it from Nick. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuentes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So then again, because I'm not in the know, I would have to rescind that critique of Candace Owens. Doesn't change everything that I said about her prior to her, you know, my assumption that she was the one who introduced him to Hitler. She remains a white man's bedwench, because I have heard other comments come directly out of her mouth over the years. And then when you follow it
That's
up,
accurate.
when you follow it up with the actions that you've taken, again, I can fairly and justly call her, or call you, Candace Owens, a white man's bedwench.
I would concur.
Yeah. Okay. So if you got it from Nick, I really don't care where he got it from, but apparently it's his preoccupation. So you asked me, what would Hitler think about Ye? Okay. Do you really want to know the answer to that question?
Yep.
Okay. I am sending you a request to share. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to come right here. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, hold on. Let me fix it real fast.
Okay. You go ahead and do that, mister. You go ahead and fix it, mister.
All right, there we go.
All right. Okay, so you can see my screen, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'll tell you what. Why don't you read from We?
We are the bearers of civilization.
Oh, and stop. I'm sorry, everybody. This is Hitler out of his own mouth in Mein Kampf. So this is not, in fact, Ye said in one of his last interviews, or even in the song, in one of the songs, I think World War III or one of them, he says, I'm reading 2 chapters of Mein Kampf before I go to bed. Okay? So he wants to be like his daddy Trump.
We are the bearers of civilization, but we see our national strength declining and we are in danger, at least in our big cities, of becoming like southern Italy. This infection of our blood and infection.
Now stop. Now go back. Stop. Why did he reference southern Italy?
I would have to say its proximity to Africa.
No. He referenced southern Italy because there were 2 major invasions of blacks in antiquity. One, the Carthaginians with Hannibal, who crossed the Alps, right, going into Rome to defeat Rome, even though they were not successful.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to.
Right, but they occupied a lot of that region, and southern Italy was heavily impacted by their presence as far as acquiring a lot of black blood. Okay? In fact, there's a movie, I forgot the name of it. It's where the guy he's tied up. I think it's Dennis Hopper. He's tied up, the actor Dennis Hopper. He's tied up. The mafia has him tied up. I think he's playing a cop. And he starts laughing while he's tied up. They're getting ready to kill him. And he's laughing at them because he's teasing them about all of the black blood that they have in their veins because of Hannibal crossing the Alps and invading Italy with all of those Africans from North Africa. Okay? So, and this is part of the reason that racism in Italy is as prevalent as it is. It's always been a sore point for them when they have to look at what I call the bastards of antiquity. The bastards, or what we call the biracial bastards or the multiracial miscegenated bastards of antiquity. They have to be confronted with them every day. So there are many Italians that you can look at and see. You see the African in them. You see it. It's very prevalent. Okay? Very, very prevalent. And so this is part of the reasons why Italians had to sue to be white in America. They were not considered. In fact, most people don't know that there were Italians on the slave plantations working as servants and slaves.
Uh-oh.
Most people don't know that.
Uh-oh.
Most people don't know that. And so I've seen the documentation. And so they had, just like the Irish and others, they had to sue in the courts to be classified as white. So white is more than just a color thing. It is a social status thing, a societal status thing. Okay? It is a societal status designation. So that's why Hitler referenced Southern Italy. He said, we are in danger, at least in our big cities, of becoming like Southern Italy, meaning black blood will be flowing through the veins of our people. Continue.
This infection of our blood.
Stop. Now, you want to know what he thinks of Ye? He just said it right there. He sees Ye as an infection, a contaminant, a disease. That's what he sees Ye as. Literally, a disease, an infection, a contaminant. The same way he saw you and the same way he saw me. Okay? So continue.
This infection of our blood, an infection that hundreds of thousands of people seem to disregard, is carried out by the Jew according to a methodical plan. According to this plan, these Negroid parasites of
what did he call black people?
Parasites.
No, he didn't. He called them Negroid parasites. And in that aspect, in that context, it doesn't matter if he's referring to the Jews or the blacks. Because in his mind, and this is what people fail to realize, in his mind, they were one and the same. This is what people fail to understand. In Hitler's mind, Jews and blacks were one and the same.
Damn.
People don't understand this. Okay? Now, reading this, go back to according to his plan.
According to this plan, these Negroid parasites of nations rape our innocent young blonde girls.
Stop. Stop. That should end the whole thing. What color is her hair? What color is her hair?
Blonde.
What color was Amber's hair?
Blonde.
What color is Amber's hair?
Blonde.
And who were they with?
The Negroid parasite.
And what was they? Thank you. So you want to know what Hitler thought of Ye? That's what Hitler thought of Ye. Dead directly in your face with the blonde that Hitler was talking about, or blondes plural. That's what Hitler thought of Ye. But Hitler, but Ye, one and the same. Ye won't tell that to the young males that he wants to seduce. He wants to seduce them, which is really a much larger part of the story. Hold on. You stop sharing because there's a lot in there. There's a lot. And what I just showed you, there's a lot in that presentation, more than you could possibly imagine. Hold on one second. Where the hell did it go? Oh, okay. All right. Come here. All right. Okay. I just wanted to see. Hold on one second. Okay. Here we go. So you want to see what Hitler thought about? Have you read Mein Kampf?
Yeah.
Most people like to say that they have, and I know for a fact that they haven't. Because when I question them on it, they don't remember nothing about it. You didn't read it. You might have skimmed the pages. You didn't read it. You didn't go through it with a fine-tooth comb, right? So, and that's the truth for most people that read it. It's like people, you ask them, have you read the Bible? Yeah, I read it. Yeah, really? You read the Bible. You won't even read an 80-page child fiction novel, but you want me to think that you read the whole Bible. Okay. All right. Let me tell you something. You've never met a pastor that read the whole Bible.
Damn.
But they don't care about it like that. They don't. Okay, now you said you want to know what Hitler thinks of Ye. So let's look at what Hitler thinks of Ye. Start from here. Right? I believe.
On the contrary, I believe that if such blood has to be
stop. Let's go to the top and just read all the way down to the bottom.
I do not hesitate to say that the die has now been cast, and I believe it is impossible to regain South Tyrol through war. I would also personally decline to take such an action because I am convinced that it would be impossible to generate enough passionate national enthusiasm among the German people to guarantee a victory. On the contrary, I believe that if such blood has to be sacrificed, it would be a crime to do so for 200,000 Germans, while next door 7 million are suffering under foreign regime. Excuse me. And the vital lifeline of the German people has become the playground of hordes of African Negroes, meaning the occupation of the war where the French used black races in some areas as troops.
All right, go ahead, continue.
France is and will remain absolutely the worst enemy of Germany because of its corruption by the Negro and its...
So stop. He referred to them as contaminants and being infectors. We are infectors of blood. That's what he thinks about black men. Hitler saw black men as infectors of blood. It's very important. Right? Hold on. Hold on one second. Shit, where was I? Hold on one second. Here we go. All right. So he says, because of its corruption, so we are infected and we are corruptors, right? Because of its corruption by the Negro and its agreement with the aims of the Jewish world dominion, right? France represents a constantly lurking danger to the existence of the white race in Europe, right? This is what he says. The heart of Europe, which he considered the Rhine, has been infected by Negro blood on the Rhine. Stop there. So when you ask me what Hitler thought of Ye, that's what Hitler thought of Ye. He thought of Ye as a contaminant, an infector, a cause of infection, as the way we think of a disease. So he thought of Ye as a disease. In fact, he would have labeled us, in modern parlance, if you will, the Black Plague.
Yep.
That's how he saw us, as a Black Plague infecting the whitest of Europe. Okay? Why doesn't Ye tell that to his fans? Why he's screaming, "Hail Hitler"? The man who you screaming, "Hail Hitler," saw you as a disease, saw you as a source of infection and contamination. But in order for you to be popular with white people, which is your idea of heaven, his idea of heaven is to be praised by white people. That's his idea of heaven.
Facts.
That is literally his idea of heaven. He literally wants to be praised by white people. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being praised by white people. I don't think there's anything wrong with being praised by anyone. If you're doing something good, if you've done something great, right? But with him, and this is where the psyche comes in, there's nothing wrong with being celebrated by people if you've done something great. But with him, it's not about doing something great and then being praised by white people. For him, it's about self-identifying as white and then being praised for his whiteness. It's the opposite. Did you see the psychological acrobatic I just showed you? It's the opposite. There's nothing wrong with being praised by white people or black people or brown people or biracial, whatever. Red people, yellow people. Nothing wrong with being praised by them. But when your praise is based on the fact that you are one of them or perceive yourself as one of them, that is a whole different context. That is a psychological malady. This is and Hitler talking about infection. This is the infection of white supremacy. And so crazy part is Hitler's so worried about infecting people, he didn't look at the infection that he was putting out into the world. He didn't look at the infection. Can you imagine HIV talking shit about cancer? Right? Man, look at cancer. You fucking up everything. Yeah. You can't make this kind of shit up. But the real crime is not is not what Hitler talked about, or not what Hitler thought about Ye. That's not the real crime here. The real crime here is what Hitler thought about Ye's children. That's the real crime here.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Okay?
Here we go.
This is the real crime here. I was going to save this for later in the show, but you jumped out the window with the bomb-ass question, so I was like, okay, if that's where we're going, just go. So this presentation is not going to be given in any order. Like I said, it's, it's, you touch on it, I got the slide, I'll bring it up. You follow? So let's look at what he thought about Ye's children. What Hitler thought about Ye's children. Let's look at that. Start from the heart of Europe.
The heart of Europe has been infected by Negro blood on the Rhine. This corruption matches the sadistic, perverse vindictiveness of this fanatically patriotic arch enemy of our people. They are just like the icy cold calculating Jew who uses this method to begin the bastardization process starting from the heart of Europe and through infection by inferior people.
Oh, stop. Who are the inferior people?
Uh-oh.
Who are the inferior people? Through infection by inferior people. Who are the inferior people, Hotep Jesus? I have reading comprehension. It's very clear.
Yay.
The inferior people are the blacks.
Yay.
Ye is represents the inferior people. Okay? So he wants to run around. You know what the word Hail Hitler means?
No.
It means hail. You know what the word hail means?
Nope.
The word hail means to give acclaim. Do you know what acclaim means?
No.
It means to praise publicly and enthusiastically. So he wants to praise publicly and enthusiastically and invite people to praise with him publicly and enthusiastically someone who died on the hill on the point of, or the premise of, black people being intrinsically and inherently and essentially inferior.
That's nasty work.
This is his hero. But it goes further. Read the next sentence or the rest of that sentence. I'm sorry. Where was I? Hold on.
Right there.
Okay.
Yeah. They plan to deprive the white race of the foundations for a sovereign existence.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay. Matter of fact, hold on 1 second. You can really, this part that I'm talking about, you can find it almost anywhere because he speaks about it so much. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Here we go. Read from the top.
The Jew steadily works to ruin women and girls so that he can break down the barriers of blood on an even larger scale.
Now stop. This is where it gets sticky. Where did Hitler get that idea? You would think he got it from other German philosophers who came before him. It's not true. All you have to do is read the Bible. If you read the Bible and you look at what the Hebrews did, Abraham and Moses, they married women. They targeted the women of other nations. That's what they did. They targeted the women of other nations. It speaks of Abraham having how many wives? Right? Moses having how many wives? and they're all from different places, different ethnic groups, different races. That's what the entire Hebrew ethos is based on or predicated on. It's predicated on, why? Because it really comes out of Greek thought. Hebrewism and Greekism are both predicated and premised on the exact same ideology, which is biracial or multiracial supremacy. People don't realize that it is this supremacy that preceded white supremacy. White supremacy was the last version of supremacy to come to the forefront, partly because they were amongst the last people to be brought into civilization. So they couldn't speak of any supremacy in antiquity. The Greeks were not white. The Romans weren't even white. The Greeks told you what they thought about white people. Did they or did they not?
They did.
The Greeks themselves, Aristotle said, white people are very brave, but they're stupid.
Damn.
That's what Aristotle said. He said, white people are very brave, but they're stupid. They're soft in the brain. Right? So when Hitler made that charge of the Jews targeting women and females, that is an essential biblical platform. You can't call that being anti-Semitic, which is a stupid fake term anyway. Didn't exist before, I think it was the 20th century, 19th century, right? It's a modern term, and it's a term that makes no sense. Arabs are Semites. Iran is full of Semites. But you're only anti-Semite if you speak against Jews? That's a silly concept. It's an ahistorical concept. It's based on ignorance and stupidness. It's a political term. Politically loaded term. Don't use it. So Hitler made that observation. Now continue with this part right here.
He continues to bring Negroes in.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Where do we say the thing?
It was the Jews who brought the Negro to the Rhine.
Right.
The motive behind this is clear, and its intention is always the same. He wants to destroy the hated white race through bastardization.
Stop. This is what he thought about Ye's children. He considered them bastards. That's the term he uses, bastardization. He considered Saint a bastard, Northwestern a racial bastard. He considered all of Ye's children to be racial bastards. And this is the man who is his hero. This essentially is what makes Ye an unfit father and why he should be kept away from his children. You worship and praise a man who preached and taught and was willing to conquer the world on the premise that your children and their father are an inferior race and bastardized people, racial bastards. And this is who you want to uphold. How is that not dangerous to your children? If you are internalizing the beliefs of Hitler, if you are acclaiming, because you're acclaiming him by saying Hail Hitler, we understand that. So in essence, what Ye attempted to do with this stupid song, what he attempted to do was, in the same way, and I'm going to show you how Ye was, how can I put this? Did you ever hear what Ye purportedly said about Tupac?
No, what do you say?
Oh, you didn't hear?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let me bring that up. Oh, shit. Okay, I'll find it. Hold on 1 second. Give me 2 seconds. It should be not there. Hold on. Okay. Let's find it. Let's find it. Show me Tupac. Okay, okay. Here we go. All right. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. And this is, you should always be honest with people, right? At least to the best of your ability. Really, people? Okay. And I should let your audience know this, okay? While I have never met Ye, I personally, from a consumption perspective, as an observer, I don't like him. Okay, I don't like him as a person, as a black man, as a brother, and I hate to use this term, but I have to use it because I know that it is an essential part of who I am as a street nigga, right? On all of these, or even as an artist, right? Or as a media personality, I don't like him. And the fact of the matter is, I've never liked him. See, I'm not one of these people that had to wait for him to go left to determine that I didn't like him. I didn't have to wait for him to wear a swastika and do all this other stuff, right? I didn't have to wait for him to do all of that to determine I didn't like him, right? I didn't, I think after the first song, Through the Wire, which I thought was a pretty good song, right? I thought it was a pretty good song. I enjoyed it. I appreciated it. But after that, he really didn't say anything that I cared about, right? It wasn't like listening to Tupac. When you're listening to Tupac, you're listening to substance, right? You really are. You're listening to substance. On my playlist in my phone, I have an iPhone like everybody else. In fact, I got 3 of them. Like everybody else, I went to having none to having 3. Like everybody else, people force them on me, right? Most people are trying to afford an iPhone. I'm trying to reject iPhones that people are shoving at me. Like, oh, you gotta have a phone. You gotta have a phone. Like, ooh, I miss my peace of mind. But on my playlist, you might find 3 songs with Kanye on it. And they're not even Kanye songs because I've never been a fan of his music. Right? Which I'm sure he would be okay with. And I'm going to tell you why in a second, because that's as equally important as the rest of this. And you know how you stick, you take my comments and you kind of put a sticker in them to bring me back to them later? I'm going to need you to do that today because I'm touching on a lot and I might move on. Okay?
I've got several.
Okay, cool. I need you to be on point with that today. So, the 3 songs that I like that have Kanye on it, I like Sometime Love Knocks You Down, but he's not the reason I like it. I like Kerry Hilson, and I think Neo did a great job on it, and the track is dope. The fact that he's on it is incidental, right? I think he did a good job on it. I also like the song that he did with Paul McCartney and Rihanna, right? I think it's a pretty cool song, right? There's one other one, but I can't think of what it is. So those are the only, and it might not even be another one. As far as I'm concerned, those are probably the only 2 songs that I have on my playlist with Kanye on it, right? I just, you know, and I think it's because I saw through his facade early on. If I can see through your facade early on, I'm probably not gonna fuck with you. I've been around for a long time. I'm a lot older than he is. Kanye's what, 40 and he's pushing 50, right? I'm pushing 60. You feel what I'm saying? So Kanye was a little baby, right? When I was in school studying already. Okay? So just looking down via hindsight, you know, they say hindsight is 20/20 vision. Seeing what's coming behind you is a part of hindsight, right? And so hindsight lets you look down the pipeline at people coming behind you and see them for what they are before they even see themselves in full, right? So Ye tried, one of the things I give him credit for is that he tries to be a student. Ye. But if what you're saying is true, that he doesn't read and he down talks reading and he has an 8th grade reading level, then he's got a lot of holes in his philosophy. Because in order to be consummate, you have to read. You have to really, really, really read. And in fact, when you look at all of the people that he wants to be like, they read. They're serious readers. Making a cute song and popular clothing doesn't make you an intellectual. He wants to be perceived as an intellectual, but he's not. When he called his album, what was it? College Dropout or something like that? He should have called it Middle School Dropout. Because, seriously, from an intellectual perspective, that's how a real intellectual, from my perspective, is going to view Kanye. How do you worship and praise a man and invite other people to speak his name with acclaim when this man prescribed a formula that designated your children as subhuman, inferior, and racial bastards? What kind of father does that? What kind of father does that? Based on that alone, you should not ever be able to see your children again.
Oh, man.
On that alone. How do you think Saint would feel growing up and reading Mein Kampf and knowing that his father was inviting the world to speak praise and acclaim on the name of a man who thought he, Saint, Northwest, and the rest of Ye's children were subhuman, racial bastards, and inferior people? And you have to understand that as much as Hitler hated black people, his true hatred was reserved for the biracial, the miscegenated. Those were the ones he hated the most. He hated them the most because they were an expression of an abomination. He had no problem with blacks being with blacks, whites being with whites, browns being. Hitler didn't have no problem with that. Read his book. I tell anybody, read the book. Read Mein Kampf. He didn't have no problem with black people. Right? His problem was race mixing. And so his real vitriol, his real hatred was reserved for the mixed race. The biracial, the Raven Simones. If she's biracial, I don't know what the hell she is. No, she's not biracial. She's an octoroon. She's one of them. She's one of those. What do they call them? Creole octoroons. I got a lot of those in my family because my father's from Louisiana.
Damn,
I have a lot of those in my family.
Shout out Raven Simone.
Fuck Raven Simone. Anyway, a little wannabe man self, right? got the nerve to be that cute and adorable when you're a child and gonna go up to be ugly as fuck. You got to be, that's wrong. That's just wrong. Like she need to be in the NFL or something. Man, please. I don't see myself as an African American. No other group calls themselves such and such, Italian American or German American. And this is what I mean about dumb Negroes, because she said that. She literally sat on, I think it was The View, on one of those shows and said, I'm not an African American, I'm just an American. This is, watch this. Black people suffer from a lot of mental maladies because of being in this country and because of white supremacy. And one of the number one things they suffer from is the desire to belong. The desire to belong to the status quo. That is a mental disease. You understand what I'm telling you? It is a mental disease. It is a form of self-alienation. It is a form of self-disenfranchisement, right? In order for me to be fully a part of you, I have to deny this aspect of myself in a meaningful way and make sure that it is nowhere included in how I label myself and how I demand other people perceive me.
Oh.
Right? I'm going to show you something. Watch this. And I hope I hope people make clips of this shit. So they show this part to Raven Simone, her stupid ass. Because she's stupid. And you know how I feel about stupid people. I don't like them. I don't care what color they come in. Right? Now I'm going to share my screen. In fact, hold on. Watch this. Just so you don't think I'm making this up.
Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. $, Cash App, $, Shakka Ahmose.
Here it is right here. Hold on. Right. Hold on. No. I want the direct quote. Here it is right here. Beautiful. Hold on. Here it is. Right? I do not fuck with stupid people or people who hate themselves. All right? They're dangerous because they infect people, like Hitler said. Okay? What is this from ABC News? What does it say?
Raven Simone clarifies past remarks when she said, I'm not African American.
So stop. She said, I'm not African American. Now, she said it on Oprah. Raven Simone is addressing a comment she made in 2014 during an interview with Oprah Winfrey when she said has haunted her ever since. So apparently people got at her. And now she want to get back in the black club. I'm so tired of these Hollywood niggas who want to disassociate themselves from the black race and from their African ancestry, right? I am so tired of them. And then later on, they want to get back in the club. Oh no, I didn't mean, bullshit, you did mean it. That's why you made it a point to say it. If you didn't mean it, you would have never said it, right? What did she say? Hold on. Here it is right here. She said, I want to be labeled a human being who loves humans. Then said, I'm tired of being labeled. I'm an American, not an African American. I'm an American. Now, hold on a second. This is what I mean about stupid people. She says she's tired of being labeled. Well, if you're tired of being labeled, American is a label, you stupid fuck. How come American is not a label, but African American is a label? This is, you understand what I'm saying? This is in black and white. She said, I don't want to be labeled. I'm tired of being labeled. I'm an American. I'm not an African American. I'm an American. American is a label.
I got a question from the chat for you.
Sure.
Somebody says, sounds like Raven has a well-rounded education that you may not have been exposed to when young. Color or race should not matter, but it seems to.
Okay, now you know I don't respond to stupid people, so let's just move on, right? Now watch. You know I don't respond to stupid people. She had the level of education that I don't have. Are you fucking stupid? I have PhD students. Are you fucking kidding me? People with PhDs pay me to teach them privately, which is well known. Like, it's not even a fucking secret, right? But this Hollywood moron has an education that I don't have? Really? Let me show you how smart she is. No, let me show you how fucking stupid you are for even saying that. Whoever said that. Watch this. Can you see this right here? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, it's a bunch of different pictures, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She said that she's just an American because the trope is that Italians, Germans, and all these other people don't call themselves by their names. They're just Americans, right? Let me ask you a question. What does this say?
Italian American Social Club.
Oh, so they get to be Italian American, right? So they get to have something added to their American, but we got to be just American. This is what I mean about niggas who are in a rush to deny themselves. You understand what I'm saying? This is the exact point that I'm talking about. They think that everybody else is just an American. No, the only one who's trying to be just an American is your dumb nigger ass. You're the only one trying to be just an American. Everybody else is claiming their history and their culture, and they add it to their American. You don't believe me? Watch this. Welcome to a Shakka Ahmose class. What does this say? What does that say?
Irish American.
Irish American.
Damn.
Does it say that? Well, West Side Irish American Club. So you can have Italian Americans, you can have Irish Americans, but niggas like Raven Simone wants to be just an American. And that stupid person who's watching, who had the nerve to say she has an education I don't have. This dumb bitch couldn't spell education and neither could you. You stupid fuck. That's who the fuck you are. And I lose my patience because I gotta go through this shit every day and deal with dumb people of every race. But blacks are the worst, especially the mixed ones. I understood why Hitler didn't like them, because the mixed ones are the worst ones. They're caught up in racial midriff. They want to be just American too. But at least the mixed ones have an excuse. It's the ones who aren't biracial and the ones who aren't miscegenated who'll be the first ones to say, oh, I'm just an American. What does this say? Can you see this? Gaelic lead, Irish American Club. Go to Boston and see how many Irish American this, Irish American that you will see. Only niggas, and I gotta say it like that. I'm using my new word, niggas. It's an old word, but it's the word I prefer because I can't constantly use the other word, right? Niggas. Niggas want to be just American. Everybody else, look, think I'm kidding you? Watch. Hold on. Here it is, right here. What does this say?
German American Society, Trenton, New Jersey.
So wait a minute. The Italians could be Italian American. The Irish can be Irish American. The Germans can be German American. Us niggas gotta be just American.
Damn.
This is what I'm talking about. You're a fucking Frankenstein. That's what the fuck you are. You are a white man's creation. You are, and the problem with black people, particularly black people in America, is that you are trapped inside of white minds to the point that you fucking hate yourself.
Ooh.
You hate yourself on an existential fucking level. And I'm gonna tell you something. I hate you for you. Okay? I fucking hate you for you. And that's real shit. And I'm not apologizing or taking that back, because I mean that shit. The majority of our suffering and the shit that we go through comes through niggas like that said what she said, or who said what they said. Raven Simone has an education I don't have. No. These German Americans have an education you don't have. Them Italian Americans have an education you don't have. Them Irish Americans have an education you don't have. Niggas are the only one that want to be just American. Stupid ass.
Cooked them.
Hell yeah, they cook. No, they cook themselves. That's the worst part. That's the worst part. Hey, yo, what does this say? Can you see that?
Chinese American?
Chinese American Club. I live in New York. You go down to Chinatown. You're going to see at least 7 buildings, big ass buildings that say Chinese American Club. So the Chinese get to hang on to their former place of origin. The Irish get to hang on to their former place of origin. The Italians get to hang on to their foreign place of origin. The Germans get to hang on to people who we went to war with. The Nazis, they get to hang on to their former place of origin. The only ones who want to divest themselves of their former place of origin is only one group. Malcolm X said it very well. Who taught you to hate yourself? Raven Simone, who taught you to hate yourself? People say, oh, well, I'm part French. I'm 3/4 Italian. Well, wait a minute. When was the last time your French family members invited you to dinner?
Oh.
When was the last time your Italian family members invited you? Oh, hold on. Oh, and then see, Raven Simone will be like, well, I was just with the French and I was just, oh, no, see, your celebrity is different. They didn't invite you because they love you because they're Italian and you are the French and you. You're a celebrity. That's why they invited you. Stupid. Because if you were just like the rest of us, they wouldn't even want to know you.
Oh.
In fact, not only would they not want to know you, there would be an unspoken rule in the house. Don't you bring that so-and-so over here. Okay? What does this say?
Chinese American.
Chinese American Citizen Alliance. Chinese American World War II Veterans Recognition Project. So how come everybody else, look at this, watch this, bro. Even our so-called enemies. What does this say, please? Please read this to this stupid person. What does that say?
Russian American Club of St. Petersburg.
Russian American Club in Florida. Everybody else could come to this country and hold on to their place of origin with pride. It's only niggas that hate to use the word African. They hate that shit. They hate it. Bro, when I tell you they hate it the way Hitler hated biracial people. That's how much they hate themselves. Bro.
You know that what they say is like, just because I'm black don't mean I'm African.
No, what it means is that just because you could say the word science doesn't mean you're scientifically literate. That's what it means. That's all it means. Just because I'm black don't mean I'm African. You're fucking stupid. Even the Aboriginal Australians who are black are African. They just migrated at a much earlier period from Africa. And they're aware of it. They're aware of it. I mean, black people in America are experts at hating themselves. And they give you all kind of fake reasons why they want to disassociate themselves from the term African. They want to tell you Africans hate us. They want to tell you, we were already here. They want to give you every reason under the sun, especially those that look like they got a little something mixed in them. They're very comfortable. What they try to do is they try to make their self-narrative congruent with their phenotype. So they can be comfortable with themselves. They need an explanation when they look in the mirror to say, oh, this is who I am and this is why I am the way I am. As if everybody on the African continent looks exactly alike.
Right.
Think people from Tanzania automatically look like people from Nigeria?
Nope.
People from Nigeria automatically look like people from South Africa? You think people from South Africa automatically look like people from Niger or Chad? You think people from Niger or Chad automatically look like people from Southern Libya or Mauritania or Western Sahara? You're phenotypically illiterate. You're stupid and you have a low IQ. I'll tell you right now, average black person has a low. I mean, that's one thing. I will engage in white talking points. Low IQs are very prevalent amongst the black people.
Oh man.
So don't be shitting on MAGA, because your IQs ain't much higher. I'll tell you that shit right now to your face. And if I ever say something that offends you, or you want it to me in the street, and you want to get it off your chest, please, by all means. I could use the workout. I live for that shit. There's a lot about my past you might not know. But you might want to ask around. I live for the scrap, homie. I live for the scrap. That's real fucking talk. I live for the scrap. It's like, look, if I say something, you feel a certain kind of way, you be like, yo, there that nigga go. Bro. Real talk. Just don't, you cannot complain about how I react. You cannot. And you don't get to say stop. No, nobody gets to say stop, ever.
Now you brought up what Kanye said about Tupac.
Thank you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Right? I'm just having a little fun with y'all, but I just needed to make myself laugh for a minute, because when that stupid person in the comment section said that Raven Simone has an education that I don't have, I just showed you Russian American, Irish American, Chinese American, Italian American, German American.
Russian.
Did I not?
Yeah.
Everybody else gets to, hold on a second. We ain't done with that. Wait a minute. No. You ain't go jit me out of mine. Hold on. In fact, let me put that back on. If we're gonna do it, then let's do it. So that the next time a stupid black person says some dumb shit like that, you put them in their place. Right?
I think that person was white.
I don't care who they are. I wouldn't give a fuck if they was polka dot. I really wouldn't. Boom. Okay. What does this say?
Japanese American.
Japanese American Club. Japan American Society of Iowa. So if you go to Iowa, you're going to find a society that defines themselves as Japanese American. You go to Boston, you're going to find large communities that define themselves as Irish American. You go to Chinatown, San Francisco, or New York, you're going to find large organizations that define themselves as Chinese American. It's only one fucking piece of shit group. One fucking piece of shit group that wants to divorce themselves from their place of origin. Get the fuck out of my face. In fact, you need to get out of your own face, because you're telling yourself lies.
Oof.
Get out of your own face. And that's why I call Raven Simone the stupid piece of shit she is. When black people go on national television and try to divorce themselves from their African ancestry, I only got one thing for you for the rest of my life, and that's fuck you.
Dang.
Period. You deny me? Fuck you. Look, that's how it goes, baby. That's what it is. There ain't no apologies. There ain't no do-overs. There ain't no, hey, can I talk? None of that shit. None of that shit. Once, in my world, once you cross a certain threshold and you cross a certain boundary, that's it.
Yeah.
The door don't swing both ways. It swings one way. Once you go out that door, like Dr. John Henry Clark said, once you walk out that door and we meet you on the battlefield, you're getting treated like everybody else. She's talking about that statement has haunted her before. It should haunt you. It should haunt you to your fucking grave. I'm not American. I mean, I'm not African American.
Shout out Ace Luck. He said this is premium content.
If you're not African American, then stay the fuck away from us.
Oh,
Stay the fuck away from us and anything that we do. Anything we celebrate, whatever the fuck, stay the fuck away from us. That's the one rule I got. Once you deny your African heritage, you are hereby, forthwith, commanded and demanded to stay the fuck away from us. You are like Target. And you see how black people did Target? Pull them out of business. That's how you are. You are Target. You don't fuck with us, we don't fuck with you. Period.
damn.
Period.
Excommunicated, says
You
Hotel.
excommunicated. Or to use the proper term, you are anathematized.
Mm.
You are anathematized. Ask, since she got an education I don't have, ask Raven Simone if she knows what anathematized means. As a matter of fact, ask her if she could spell it without looking at a dictionary. Dumb hoe. Call her what she is. Period. I do not, look, you gotta understand who it's a heart thing. Like it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Once you shit on your blackness and once you deny Africa, look, you don't understand how I really don't fuck with you after that.
Right.
Like it's levels to this shit. Certain things that come out your mouth, there's no going back. See, I'm cool with what I'm saying because I know I mean it. I know where it's coming from. It's coming from pain and sacrifice that these dumb niggas don't know anything about. That our own people did just so that we could still be here. And you being here doesn't matter if certain things are not intact. Because if certain things are not intact, well, essentially, and for all purposes, you essentially are not here. You just physically present.
Mm.
So when I look at Raven Simone or people like her, I don't see a black person. I don't see a white person. I just see a physical entity that is present. That's it.
Mm.
You are a physical entity that is present. You said that's what you wanted to be. Right? Isn't that what she said she wanted to be? I'm just a human who loves humans. And so apparently, you are a human who loves humans except Africans.
Tariq Nasheed not gonna like this conversation.
Look, I ain't got nothing to say about him. He hasn't crossed my path in a volatile way. My thing is, once you cross my path in a volatile way, if it's on, it's on. I don't shy away from nothing to no one, right? I got a pass, right? And, and I always stand on business, so it don't matter. And I ain't gonna be like, what that shit? I'm not disrespecting. Well, there was a certain social media personality who he ran up on in the studio. And I'm just like, oh, I'm just so glad that wasn't me because I know how I react to shit like that. I'm like, look. I'm like, look, I don't want nothing with you, bro. But I promise you, you don't want nothing with me. So that's it. I'd rather be your friend. I'd rather take you out to dinner. Let's go eat and talk. And we debate and have disagreements. I ain't got no problem with that. But you ain't be out in the streets punking me and get that shit on camera? What? I don't know. We gonna give him something to talk about for real. For real. For real. All I would say is that before you do that, just ask around. Hey, yo, you ever seen Shakka get down? Like, what's Shakka known for in the clubs? Like, I know he used to bodyguard a man and shit. Like, what do you do? Yeah. I'm not coming for this. There's a time for talking, and that's when I know that you're there for talking. But if I know that you're not there for talking, I'm gonna speak your language, dude. That's the way I was raised, bro. I'm speaking your language. Because it's not because I'm, a gangster, a tough dude, or whatever. It ain't got nothing to do with that. I've been all of the above. It's simply because I know that only one of us is gonna go home whole. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I'm determined for it to be me. And it's only one way that I could bring about that reality. That is to make you feel me. You understand what I'm saying? Real talk. I watch some of these shows, like, I think it's called Hoops, or this show in California with this white dude. He has all these rappers come on to show these Crips and these Bloods, and they be getting at each other, threatening each other in the studio, and they be posturing, and I'm like, what the fuck is all of that? If you're gonna do something, just do it. Why are you telling me you're gonna do it? The fact that you gotta broadcast it tells me you also the kind of person that'll telegraph a punch, which means that's like you sending me an invitation to just knock you out. Or worse. Real talk. Bruh.
It be like that sometimes.
Japanese American. Everybody else, right? Hey, yo, my bro. What does it say? Can you see what this CASA stands for? Show this to Raven Simone and that other dumb person in the audience. Korean American Student Association. So how come they get to be Korean American? They get to be Japanese American, Chinese American, Russian American, Irish American, Italian American. Everybody else, they run with this myth. This is why I hate niggas. Niggas love myths. Do you know why niggas love myths? Because niggas are white Frankensteins, and that's why I call them niggas. They were created and manufactured by white people. And so everything that a white person is sensitive to, they are sensitive to.
Damn.
Everything that a white person desires, as far as self-definition, that's what they desire for themselves. In fact, they're not even smart enough to desire that for themselves. Because you see, you got Russians calling themselves Russian Americans, Irish calling themselves Irish American, right? Hold on. I know, they're going to worship the French. So let's see. You know how niggas are. That's why they try to give themselves. Here we go. Hold on. What is it? Hold on. Where we at? I know they in here somewhere. Show me. Oh, here we go. What does it say?
French American Business Awards.
New England. So when you go to New England in New York, you're going to find communities that are self-defined as French American. Not just French. You stupid fucks. Black people, niggas. I'm going to say it again. Nigga. Niggas are the only ones that don't want to be associated with their place of origin. Africa. And that's why I hate you niggas. I'm like Kanye in that context. Me and Kanye both hate you, but we hate you from a different directions. I hate you because you hate yourselves. So I got to lump him in there with niggas that I hate. How can I love you if you hate you? If you hate you, you're telling me how to feel about you. You are instructing me on how to feel about you. If you respect you, you are instructing me on how to feel about you. You can't disassociate from and denigrate the place of your origin, its people, its customs, its religions, its beliefs, its cultures, its mores, its gods and goddesses, its values. You can't denigrate that, disassociate from that, and then tell me I'm bound to respect you. Get the fuck out of here. You don't respect you. Man, look. I got more respect for white South African racist. Let me put it right. I got more respect for racist white South Africans who refuse to get rid of that term African at the end of their label. Straight up. They might be, look, they might be running from Africa, but they haven't stopped calling themselves South African.
That's true.
It's only black people, bro. It's only black people. So, yeah, it is what it is. And I said what I said. And if you don't like me, go watch Candace Owens. Real fucking talk. Go watch That's So Raven. Right? Stay the fuck away from me because I got nothing for you. And you damn sure ain't got nothing for me. So I will not lie. Certain things I do get rather passionate about. And one of those things are self-hating Negroes. I hate them. I can't help it. It's like I've been bred that way. I've been bred to hate self-hating Negroes. Let me give you a perfect reason why. I told a lie earlier, and I got to fix it. I said that Hitler's true hatred and Hitler's true vitriol was reserved for mixed race people, biracial and miscegenated people, multiracial people. That was not true. They come in second. Do you know who comes in first?
Who?
His hatred? White traitors.
Mm.
And in that sense, I'm like Hitler. I don't like black people who hate themselves, or what you call black traitors. And that's why I don't like Kanye. But that's one reason. I got multiple reasons for not liking Kanye. One is because he's stupid. I've been on YouTube for how many years? He ain't ever once contacted me and say, yo, bro, can I get a class? Can you teach me just one time?
That's my beef with him.
But we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. But let me show you something. Let's go to the Tupac thing. Because I brought it up, and I don't want to cheat your audience. This is another reason why I don't like Kanye. Kanye claims that he's so original. And I saw from jump that there was nothing original about this dude. I'm looking at him, and I'm like, you're not original, bro. Right? I think you're a good writer. I think you write catchy tunes. I don't particularly care for his music, right? You cannot come up through the age of a Tupac and then think that Kanye is something special. It's impossible, unless you just ain't been paying attention, right? Now watch. Let's show you something. Hey, how many people you got watching, man? I'm curious.
I think we got like 300 combined.
Oh, that's cool. I'm not mad. Those are 300 that matter. Now watch. I'm going to give it to you quick. Tupac in 95 put himself up on a cross. Who comes in later and has to wear a crown of thorns?
Damn.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Tupac put himself on the cross. Ain't nobody in rap did that before him. Who got to come along and wear the crown of thorns? This dude. Tupac wears a white suit and I ain't mad at you. Who got to come along and wear a white suit? Let's keep it 100. Hold on a second. Who got to come along and wear a white suit?
Mm.
Look at the suits, bro. Right? They released a movie, a film, a documentary about Tupac called Thug Angel. He gonna combine the white suit and the angel.
Mm.
Everything Pac did, this motherfucker wrote his dick on. And said this in an interview, purportedly. I never heard him deny it, but it's documented. How you gonna go compare my music to Tupac, he said. Tupac wasn't no musician, he was an actor. What was he in, Juice? Above the Rim? He was the most overrated rapper in history. You gonna come up in here comparing him to me? A real rapper, a real star? That's from undergroundhiphopblog.com. Kanye West calls Tupac most overrated rapper in history. I don't think they had any reason to make that up because he could have sued them. You understand what I'm saying? And I haven't heard of him suing them. So I'm going to take it as if he said it. And I can't find any denial out there that he didn't say it. So if that's what you said, my dude, if he's the most overrated, why are you riding his dick? I already heard about the situation with dicks. I'm not going there. You heard about the situation with dicks, right? Kanye's dick, you know. You heard about that, right?
He was sucking off his cousin.
Yeah.
His little cousin.
Who happens to be a male like him.
Yes.
Yeah. Because You could say he was sucking off his cousin. It could have been a female.
Right.
Feel me?
Yeah.
No, he was sucking off his cousin who was a male.
Right.
For how many years? He said he did it for years.
Yeah, it was several years.
Yeah. So apparently you didn't get tired of it and you liked it. And recently he had the nerve to say that his favorite meal is pussy. Bro,
So when that news broke, that's when I checked out. When I found out he was having fellatio with his younger cousin, that's when I checked out. I was like, all right, I'm out.
my thing is this. Now that you've confessed to the world that you suck dick, and don't tell me that you did it as a kid. Almost, I can't say all, but I can guarantee you almost all children experiment when they're children because it's part of being a child. I have no problem with that. I ain't got no problem with that because that's how children learn, right? Especially when parents are not around. They call it playing doctor, right? But I'm sorry. There's some things that even as a kid, you know, oh, no, I ain't fucking with that.
Facts.
Right? As a child, you know. Don't make children seem like they're stupid. Actually, that's what I'm talking about. I don't like when people do that. And the one thing you got to learn about Kanye, one thing you got to learn about Ye is he's a liar, right? You have to understand this about Ye. Ye is a liar. He wants you to think he's telling the truth, but he's a liar. Okay? I don't like liars. Liars hide. Liars hide. They hide. It's a very female thing to hide. That's how women operate in male-dominant societies. They learn how to hide early on. They learn how to hide their feelings, hide their emotions, especially hide what they're thinking. Any woman will tell you that. The main weapon of being a female is hiding. They'll hide right in plain sight. Any woman will tell you that. So when you find a man who does that, you're essentially dealing with a bitch. And this is honestly how I see Kanye. Because he does things that you would only expect from a woman to do. Now, to be fair to him, I'm putting fair in quotation marks, a lot of what's going on with this Hail Hitler shit is really more of the fact that we live in an attention economy. So he has to do and say whatever he has to do and say to get as much attention as he can. He admits it. He said it in an interview, and I got it documented. He said, I'm an entertainer. This is all entertaining. I'm here for the fame. I'm here for the eyeballs. I'm here for all of it. That's what he said. I'm not mad at that, bro. Right? But the problem is that in an attention economy, when you're trying to get people's attention, and I respect that. We all are. But that doesn't give you license to cause harm along the way. Harm that you are later on not going to take responsibility for when you're the one that put it out there. That's some coward shit. So now you got to combine cowardiceness with bitch shit. Which means basically you're essentially dealing with a coward bitch. I hate to say it. A lying coward bitch. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm going by what I've never met the man in person. Do I think, yeah, it's interesting? He's interesting from the perspective of a psych patient. No, I'm serious. I'm not even joking. That's why I analyzed him the way I did. Oh, by the way, yay, Tupac was a Gemini. Yay, Prince was a Gemini. You're a Gemini. What do you think I am?
Gemini.
I'm a Gemini. I know you. I know you better than you know you. I know how we think. I know how we move. I know our weak points and our strong points. Donald Trump is a Gemini. We can be very dangerous people. We know how to seduce people in a very, very subtle way. We will have you seduced and believe in some shit that I'm telling you this. And it's one of the reasons why you have to work as a Gemini, you have to work very hard on yourself. Because inadvertently, we can cause a lot of harm. And a lot of people can get hurt from the decisions that we make. It happens all the time. Look at decisions that Tupac made. How many people got hurt? From one decision, rushing that dude in the lobby. When he ran up on that dude in the lobby because of the death row chain bullshit at the Tyson fight. One decision Pac made got how many people killed? You know how many people died because of that situation? Back in Compton? It wasn't just Orlando. It was a bunch of people that died behind that shit. Pac did not go to the grave alone. It was a lot of people that died behind that shit. That's Geminis. Look at Prince, another Gemini. Before he found God, when he was doing Dirty Mind and Controversy in 1999, do you know how many young people he was influencing to be sexually fluid, who later on regretted what they did and had to get all kind of therapy and shit? And Prince tried to make up for it in his later years by becoming ultra conservative, but it was too late. The damage was already done. Now, I'm not saying that all of our influence is bad. Prince influenced a lot of good, a lot. I think way more good than bad, if I had to hold his scales. Same thing with Pac. I think he influenced a lot of good, way more good than bad. I can't say the same for Trump, right? Biggie was another Gemini. The reason I'm saying this to you is because when I look at Ye, I know he had the potential not just to do a lot of good, but he had the potential to do real harm. Real harm. I'm talking about harm where people end up dead. Straight up. Now, look, go back to Pac, because I left something out that I didn't put in the presentation. Now, I just showed you all these parallels. Pac is on the cross, he got to put thorns on his head. Pac is Jesus, he want to be Jesus. Pac wear a white suit, he want to wear a white suit. Pac is Thug Angel, he want to be Thug Angel. Am I lying or am I showing receipts?
You got the receipts.
Thank you. One thing I don't do is I don't lie on people. I just let people tell the truth about themselves and then I just highlight it. That's it. I just pointed it out for you. That's it. I didn't make this up. I didn't go to sleep one night and say, hey, you know, I'm gonna make up something to make it seem like Kanye was dick riding Tupac, even at the same time he was talking shit about him. No, that's actually what happened. I'm showing you this. But you know what else he did? That Tupac did? Tupac made his avatar a white statesman or a counsel to statesmen, because Machiavelli was not a statesman. He was actually a rather poor individual who had a lot of experience, an older man with a lot of experience who wanted to give advice to the new pope. And that's where you get Machiavelli, the Prince, and Selected Discourses and all that other shit, which I read many years ago, right? So Tupac made his namesake after a white European, Machiavelli. There it is. Look, Machiavelli. What did he do? He wanted to take it further and name himself, I don't even know where it is. I probably ain't got it nowhere there. Huh?
Pablo?
Nah, Hitler. That's what the whole Hail Hitler song is about. He is assuming the moniker of Hitler for himself. See, a lot of people don't understand that. Some people do. Some people did kind of allude to it, but they never just came out straight and said it. He is assuming the moniker of Hitler for himself. This is why he's saying Hail Hitler. Basically, you know, you're saying I'm a villain. Y'all don't understand the things I write on Twitter. Y'all don't let me see my kids. So since you're treating me like I'm the most evil person in the world, then fuck it. Hail Hitler. All hail the king. This is what he's saying in the song. And that's what the song is about. But here's the problem that I have with him. Didn't I tell you before? I said he hides. He's a hider. Right? All that shit about call me Hitler because you'll hate me. And you'll hate me because I'm unjustly crucified. I'm unjustly crucified because I extol Nazism. I'm unjustly crucified because I extol Hitler. I'm unjustly crucified because I compare myself to certain people who y'all feel I shouldn't compare myself to. So what I'm saying to you is he hides behind all of these rationales about why he calls himself Hitler. See, now we're getting into some shit that I came to talk about. He hides behind these arguments. I call myself Hitler because y'all treat me like I'm the most evil person in the world, basically, right? Oh, let me say this. Ye is a student, and I could always tell what somebody is studying because I'm a teacher. So as a teacher, you're always looking to know what your students are studying. The one thing that Ye noticed years ago, he noticed a few things because he's taken a few things out of a few people's playbooks. He took something out of Michael Jackson's playbook. Do you know what he took out of Michael Jackson's playbook?
Nah, what?
Yeah, he's not stupid. He looked at the industry. He looked who was making the most money, and he looked to see how they did it. How did Michael become the billionaire he became? Other than purchasing the catalog, how did he win the fame and the glory that he got? He won the fame and the glory that he got by playing to a white audience. That's how Michael became the phenomenon he became. He was a star when he was on Motown. I grew up on the Jackson 5. I was a kid when Michael was a kid. I saw Michael as a kid perform in Madison Square Garden in 1975. I saw that live, up close and personal, when he was still looking like me. Do you know how I used to feel when I was a kid and people would say, oh, you look like Michael Jackson? I used to love that shit, especially when the girls would tell me that. Then to see what he did, I was like, bro, you're leaving me out here hanging. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Right? But you know why? When Michael went to Europe, well, the few things that happened. The main thing was the direction Hollywood was moving. A lot of people don't understand how white Hollywood became under Reagan. It was already white. It was already, it had been Jewish for a long time. But what people don't understand is that the biggest, and I hate to say this, the biggest proponents of white supremacy in American history was not from white Protestant America. It was from Hungarian Jews in cinema. You want me to, do you need me to unpack that for you?
I'm going to need that, yeah.
Okay. You got to understand that the people who eventually took Hollywood over, right? Harry Fox, Adolf Zucker, Meyer, right? And a bunch of different other ones who escaped my mind right now. When they were in Hungary, they had ideas about what America was like, right? They had never been to America. They had heard things about America. Most of them probably didn't even have TV, so all they could do was imagine what America was like. When they came to America, in the 20s, the 30s, or whatever, when they came to America and they got into Hollywood, right, and created these major studios, what we call the Hollywood system. What they did was, first, they changed their own perception of themselves. Let me explain to you a very interesting Jewish phenomenon. And for the record, I will make a disclaimer, a so-called disclaimer. And I tell this to people. I was thinking about this when I was coming from the store the other night. I have Jewish friends whom I love, and I will not stop loving them for anybody. I don't care what's going on in the world, right? I don't judge people by what's going on back in another country, unless they open their mouths and tell me that they support that bullshit. If you open your mouth and you tell me that you down with that shit, then fuck you too. We're not friends no more? Okay. The sun will still come up, the moon will still come up, and lemonade will still taste like lemonade. You feel me? Like, that's literally how I see shit. If I could be that way with family members, what the fuck make you think I could be that way with you? My own siblings will tell you that. That's called standing on principle. For me, it's always the principle of the matter. Once you violate the principle, I don't fuck with you no more. Period. I'm not going to pretend to make you comfortable and none of that shit. Right? So let me explain to you a very strange, interesting Jewish phenomenon that nobody talks about. Probably because they're historically illiterate and can't speak to it authoritatively like I can. Jews have always had an interesting phenomenon. And one of the interesting phenomena is whenever they embedded themselves, and it's not really an unusual thing, because not only that, you can't even limit it to Jews, right? So it would be unfair to say what I'm going to say right now and just limit it to Jews. That would be unfair. And in fact, it would be making them more special. It would be making them more special than they are, okay? Jews, like many other people, whenever they moved into a particular society, one of the first things that they sought to do was to diminish or minimize or marginalize their Judaism and take on the traits and pursue and assimilate and aspire to the dominant people in the society. So let me give you a perfect example. During the Hellenistic age, 3rd century BCE, right? 4th century BCE, 3rd century BCE. What did you have happen in Africa, in Egypt? You had Hellenistic Jews. What were Hellenistic Jews? They were Jews who were trying to be more Greek than the Greeks. Why? Because the Greeks were in charge. They were dominating everything. This is the way assimilation works. It is unfair to call it a Jewish thing. It's a power thing. Power forces assimilation. And so one of the things that I do get a little bit uptight about is when people try to scapegoat Jews for things that actually apply to everybody. You understand what I'm saying? It's just that because of the close proximity that they have played to centers of power throughout history, that phenomena is just maybe a bit more documented and a bit more prominent than it would be for other people. But it does not mean that it's any less true for other people. That's a fucking lie. If you understand how power works. See, a lot of people don't like when I speak truth. They want me to speak their party line. I don't fuck with party lines. I represent Mott. That means what I say has to be true. What I say has to be true. And not only that, I never know when one of my students might be watching. And if one of my students watch me, they know. I have one rule: always have your facts in order and your ducks in a row. From the moment you open your mouth to the time you close it. Okay? So this phenomena of assimilation, it manifests differently from civilization to civilization. So with Jews in Alexandria, Egypt, they tried to out-Greek the Greeks. That's why you find many Jewish people with Greek names back then. Many. In fact, some of them became so Greek, they completely dropped the Jewish name. Many. The perfect example. Who did it before the Greeks and who did it before the Jews and the Greeks? The Libyans, right? Or the Lebu, or their real name, the Meshwesh, the Ma, chief of the Ma, the Meshwesh. Today you call them Libyans, right? People like Gaddafi, right? The Meshwesh, the Ma, the Libyans. They did it when they were in Egypt in the Western Delta, and the Ramesses dynasty conscripted them into military life, and they tried to out-Kemet the Kemet Jew. That's how they ended up on the throne with Osorkon the Elder, Shashank the First and the Second. This is when you get your third intermediate period. Motherfuckers are historically illiterate and they don't know their ass from their elbow. They don't know shit about history and they know nothing about nothing. And that's why I hate most people, particularly black people, because they are proud of knowing nothing and they invest no time in learning anything. And that's why I have the greatest respect from my students, because they are like, fuck it, $50 for 30 minutes with Shakka, I'm down. And they get it. And they always know I don't ever limit you to 30 minutes. People pay for 30 minutes and I give them 3 hours, 4 hours. We start at 7 o'clock and get off at 1 a.m. on Zoom. Because I'm going hard. I'm making sure you get this knowledge. And they always come back because I'm going to increase you. I'm not going to leave you stuck out here with these dummies. They dummies because they want to be dummies. It's their comfort zone. And their comfort zone is as good to them as a fat sliced piece of chocolate cake is to a fat kid. Real talk, bro. It's real talk. So the Libyans did the same thing in Kemet. They did the same thing. And you can find that same for the Chinese did it with the Mongolians. This is how you get your first dynasty, the Han Dynasty. They tried to out-Mongolian the Mongolians because of power. Power is asymmetrical by nature. And so the Jews, the Hungarian Jews, were subject to the same thing that their ancestors were in Egypt. Or I call them their cultural ancestors. Their cultural ancestors. They were subject to the same thing. The same way the Jews tried to out-Greek the Greeks in Hellenistic Egypt. And probably the same thing in the Seleucid Empire. More or less, I guarantee you, you go look at the Seleucid Empire, you're going to find Jews in those empires, in those pockets, who try to out-Greek the Greeks. And then you'll find those who resist, such as the Maccabees and all that other stuff, right? So when you come to modern times, Hungarian Jews had in their imagination that America was a kind of aristocracy, like a Cinderella kind of place. So when they got to Hollywood and created a Hollywood system, they literally put those images out there that did not exist. A lot of what we think of as America's past, as far as image goes, it was all manufactured in Hollywood by these Jews. Read a great book written by a Jewish lawyer. His name is Neil Gabler. It's called An Empire of Their Own, How Jews Created Hollywood. Read it. Read the fucking book. Oh, I forgot. Y'all don't like to read. I'm sorry. What was I thinking? Yo, dude, I forgot who I was talking to. You know niggas don't read shit. Hey, what was I thinking? Matter of fact, I'm looking at the book right there. I'm literally looking at it. I'm not getting up to go get it. But I'm looking at it right there, An Empire of Their Own. How World War II Jews started Hollywood, right? Or the Hollywood system that we know today, because it pre-existed them. But when they came in and colonized it and took, forget about it. You know, hey, do you know most people, look, I live in Harlem, right? I reside in Harlem. Most people don't know that Harlem was Jewish before it was black. The whole thing. Most people didn't know that Harlem was Jewish before it was black. And the crazy part is, you know who Adolf Zucker was? Adolf Zucker literally lived on my block. He was the main dude that started the Hollywood that you know. And he used to walk from here down to the South Ferry. He called it used to call it a constitutional walk where he would think. He would just walk and think. So you got to study people so that you can know what has happened in the world and why things are the way they are. Right? So
yeah, that's a long ass walk, Steph. That's a long ass walk.
So I walk to Times Square all the time. I mean, I'm like, you know, it's a nice walk. I pass the Museum of Natural History, or I pass the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I might stop in, use the bathroom, take a walk through the Egyptian exhibit, see what new books they got in the store, and just keep on walking, right? It's beautiful. I love being in New York, right? I just wish I had someone to share it with. Anyway. No, but that's dead ass. But anyway, so I got to remedy that. I've been so busy and so focused, I've been neglecting a certain part of my life, if you know what I mean, right? But I said all of that to say that that same phenomena of people from the underclass trying to assimilate to the higher class to where you want to become the greatest representative of that higher class. So for Ye, you can't get no higher than Hitler. That's as white as it come. That's as white as it come. Who else you gonna name? Literally, who else you gonna name? You can't. Don't even waste your time. It's a waste of time to even try. Don't say Napoleon, right? Even Napoleon dated half-black women. In fact, it was the half-black woman that told Napoleon, they prompted him to imprison Toussaint Louverture. Yeah, Josephine. She was like, you gonna let a nigga out-general you? That's exactly what she said. And Napoleon was like, nah, I can't do that. And he imprisoned Toussaint. That is the power of a woman. Toussaint ended up in that jail because of, in fact, he brought him onto the ship, set him up. Yeah, I forget if they put him in jail or beheaded him. I forget what it was, but it didn't end well. You understand? So I'm saying all this to say that this whole thing with Ye, it has nothing to do with not being able to see his kids. It has nothing to do with Jews coming against him. It has nothing to do with any of that. Record contracts did not become asymmetrical and exploitative to artists yesterday. The industry was built on that. Nobody put a gun to your head, Ye, and said, join that system. Nobody did that. Who? Point out the person who put a gun to your head that made you sign these messed up contracts. Oh, you can't?
He asked for him. He asked for him. He asked.
Begged. He didn't ask for him. He begged for him. There's a difference.
He begged for that Adidas contract.
And I'm going to tell you something else about Ye that a lot of people don't realize that I don't like about him. I watched a documentary that his friend did on him from when he was shooting Ye when he was young. I watched it some time ago.
Oh, man.
I watched it some time ago. And the one thing that I figured out about him, Ye, because of that experience, he became bitter. I want you to listen to what I'm saying to you. He became bitter. When you're constantly forced to be on the outside and you deal with that much rejection, he's a human being at the end of the day. He thinks he's not, but he's a human being. And as a human being, when you deal with that kind of rejection on a constant level, it's going to do something to your soul, right? It did something to his. It left him with a permanent sense of being bitter. So much so to the point, and Cameron was actually correct. When he said, yo, yeah, I'm looking at you and you can say what you want about me, but you're not happy, bro. I don't ever see you smile. And when I do, it's a smile of irony. It's not coming from the heart. And Cameron was right. Because that bitterness, it left a hole in his person.
Where in that film did you find his bitterness, or was the source of his bitterness?
Oh, no, it was when I was watching him trying to get put on. When he was fucking with Tommy Freddie and Black Star, and he was just making his rounds trying to get put on here, and he was being treated a certain way at Rockefeller. Oh, and by the way, thank you, Damon Dash, for another one of your fuck-ups leaving us with Kanye. Thank you very much. At least Jay-Z, that shows you the difference between Jay-Z and Damon Dash. Jay's instincts was enough to know not to fuck with Kanye. That dude just produced. Because he could see what was there. He could see what was there. You could say a lot about Jay that you want, about his bad shit. Everybody's got bad shit. But the one thing I've always respected about Jay was his instincts. He knew when to jump ship. He knew who not to fuck with. He knew who was their own worst enemy. And he was like, nah, I'm not going to be that. And you can hate me if you want. And look at all the moves he made since then. Now, I understand Tory Lane's father shit on Jay-Z for exploiting young black males and being up there with the feds with Desiree and all that shit up at, I forgot the name of that. What's the name of that? Rock Nation, right? I don't get involved with that. None of that shit is my business. I don't care about all of that. I'm just talking about this particular instance, right? It was Dash that put Ye on, and now we stuck with him. We stuck with him.
Damn.
Another great success story by Damon Dash. Right? So, initially, I used to want to fuck with Damon Dash, like, with everything that I'm working on and all the stuff that I'm doing. And then the more I really, like, just listen to him and I watch what he's doing with his New America and all this other shit, I'm like, nah, I'm good, bro. I'm good. I can't fuck with people that don't really get it. Right. I really can't. And there's just so many of them from that lane. Because they've been in that lane so long, they think they've seen so much and they know so much. It never occurred to them that they never made contact with the real shit. It never occurred to them. It just didn't, that concept can't even be real to them.
What you mean?
They never, dude, you're not gonna find Damon Dash listening to Dr. John Henry Clark. You're not gonna find a Jay-Z listening to Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinen or Ivan Van Sertima. Or Shek Enter Job, or reading The African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality. Ask Damon Dash who Mercer Cook was. Ask him. Ask Jay-Z who Mercer Cook was. They don't know because they don't care. Mercer Cook was the ambassador to 3 or 4 different, he was the American ambassador to 3 or 4 different African countries under 2 different presidential terms, under Kennedy and under Johnson. And this was a man that had every academic opportunity in the world and every vocational opportunity in the world because he was also a designee at the UN. What did he do with his affluence? He met with Sheikh Anta Diop in Senegal and translated his book, The African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality, from French into English so that Black Americans could read it in the West. How many of these dumb niggas do you think have read that book, The African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality? They wouldn't take an afternoon to read that shit because it ain't got nothing to do with affluence in their mind. So all they can do is add and compound to the mental diseases that Black people suffer from. And they cover it up with mansions, yachts, parties, nice clothes, a closet full of shoes that can house 20 homeless persons.
Freak-offs.
Freak-offs. Do you know how I feel? There's a young white dude who literally invests his time and money. And he's not rich. He's just a regular dude. He builds these little tiny homes and he puts them on these lots for homeless people to live in. Doesn't charge them shit. He just says, here, you ain't got to live out in the elements like that. I wish I could, I'm going to find his videos and show you to him because he needs to be celebrated. Fuck the color of his skin. He needs to be celebrated. And then you look at these Black millionaires and billionaires that don't do shit for nobody. No, you know what they do? Like Beyonce, give $8 billion to the church. The same people keeping you mentally enslaved.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Giving TD fakes all this money.
Church do something good, man. They be feeding people and stuff like that. Why you look at me like that?
Come on, man. They be feeding people.
You go get you a plate on Sunday, you know what I'm saying?
Now look, you and me both know. Let me show you how stupid Ye is. This is what I'm talking about. And I believe you when you said he don't read. Watch this. This shit gonna crack you up. What I'm about to show you. And I know this is gonna crack you up. I wanna watch the look on your face when you see this shit. I'm gonna show you how stupid Ye is. Watch this. And this is no bullshit. He worships white people, but he doesn't study. If you're gonna worship him, at least study the people you worship. Hold on. He doesn't even bother. He had a record come out, I think it was in 2011. I forget when it was. It was called Kanye West, Black Skinhead. Now, I have no problem with him appropriating skinhead culture. Why? Because when the skinhead culture first started in the UK, blacks were very present in that movement. They were a part of, they were an original part of that movement. So I got no beef with him on that. He's not cultural appropriating when it comes to skinheads, right? And he ain't even got to use the term black skinhead. Just skinhead would have been enough because they were part of the origin of that movement. I know, all right? Because I was around when it was starting. But what I don't respect about it is one of the lyrics in the song is, I keep it 300 like the Romans. Bro, did you hear what he said? I keep it 300 like the Romans. Were the 300 Romans?
No.
What were they? This is kindergarten shit.
Well, I think it's a movie reference to the movie 300.
Exactly. Were they Romans?
No.
What were they?
Greeks.
Thank you. How the fuck you talking about I keep it 300 like the Romans? You just showing me you historically illiterate, you stupid motherfucker. They weren't Roman, they were Greeks. How you out here trying to teach people and you don't know a Greek from a Roman? Stupid motherfucker. Illiterate, historically illiterate. I keep it 300 like the Romans. What kind of shit is that? That's like saying I sing Dancing Machine like the barge. I sing Dancing Machine like the barge, right? Or it's like when white people see they see Samuel Jackson and they say, "Oh my God, it's Lawrence Fishburne." They all look alike.
Damn.
How you gonna get a historical reference and you're supposed to be, what did he say? Oh yeah, I'm gonna start eating this motherfucker up. You have no idea, bro. But this is what I mean when I say stupid. I would never let my kid listen to you. You would have my kid thinking the 300, the Thermopylae, were Romans. The Thermopylae, who you call the Spartans, were Greeks who based their whole ideology on Kemet, ancient Egypt. Stupid motherfucker. Ain't never read a book in his life. Keep fucking with Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, historically illiterate people. Keep fucking with Sneeko. And that's another thing. Yeah.
Now you get into the root of my beef.
Hold on. Yeah. You probably will never see this shit. And it doesn't really matter. In fact, I'm going to address that too. I'm going to address all my shit. I'm going to let it hang out. Ye said that he's doing what he's doing to invite a conversation. Right? Now, you have to understand something about Ye. And I hope everybody's paying attention. You're supposed to be putting dope comments on the screen. Remember, there got to be some dope comments being made in the chat, bro. Come on, I know they got to be giving me some kind of fucking energy. I need some motivation, bro. Give me some inspiration to keep moving.
They going off. Niggas saying, clip that. It's a lot of funny faces in the chat. They're losing their mind right now.
That's what I want to hear. Right? Now, other than looking at your ugly face all through this fucking thing. Oh, from what I understand, people love when I fuck with you, bro. Because you're not as sensitive as Sonetta. Sonetta became mad. He's like, oh, Shaka, why you got...
Nah, we go to war in Hotepistan with each other all the time. I'm used to that shit.
All right? Ain't no pussies over here.
Nah, we fight all the time. Every day's a civil war in Hotepistan.
Yo, every day, that's a t-shirt. every day's a civil war in Hotepistan. Now, let me explain something to you children. And it's from an old man. Something you got to understand about Ye. I would say our brother Ye, but he's not our brother. And you better remember that. He is not your brother. Okay? Let me explain something to you about Ye, and this is very important that you remember this. I said a moment ago, Ye will probably never see this. Because I was going to say to him, kind of as a disclaimer, look, you invited people in your commentary to join in this conversation. He said that's why he's doing all this outlandish shit. He wants to start a conversation. But what you have to remember was that when Ye says that, he's not talking about us. Why? Because he doesn't care about what we think. To Ye, we are nobody. This is how self-hate works. To Ye, we are nobody. Everything he does in front of that camera is for them. They are his benchmark, not us.
Somebody in chat say he want white opinions.
They are standard. They are the standard for him. They are the standard benchmark for him, not us.
Shout out Hotep, Dutch, and Lauren. I see you. Yeah.
Not us. He don't give a fuck about us. In fact, he said so. You think I'm bullshitting? Hold on a second. You know I don't lie. What do I bring? I told you I was going to name my platform Receipts with Shakka Ahmose. I didn't. I probably should have, but I didn't. You can hit me later. Watch this. I'm going to show you I am not bullshitting you. Dude literally said it. Here it is right here. Boom. Let me put on my camera so you can say Shaka's not lying. I don't lie on people. I let people speak for themselves and I just highlight it. That's all I do. I bring receipts. Right? What did he say? Read this out loud.
My wife is white and she means more to me than all of y'all.
Period. Period. When he was saying all of y'all, nah, nigga, don't do a Raven Simone and try to clean that shit up years later. Oh no, I was talking about the people in the studio at Drink Champs. I was talking about what you call it? You know, what's the host of Drink Champs? I forgot his name.
Nori.
Yeah, Nori. Right? Right? You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, he created this conversation for white people to have.
Right. So you got to understand, he doesn't care about what we think. So I tell black people, you should feel free to say whatever the fuck you want to say about him because he don't care about what you think anyway. To him, you're like a gnat because you're not white. You understand what I'm saying? You basically don't even exist. You can't go get a mouthful of titanium. Why does that matter? Hold on. You think I'm making it up? Hold on. I hate when this thing happens, man. I hate when this thing fucking disappears on me. Right? Hold on. Let's see.
Shout out
I just said, you can't go get a mouth full of titanium. Right? Why does that matter? I'm going to show you why right now. I'm gonna show you what he said. The fuck? Hold on a second. Here it is, right here. Boom. Let's keep it 100. We're gonna keep it 100 on Ye. All right. What did he say right here? I say in the raps. What did he say?
Getting green almost make you white.
Boom. He was telling you his trajectory then and there. Getting money almost make you white. What that means is that in his world, he understood early on, as a nigga, I can have all the money in the world, but I will never be white. He understood that early on. So in order for him to achieve the unachievable, what does he got to do? You're going to learn about his psyche, bro. Like, this dude is really sick. Right? And then I'm going to show you the difference between him and Michael Jackson. Because people don't understand and they don't know what happened to Michael Jackson and what made him do that to his skin and his face.
All right, so I want to get something clear on something you brought up, because you touched on a huge rebuttal people said, and it's right in line with the conversation we're having now. Okay. So I don't want to shift until we really hash this out. So the rebuttal people are having is the images of slavery, et cetera, past trauma, the N-word, violence in rap music is always a constant reminder to black people. And this Hail Hitler song is basically his way of making Jews confront their dark evil, their dark past, their traumas.
Stop right there. That's another talking point from all of the reactions that I watched. And I told you, everything he says is to hide. That is a rationale that he tries to hide behind. So you don't understand the nature of the creature you're dealing with. You're a little dummy that's going to fucking believe everything he says. He wrote it. He must mean it. He said it. He must mean it. No, my dude. No, my dude. He said, having money almost makes you white. That tells you then, he said that back then before any of this Jewish stuff. That tells you back then he was putting a premium on whiteness. Not only that, he also admitted one thing about Kanye. Kanye is not a mystery. He's always admitting this shit. What did he say right here? What did it say in the red?
I'm confused as a black man.
That's what Ye said. Now, if you combine I'm confused as a black man with getting green almost make you white, what is going to happen to a confused black man who gets green?
He gonna want to be white.
This right here.
Damn.
The fuck?
White Ye.
Yes. This right here. They got a bald version of this. I didn't like it because it made him look too half black, like Vin Diesel. I was like, nah, we're going to get that motherfucker to here. This dude all the way white. He all the way white. And told you, he didn't just say, I care about my wife more than all of y'all. He said, my wife, he had to invoke her whiteness. But let me show you how deep he is. And I put quotations around the deep. He didn't just marry a white woman. He married a true Caucasian. All white people are not Caucasian. She's from Armenia, which is in the mountainous region or the foothills of the Caucasus Mountains. She's a real Caucasians. The Kardashians are real Caucasians. They're what you consider ethnic whites. Eurasia. These are the people that Western Europeans would claim as their origin, but excluded them from whiteness. Because they consider people from Eastern Europe and Central Europe, they consider them people to be backwards. That's why they enslaved them. The Hanseatic League, all them people, them Germans and all of them, they enslaved all of those people. The Baltics, the Slavics, all of them, the Slavs, where you get the word slave from. Talking about, what was that talking point? This is the opportunity to get the Jews to confront. Look. He is hiding behind the Jewish thing. He's hiding. He's using that as a premise to let his white nuts hang out. His little white nuts. That's what he's doing. He's using the Jews as a catalyst and a premise to let his little night, so he can hang and waver his little white nuts in your Negro face. Remember, having money will make you almost white. I got a grill, titanium grill. Isn't that what he does?
Yeah.
This shit ain't got nothing to do with Jews.
So where does Sneeko fit into all of this situation? Because you brought him up.
Now, my issue with Sneeko is this. And my question to Sneeko would be, why are you hanging with somebody who has assumed the name and the persona of a man who hated mixed race people like you? Said you were subhuman and inferior and a racial bastard. You are inferior, subhuman, infectious, contaminant, racial bastard. That's what Sneeko is in the eyes of Hitler. According to Hitler.
Yeah.
Not according to Piers Morgan. Not according to, this is the one thing why he has no excuse. We didn't need Jewish people to tell us about Hitler. So let's stop with that bullshit right there. We didn't need Jewish people to tell us about Hitler. Why do I say that? Because Hitler told us about Hitler. You stupid motherfuckers. You mad because you too stupid to not read Mein Kampf. You won't pick up the book and read it. So you want to pretend that everything that we think and know about Hitler, we got from the Jews. When Hitler said it out his own mouth in his own book in his own writing. You stupid motherfuckers. You're a bunch of dumb niggas that make excuses for other dumb niggas like Ye. You also stupid enough, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. Them same people who do that, who make talking points and excuses for Ye to confront Jews with Hitler, you also too stupid to realize that the Holocaust had very little to do with Jews.
Oh shit, here we
Stupid
go.
Motherfucker. You know I detest stupid people. I detest them because they make me work harder. I don't want to have to work so hard. I'd rather just go look at some porn. I just said that for shock value. Right? Hold on, I wasn't that one. Stop. Right? So
the Holocaust got nothing to do with Jews?
No, it ain't got. I didn't say it had nothing to do with Jews. But Jews are not at the center of the Holocaust. He tells you in his own writing. The Jews committed 2 crimes. Let me show you this. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find it right here. It should be in here. This might be it. Let me take a look. I'll show you some shit from one of my older PowerPoints. Hold on. Okay, I remember this one. I did a few of them responding to him. No. I added this to that. No. Okay, what was it that I wanted to show you just now? There was something I wanted to show you. Damn, what was I just talking about? Because my mind is moving at 1,000,000 miles a minute.
The Holocaust.
Right. Hold on a second. But it was something
It
specific.
was basically how you know, the things that Hitler wanted to execute with the Holocaust.
Things Hitler wanted to execute.
Yeah, you said the Jews were not at the center of the Holocaust.
I know what I'm looking for. Thank you. I know exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you for that.
Shout out, Kaylin. Thank you.
Thank you. Keep this in mind. Keep just say Nazi propaganda film. Just keep that in mind so I don't forget. Okay? You heard me?
Yep, I got it right here in the notes.
Nazi propaganda film. Just keep that in mind.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you this. I didn't have this in my new PowerPoint, so I have it in my older one. So I'm just going to grab it real fast. All right, come in here. I got it. Go in here. Should be in here. Let's see. Let's see if it's in here. It should be.
You know what's crazy is, you know, when people use that excuse to say that Jews have to, you know, the song is supposed to keep it at the forefront. I'm like, they come out with a new Nazi film every year. They're not afraid of you saying "Hell Hitler." They publish it. It's like you go on Netflix, just type in Hitler. It's like 1,000 movies.
Facts. Facts.
So that makes that like a poor argument. Like, what do you mean that you're making them face that history? They produce it.
Yeah, they face that history. They the one that go to Auschwitz every year. Motherfucker, what the fuck is you talking about? They the one that got a Holocaust museum. The fuck? Talk about making them face. This is what I mean about the stupid shit that the dumb things that they say, right? It's just the dumb shit that black people say to validate their bullshit. All right, let me see if it's in this one. Okay, now this must be an earlier one that I did. I just want to show you one thing. Oh, this is, damn, I got like 20 response. A lot of times I'll respond to people and I won't publish it. I just wanted to get it off my chest. I wanted to see my ideas crystallized.
Yeah, I'm guilty
in front
of that.
My face.
I'm guilty of that too, yeah.
Yeah. All right, I found it right here. Oh, wow.
Jabari said Mein Kampf is the number 2 selling book in Israel. In Hebrew. Damn.
Yeah, do you know why?
Nope.
I'm going to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Oh, shit. My bad. Hold on. My passport, go back in. I had it. Go back into PowerPoints. All right. Sometimes I just got to talk myself through. Go back into PowerPoints. Go back into Kanye. Just type in Kanye. All right. Psycho motherfucker. Nick Cannon. Yay, hit the response. Yay, hit the response PDF. Oh man, don't tell me I got rid of it. Yeah, I might have actually gotten rid of this shit. Damn. And what was the name of that football player that got in trouble for saying that blacks are the real Hebrews, are the real Jews?
Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie Irving, right?
Yeah.
That's not the basketball player, right?
Yeah.
No, I said the football player. His name was Sean something. Hold on. Football player. I'm gonna bring it up right now. Because his name is
Marshawn Lynch.
Nah. Says blacks are the real Jews. Pull it up right now. Deshaun Jackson.
Deshaun Jackson said that?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
He shared an anti-Semitic Hitler quote that talked about Jews not being the real Jews.
Oh, shit.
Come on, man. Where was you?
I don't watch sports.
I don't watch sports either, but I know. Because I don't know, for some reason, dumb shit always reaches my ears. Don't ask me why. Okay. All right. I got the name, so we're that much closer to it. Let me come in here. Go into my PowerPoints. Whoop, 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 whoop. I mean, this is shit. This is what I do for a living anyway, man. I'm teaching class. I'd be like, all right, let's go find it.
Absolutely. Receipts.
Here we go. Almost spawns. Oh, that's why. Okay, cool. I got it. Cool. I got it. All right. Now I'm going to show you. Here we go. Now, why was I bringing up this film? For a reason. Here we go. Hold on. All right. Okay. Boom. Here it is right here. This dumb motherfucker said this. I ain't gonna talk about what he said. Just more dumb shit. Okay. This is very important what I'm about to show you. Okay. And what were we talking about? I said, what is the greatest crime that Jews committed? Oh, because I told you that this is really not about Jews. Right? Watch this. I'm going to prove it to you right now. Now, I'm looking in the screen. Can you see me?
I can see you, but not the share screen.
Okay, that's cool. I just want you to see me.
Okay.
And my pretty self. Right? Very important that you see me in my beautiful, pretty self. Okay. I had an important meeting with someone yesterday, and I'm going to have another important meeting with them pretty soon. And I had to explain to them, the Holocaust is not about Jews. Okay? And they were not central to it. What was central to the Holocaust, and I always said that somebody asked me, and I want you to ask me a question. I want you to say, Shakka, what is the most challenging thing that you find about teaching?
What is the most challenging thing you find about teaching?
Now I want you to ask me that one more time.
What is the most challenging thing you find in teaching?
Now I want you to ask me that one more time.
What is the most challenging thing you find when teaching?
Now, I want you to do this for your audience. If you really respect them, ask me that question one more time.
I see where you're going. What is the most challenging thing you find when teaching?
Okay. The most challenging thing that I find about teaching, and I've been teaching for years. I've been studying for almost 40 years, but I've been teaching for at least 25. The most challenging thing that I find about teaching is teaching Black people that they are at the center of everything. Because no matter how hard you try, they can't see it. And they can't believe it. They always see themselves as on the periphery, as a minor concern. In fact, not even a minor concern. They see themselves as a non-concern. And because Black people see themselves as a non-concern, it engenders resentment in them towards white people because they feel that white people are not concerned with them, which in fact is the exact opposite of the truth. You are the only thing they are concerned with.
Damn. Here we go.
And that concept, it's too big for them to wrap their minds around. It sounds too sensational, too sensationalized. I'm going to show you. This one. Boom. No, that ain't the one I wanted to share. Stop share. Trying to play me. I'm going to use my big one. Here we go. Boom. Okay. I need you to read this. No, let's see. Okay. In fact, yeah, let's go back. Read this. From the top.
Hitler said, because the white Jews knows that the Negroes are the real children of Israel, and to keep America's
Secret.
the Jews will blackmail America. They will extort America. Their plan for world domination won't work if the Negroes know who they were. The white citizens of America will be terrified to know that all this time they've been mistreating and discriminating and lynching the children of Israel.
Continue.
They will fear God. They will fear God will destroy them as he destroyed Egypt for doing the same thing. So the elite, the Illuminati, keeps this a secret at all costs. After
all right, so stop. Right? Oh, no. Oh, in fact, continue on.
After I die, I will one day cause World War III just by this message, which will be like planting a seed in a people's minds until it sprouts once they nurture that seed and seek more truth and learn Hitler was right.
Okay. Now, this quote is supposed to be something that Hitler supposedly said. And this individual, Deshaun Jackson, posted it on his social media to prove some kind of point that the Jews are in fact the Negroes of America. All right? All this Babylon and Timbuktu bullshit. This black Hebrew Israelite bullshit. Right?
Uh-oh.
He posted that there. And he got in trouble for it. Big time. Okay? It was right around the time that stupid documentary came out. I forgot the name of it. Right? That was all this black Hebrew bullshit. The one that the basketball Kyrie Irving got in trouble for supporting.
Right.
He posted about it.
Right.
This quote came out around the same time that came out, that documentary. And I was embarrassed because all social media is full of niggas that are historically illiterate and don't know shit. And so they repeat stupid shit. Now this man who been hitting the head too many times on the football field read this somewhere and was unintelligent enough to believe that Hitler actually said this stuff. Because he's not a scholar and he doesn't know how to source content. Well, it's written. That means he must have said it. Now, read this.
All right, let's get into it. It says here, although the clickbait site provided no citation for when Hitler allegedly made these comments, commentators on the page directed those curious about the quote's authenticity to the book The Nazis World War II by Robert Edwin Herstein.
Book written by a Jew. Let's go.
Other dubious sites immediately picked up on the claim and uncritically reshared the completely bogus Adolf Hitler quote along with its alleged source. Clearly,
okay, so this is a bullshit quote. Hitler never said this. All right, continue on.
Such as opening the book in which the quote supposedly appeared.
Right here, this stuff from clearly.
Clearly without doing even the barest minimum of research.
See, that's the problem. That's niggas. They don't even do the barest minimum of research. One of their homies send them a tweet or something, they read it and go, oh shit, you know what Hitler said? And then you get mad when white people say you have a low IQ. When you just proved that they were right. How you gonna get mad when white people say, as a black person, you have a low IQ, you see some shit on the internet, repeat it as if it was true, and then you get mad because they said you got a low IQ. Even when I postulated that Candace Owens was the one who introduced Kanye to Hitler, I said, I'm postulating it. I did not say it was a fact because it was something I heard another commentator say. I'm not going to die on the hill of something that someone else said. I left enough room to be corrected, which you did. You said he got it from Nick Fuentes. Okay, no harm, no foul.
That's called, you were responsible with your words.
That's it. You have to be responsible with your words, okay? Because it's all you got. Okay? Now look, start from here, clearly.
Okay, it says clearly, without doing even the barest minimum of research. Yo, they killing him. Yo, such as opening the book in which the quote supposedly appears. Needless to say, this passage does not appear in Herstein's book. We could not find this passage in either the digital copy available on Google Books nor the hard copy we examined. Page 132 of Herstein's book, The Nazis, features a photograph of Hitler and Goebbels and others watching a propaganda film, a description of what this film depicted, as well as few stills from the production.
Now, if you watch the propaganda film that Goebbels actually did produce, which was shown in France in the theaters, people later, if you see the film Inglourious Basterds, they try to say that Goebbels and Hitler actually died in that theater when it got blown up, right? Which was not true, right? But that was the theater in which the German propaganda films were shown and where Goebbels premiered them. So this particular film is one of them. And if you watch this film, this will tell you what the Jews' greatest crime was. And it has nothing to do with being Jewish. Watch. Because being Jewish is a religion. That's all it is. You worship Yahweh, you keep the commandments, you observe the Sabbath, and that's it. You're Jewish, okay? Watch. Get circumcised, right? Read this, please.
Did Adolf Hitler say he would start World War III after his death? A quote attributed to the Nazi dictator about the start of World War III is a hoax perpetuated by people not inclined to check for themselves.
Now,
Dang.
people not inclined to check for themselves is a euphemism for niggas. Because you don't open the book to do bare minimum research, and you don't check shit for yourself. Your homie said it, sent you the tweet, it gotta be true. Maybe if you stop watching the game like most of you was watching last night and pick up a book and fucking read it, you might learn something. But you hate books, right? This is the book. Nazis World War II by Herstein from Time Life Books. This is the actual book, and when you open it up, this is the page in the book that talks about the film, the propaganda film that they were watching in Germany, in France at the time, under Nazi occupation. And in this book, when you look at the film, you are going to see what their greatest crime is. Okay, hold on. Okay, I lost my cursor for some reason. Oh, here it is. All right. Okay, read this from the top, bro.
Jews linked to black people. The page, like the rest of the book.
Hold on, stop right there. Jews linked to black people. That right there, you don't got to read no further. That is their greatest crime. The fact that they are linked to black people. That's their crime. You got to let that sink in for a minute. Their greatest crime is being linked to black people. Now, if Hitler considered it a crime to be linked to black people, what do you think he thought about black people? Think about that shit for a minute. Your mic is dead.
I was talking to my son.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I'm gonna wait for you to swallow that down so you can go ahead and read this. I ain't doing all the heavy lifting.
Your page, like the rest of the book, does not contain an argument suggesting that Hitler was not racist. Given his actions and historical record, a case for his lack of prejudice would be difficult to make indeed. Or that he was kind toward black people. The hoax quote also appears to miss that racism can exist toward different ethnic groups. Instead, it describes a propaganda film that linked Jewish people to other groups, including black people.
Hold on. This is in black and white. They're linked to black people. This was their biggest crime. Their second biggest crime was because they ran the entertainment industry in France during that period in World War II, which provided entertainment into Germany. Many of these Black French stars were basically used to, what's the word? To seduce, if you will. The same way Hollywood stars seduce the American viewership is the same way Black French stars like Josephine Baker and others, they were used to seduce the German viewership. And he blamed the Jews for that. So not only are you linked to Blacks through race, you are linked to Blacks through your professional vocation, which is entertainment and military, which you're going to see later. He blamed France for using the Blacks from their French colonies to come into Germany to police it during the Weimar period after World War I. He said, what did he say earlier about Blacks raping blonde girls on the Rhine? Those are the Blacks he was talking about. So their greatest crime of Jews was being steeped in Blackness from multiple angles. I told you. So if that's the case, then what was the Holocaust really about? Was it about Judaism? Common sense.
Got to get rid of that Negroid infection.
Read from here.
Goebbels and Hitler personally appraised a new German movie. When the Fuhrer complained that the films espousing the Nazi line were too scarce, Goebbels rushed a pair of anti-Semitic pictures into production. In one segment of a Nazi instructional film, which is right there, the genetic heritage of the Jew is purportedly traced to Oriental, Negro, Near Asian, and Hamitic people. Hence the film.
Watch this. Stop. Right? Hence the film concludes. Go ahead.
Hence the film concludes, the Jew is a bastard.
Stop right there. What that means is Hitler saw Jews. Now, this is important because now Goebbels is telling you, the minister of propaganda, you said all your niggas are Nazis. That's what Ye said in his song World War III, and he said it in the Hitler song. So the number two Nazi or number three Nazi, which is Goebbels, because he was the minister of propaganda, he's telling you out his own fucking mouth, he's telling you that Hitler saw Jews the same way as being what your children are, yay? That because they were mixed, and he names black people twice, Negro and Hamitic. Those are both blacks. Sub-Saharan Africa and Eastern and North African blacks. So which means the African element was double-fold in the Jew. This was their greatest crime. If the Jews were just mixed with Near Asian and Oriental, I mean, he did kill the Romani who would fit that description. But their main crime was this, the Negro and the Hamitic peoples. Right? The Jew, it says Jew is the bastard. It says it. See this? Jus ist ein Bastard. Judah ist ein Bastard. For those of you who want to speak, Sie sprechen Sie Deutsch. Sie sprechen Sie Deutsch? Hosten Starkos, meinen Freunden? Guten Tag, meinen Freunden. See his Hosten Starkos? Yeah, I speak the language. Bitter, bitter, bitter. Scheiße, scheiße, scheiße. You know how I know how to speak the language. You know how I learned it. Yeah, I told you I got a pass. The models, they used to love me, bro. The models was loving me, bro. Okay? Look. Yeah, I don't even understand.
So that's how they draw the inference that he's saying that blacks are the original Jews, they try to take this and contort it and make up a different.
Yeah, they contort it. They contort it. They're telling you that the Jews purportedly trace the Oriental, Negro, Near Asian, and Hamitic peoples. Period. Period. He's talking about, and the main part you really got to see is, and in fact, to be honest, he names Asian twice and black twice. Oriental is Asian or Near Eastern. It's a combination of Near Eastern and Asian. And then he has Near Asian, which is a combination of Near Eastern. By the way, you got to understand something about Hitler. Hitler was historically illiterate, just like Ye. And I think Ye should name himself Hitler because he has a lot in common with Hitler. They're both historically illiterate motherfuckers. They both hate black people. They both apparently hate bastards, racial bastards, which means that Kanye, that is the number one reason he should not be allowed to be around his children. Bro, that's a legit fucking reason, yay? You lucky I'm not the prosecutor. I would do you and bro. You would have to get on one of Elon Musk rockets to go see your kids, bro. That's how bad I would be because of your actions. This is some real shit right here. This is a legit social legal reason to call you an unfit parent. You have racially miscegenated children, and you worship and proselytize and have named yourself after a man who hated racially mixed children. And you also invite people to acclaim him. Bro, he did not just hate Jews, he hated blacks. He called us animals. He equated teaching us to being the same as animal training. Did he or did he not?
He did.
Look, hold on.
Shout out Caleb Walker.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Boom. Read this. Continue.
Where we at? Where we at? What page? No, we've read this one.
All right. The Jew is the bastard.
Right.
Right. Below the villainous title character, what's his name? Jude Seuss, a violently anti-Semitic melodrama. Spin schemes with crony Rabbi Lowe. Right here. This is one of the scenes from the film. This is history, people. Why you ain't learning this in school? So the word Jew in Nazism simply just meant racially miscegenated. That's all it meant, racially miscegenated. But the real insult in that miscegenation was the black part. And you'll see because of the how can I put it? The sacred space that he leaves for black insult. Read this.
The propaganda film described in this book attempted to trace Jewish ancestry to other groups of people. Okay. Most likely to demonize other cultures outside the Aryan race, not to absolve any groups or make any anti-racist arguments. An article published by the United States Holocaust Museum explained that although black people were not targeted in the same way as Jews, they were still persecuted.
Right.
And Germany produced propaganda that painted black soldiers as chronic rapists.
Oh, now wait a minute. Where did we see that before? Birth of a what?
Nation?
Yes, Birth of a Nation. And this is why white America cannot say shit about Nazis. I'm tired of all of these liberal whites on their social media platforms talking about how bad Nazis were without admitting that the Nazis picked up their cue from white America. White America is the original Nazi.
Oh, man.
They don't want to deal with that. They want to act like, no, we want to, we just all Americans. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all are the original Nazis. We know that. Didn't this woman just make over $500,000 by calling a little boy a nigger in Minnesota in the park?
Oh, you know about that?
Bro, I told you all the fuckery reaches my ears. I don't even be looking for it. The shit that's before.
She got close to $1 million. And her
Yeah.
and they just found out that her campaign was run by a Jew, so now they upset.
But what did I tell you before? Hold on. Her campaign was ran by a Jew, right? And guess who was engineering Kanye's work making his Hail Hitler song? A Jew. I'm gonna show him to you in the video in a second. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? It tells you that people are individuals no matter what groups they claim. So you could call yourself a Jew. That doesn't mean you're loyal to Jewish people or Jewish causes. No more than just because you're black. That means you're loyal to black people or black causes. And this is why I don't lump all people in one category. I don't. I just don't do it. Because I know how individuals move and think. Those Jews that went to Hollywood to create that white aristocracy that we later on saw in the media, most of those Jews divested themselves of any relationship to Judaism. They wanted to be seen as secular, as atheistic, or quasi-Christians. Why? Because they wanted to assimilate to the highest ranks of American elite, which was Anglo-Saxon. So this stuff is not some easy shit, right? Read this.
The fate of black people from 1933 to 1945 in Nazi Germany and in German-occupied territories range from isolation to persecution, sterilization, medical experimentation, incarceration, brutality, and murder.
See that last one?
Murder.
And murder. Now, here's my question. How do you praise a man? Because you said Hail Hitler. How you going to acclaim the name of a man who murdered black people wholesale? He didn't murder 15, 20, or 30 black people. He didn't murder 100 black people. He didn't even murder 500 black people. He didn't murder 1,000 black people. Kanye, you think he wants you to think, what, 5 black people died? Oh, man, we got that many in a drive-by in L.A., in Chicago. Nah, my dude. The number was up there. It was above those numbers. It was certainly above 100. It was certainly above 500. It was certainly above 1,000. It was above 1,500.
6 million?
How many niggas got to die before you realize that this is some evil shit, yeah? That you want to be, that's what you want to call yourself? Why don't you just call yourself Botha or Leopold? Call yourself George Wallace, Governor Wallace. But you know who Ye really wants to be? He really wants to be Timothy McVeigh. That would make him come. That would make him come in his pants.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, man. That's a gut punch right there.
That would make him come in his pants. If he was affiliated and associated with Timothy McVeigh, he would literally come in his pants from the joy of it. That's how bad Ye wants to be a part of that white superstructure. This dude is disgusting on some next level shit. He's disgusting on some next level shit that y'all don't even understand fully yet, but you will by the time I'm done. Let's go.
Lord Jesus have mercy.
Let's go.
Following World War I and the Treaty of Versailles, the victorious Allies occupied the Rhineland in Western Germany. The use of French colonial troops, some of whom were black, in these occupation forces exacerbated anti-black racism in Germany.
Stop. So Ye is down with the anti-black racism. See, I saw a girl last night. I'm gonna show you her shit. She did this poem about how Ye basically said fuck black women. I wanted to contact her and say, no, silly. He didn't reject black women. He rejected black people, period. The men and the women. Acting like he want to be Dirk's savior. Oh, I got to get Dirk out of jail. I got to get him free from his deal. But the Jews are stopping me because they want 10 mil. Should I give it to him? Is it a flex or is it exploitation? This nigga's sick in the head. He wants to throw in a million arguments and a million caveats as to why he wants to supplicate this man's name. No, you want to supplicate this man because you didn't stop sucking dick with your cousin. You sucking Hitler's dick. That's the real truth of the matter. I can see the shit on the side of Ye's mouth. Talking about his favorite meal is pussy. Now, I'm sorry. Ye should not be offended by me saying these things or showing these things because you got to remember, he does not care about what we think or what we say. He's made that very clear.
Right.
So with all due respect, I got your permission to do this, bro. You gave us permission to do this. Am I wrong or am I right?
You're right.
Okay. If you don't care about what we say and what we think, then we would be remiss not to say what is true about you. You suck Hitler's dick. You weren't man enough to stand up against the Jewish element that you purportedly hate as a black man. You couldn't do it as a black man. You had to do it as a wannabe white man.
Oh.
That's why I don't fuck with you, Ye. Because you weak. You weak. You couldn't stand up against the Jews as a black man. Real talk.
He ran straight to the white man.
Yeah, you had to hide behind white people because you want to show white people you are in their ranks. And another thing people got to understand about that song, Hail Hitler, that song was not made for black people to bop their heads to.
Nope.
He wasn't thinking about you when he made that song. And when he said, he told you, all my niggas are Nazis. Are you a Nazi, Hotep Jesus?
No, I'm not.
I'm not a Nazi.
So that means his niggas is
Nazis. People like Anders Breivik, who killed all them people in New Zealand. He went to that summer camp and killed all of them people. Killed the shit out of 80 people. And then did a zig hail in the courtroom. Do you know at the end of World War II, somebody yelled zig hail to commemorate Hitler? They were at a memorial thing to memorialize the end of World War II, and none of the Nazis present would do it. They all kept their arms down. What does that tell you? They wasn't really with that shit. They did it upon the pain of death. If you was really with that shit, you would have did it. You would have said zig hail. But you didn't. They all refused to put their hand out.
Where was this at?
Hold on, man. Let me show you something, bro. Watch.
Shout out Willie Will. Infinite Amork, I see you. Shakka pulling receipts after receipts after receipts.
You know that's all I do.
Damn.
I told you, I very rarely do I share opinions. I'm like, fucking opinion. What am I gonna do with an opinion? Unless it's an informed one. Period. And you better believe it. If it's mine, it's gonna be informed.
Chat losing their mind, yo.
Hold on. See, Ye is not gonna tell you this. Bro, read this.
By the end of 1934, special.
Oh, no. Hold on. Let me find it correctly. Let me stop sharing. Hold on 1 second. I found the correct word, but it was in another part of the article. Hold on. Motherfucker trying to let me see. Okay.
Somebody asked if it was the Nuremberg trials.
Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, hold on 1 second.
He pulling receipts right now, y'all.
Yeah.
He pulling receipts right now. We deep inside this. Chat, one's in the chat if he killing this nigga Ye right now. One's in the chat if Shakka killing Ye right now. I don't think there's no way after this. I don't think there's no way anybody can defend Ye.
There is no way. Fuck out of here. How you gonna stand up for somebody who said your children were racial bastards who were infectious and contaminant and inferior and teaching their black father was like animal training? The fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna show you some. Hold on, wait till I'm gonna show you some shit that Ye said, bro. You don't even understand. Like, I'm really just getting started.
Hella ones in the chat.
Hold on. Here it is right here. Boom. Boom. Here it is right here. I knew I would find it. For a minute, I thought I was like, huh? And what section is it in? Oh, Nazi chants. Here we go. It's in the Nazi chants section. Got it. Boom. All right. Gotcha. Here you go. Receipt. You ready for the receipt?
I'm ready.
Read this from here.
Let's see what that says.
Nazi chants.
Nazi chants like Hail Hitler and Sieg Heil were prevalent across Nazi Germany, sprouting in mass rallies and even regular greetings alike. In Nazi Germany, the Nazi chants Hail Hitler and Sieg Heil were the formulas used by the regime. When meeting someone, it was customary to greet with the words Hail Hitler, while Sieg Heil was a verbal salute used at mass rallies. Specifically, to the cry of an officer of the word Sieg, victory. The crowd responded with Hail. Hail. For example, at the 1934 Nuremberg rally, Rudolf Hess ended his climatic speech with the words, "The party is Hitler, but Hitler is Germany, just as Germany is Hitler. Hitler, Sieg Heil." At his total war speech delivered in 1943, audience shouted Sieg Heil as Joseph Goebbels solicited from them a kind and plebiscitary.
A kind of publicitary, right?
Ja to total war. Ja meaning yes. Ja. Okay. On March 11th, 1945, less than 2 months before the capitulation of Nazi Germany, a memorial for the dead of war was held in Marktschellenberg, a small town near Hitler's Berghof residence. The British historian Ian Kershaw remarks that the power of the Fuhrer and cult and the Hitler myth had vanished. Which is evident from this report.
Read this.
When the leader of the Wehrmacht unit at the end of his speech called for Sieg Heil for the Fuhrer, it was returned neither by the Wehrmacht present nor by the Volkssturm, nor by the spectators of the civilian population who had turned up. This silence of the masses probably reflects better than anything else the attitudes of the population.
You know what that means? That means the Volkssturm, the Wehrmacht present, the spectators of the civilian population who had turned up, none of them would put their hands out. None of them returned it. When they said Sieg Heil, the shit was quiet as a motherfucking mouse. They was like, nope, we ain't with that shit. How come Ye don't tell you that part? Why he don't tell you that? Because he's still sucking Hitler's dick. When his own people was like, fuck that Zig Heil, we not fucking with it. Here this little bitch ass with his titanium teeth want to come running out. They won't let me see my kids. Zig Heil. They want to take my Adidas contract. They want to put this millions of dollars on my head. And
Damn.
this nigga full of shit, bro. And he's historically illiterate. That's why I don't like him. You know what the difference was between him and Tupac? Tupac actually read books.
That's true.
Tupac actually read books. How the fuck? You right. They should have never compared Tupac to Ye. There's no comparison. Pac wasn't trying to suck white dick.
Mm.
Pac was not trying to suck white dick.
Mm.
That's all Ye does. Even if I mean it rhetorically and metaphorically. With his cousin, it was literally. Now, from my position, I ain't never met nobody that did something once and that was just it. If you sucked your cousin's dick, I don't think that that's the only dick you ever sucked. I'm sorry. What made your cousin so special? I'm sorry. You just like to suck dick. Like I said, when all kids were experimenting, they experimented with what? With what they like to do. We like humping on each other. Later on, we took it to the next level. When we got older, we actually had sex. That's just part of the thing. But if you were sucking dick at 14, you always wanted to suck dick. You said you were looking at porn magazines. Y'all was looking at dirty magazines. Well, who in your family had magazines where it was men sucking men's dicks? Was it your father? Because that would tell us a lot.
Uh-oh.
See, you don't tell the whole story. Was it your mother? You already outed your mother on Twitter as being a lesbian. Donda. You know he did, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Talking about her having sex with the babysitter. That's where he gets it from. That's why he has sex with his employees. Oh, unless the babysitter was a boy. I don't know. If the babysitter was a boy, then
Well,
I don't know.
He did say it was Donda's magazines that he found. He found his mama's magazines and his daddy's magazines. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that's common. There's nothing wrong with that. That's common. But which one of your parents had magazines with same-sex actions? That's what I want to know. Because that would tell us a lot about you and what was programmed into you. You understand what I'm saying? That is real shit. Oh, so what they say when you asked them to put a 1 in the chat? Did you get any ones in the chat?
A million of them.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. Now, we're going to eat this motherfucker alive today because the shit that he has been doing is just, I'm like, dude, I'm going to read that shit again. When the leader of the Vermont unit at the end of his speech called for a Zig Heil for the Führer, it was returned. Neither. Everybody, in other words, it wasn't none of this. See this? That's 1935. 10 years later, they was like, you got to turn this shit upside down. This picture here, you would have to turn it upside down 10 years later. They was like, nope.
So the Wehrmacht was the military for people.
That was the war machine.
Yeah, that was the war machine.
That was the war machine. They was like, nope. Everybody kept their hand down. This bitch ass nigga want to come years later talking about Zig Heil. Get the fuck out of here. Because it's a game to you. It's a game to Kanye. Call him by his name. Kanye, fuck Ye. Kanye, nigga, that's your name.
Damn. So think about that, right? So this is Hitler's dead. The war is lost. And that means that the pride of Nazism was a facade.
Oh, yes. It was fake. If it wasn't fake, if it was from their hearts, they ought to put that hand out.
Right.
Bro,
Nobody put it out.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Stalin. Stalin's form of communism, where everybody was in fear for their life.
And that's why they went along with it.
And that's why they went along with it. But
Yeah.
nobody really believed in it.
That's how fascism works. That's how fascism works. Or if they did believe it, they was too weak to stand on it when it was successfully opposed.
Right.
Which means you ain't got no courage. Or it means you're going to start hiding. Like a bitch. You're going to hide.
And then you got your boy Tesla throwing up the Sieg Hill.
Oh, yeah, but hold on. That's a whole nother thing. We're going to deal with that. But this sick fuck. Yeah, it's sick, man. Ain't no way in the world you can't tell me that man ain't sick. And it's a special kind of sickness. You feel me? Hold on. Let's deal with this nigga some more, man. I'm like, yo, this. I hope, hey, yo, somebody call Northwest or call her babysitter and tell her to watch this. Northwest, my heart goes out to you, baby, because your daddy worships a man who hated people like you. On some real shit, bro. I was going to save this for my channel, but I'm going to show you something right now. Hold on. In fact, let's read this first. Hey, yo, read. In fact, read from the use of French troops, the French colonial troops. Read that.
The use of French colonial troops, some of whom were black, and these occupation forces exacerbated anti-black racism in Germany. Racist propaganda against black soldiers depicted them as rapists of German women and carriers of venereal and other diseases. The children of black soldiers and German women were called Rhineland bastards.
Stop it. That's what Northwest is considered by Hitler, a Rhineland bastard. Your son, Ye, is considered, in fact, they would be considered an Armenian bastard or an American bastard. You don't even need those countries. Use American. They would be considered American bastards. And Hitler was clear on how he felt about white Americans who did not mix with blacks. He praised them. I thought you read Mein Kampf, Ye. You was bragging about reading 2 chapters before you go to sleep. To me, ideologically, Ye is a bitch and a faggot. And I'll say that, ideologically speaking, because the shit that you holding up, you don't understand. And you don't care who it hurts because you think it's cool as long as you get attention. Let me explain to you Ye's ideology before we come back. No, in fact, Rhineland bastards. I want you to see that shit, bro. How you worship a man, or you took the name of a man who considered the children of black fathers and white mothers to be bastards, racial bastards. The Nazi, he said his niggas was Nazis, right?
That's what he said.
Let's see what his niggas think. Read that.
The Nazis, at the time, a small political movement, viewed them as a threat to the purity of the Germanic race.
So that's how your children, Northwest and Saint, I don't know the other 2 children's name. And don't tell me to keep your children's name out my mouth, motherfucker. You put them in our mouths.
Damn.
The fuck are you talking about? You brought them front and center for the world to consume. Like you bringing this motherfucker from the grave for the world to adore. So they can adore you through him. You want to be the vicar of Hitler, to have white adoration. It has nothing to do with forcing Jews to confront. Jews love Hitler.
Damn.
The fuck are you talking about? What did you say a moment ago? They make a billion movies about him, don't they?
Yeah.
Kanye's song, Hail Hitler, went #1 in Israel on Spotify. What does that tell you? Well, that young Gen Z dude who's biracial, who I was telling you about, right? He was trying to use them talking points. He said, oh, Hitler's probably turning in his grave because of this song. No, you little dum-dum. Hitler's not turning in his grave because of this. That's like saying, oh, because we appropriate for ourselves, we cancel him out. No, you don't. It shows that you're so weak. You know what it is? It's Stockholm Syndrome on a countrywide base.
Oh, Lord.
That's what it is. The Israelis identify more with the Nazis than they do with the Jews who died in the concentration camps.
Oh.
That's what it is. It's countrywide Stockholm Syndrome. It's when the rapist, it's when the one who is raped identifies more with the rapist than with the people who came to save them. Or better yet, it's when the one who is raped identifies more with the rapist than his other victims, than their fellow victims. That's Stockholm Syndrome. That's what this shit is all about. And ain't nobody in these fucking reaction videos telling you this shit. None of them. Nigga, you know I'm gonna speak on it. You know me.
The chat just crashed. The chat just crashed.
You know I'm gonna speak on it. Cause that's what this shit is. And watch this. Do you really want to know what this shit is?
What is it?
If Kanye West made a song that said, I fucked my mother in the ass last night and I loved it, and he put it to a hot track, these dumb niggas would bop their head to it and be singing the same shit.
Damn.
That's what this is.
Mm.
And so because you like the song, because the composition is brilliant.
Yeah.
The composition is brilliant. If you hear the song, the composition is brilliant. But the content is garbage. It's like you trying to hypnotize us. Let me tell you what Kanye's philosophy is. Because y'all don't really understand this dude. How you go from Jesus walks to Hail Hitler?
Mm.
Hold on a minute. Let me show you something.
Christ is king.
How you go from Christ is king to Hail Hitler? Because first of all, you're a liar. I told you that in the beginning. He's a liar. If you're going to Hail Hitler, nigga, that only leaves one other person to step it up. Who's above Hitler? You're talking about putting motherfuckers in. Do you know what a concentration camp is, bro? Do you know what happened to, dude, when somebody is forcing you to get in a, imagine that, hold on a second, bro. Imagine if you took Northwest, Saint, Kim, the whole family. Imagine if you put them in showers where gas came out and killed them all. And then you said, who else want to sign up for this? That's what Hitler did. He did that shit. He put them in ovens. Bro, hold on, look. He put them in ovens. Oh, you think I'm talking about the Jews? You think I'm talking about what he did to Jews, right? I need your full attention on this one. You think he talking about what he did to Jews? I'm gonna wait. Go ahead, do what you gotta do.
No, go ahead. I'm with you.
Right. So when I say he put them in showers where gas came out and it killed them, ended their lives. When I say that he put them in ovens, you think I'm talking about the Jews, right?
Yeah.
Nah, I ain't talking about the Jews. Let's keep it 100. You know what? You know I bring receipts, bro. Come on, man. Right? Let's keep it 100.
Oh, my Lord Jesus. How many receipts you got?
Oh, bro. Dude, come on, man. People think I be fucking here hanging out or something. No, my dude. No. See, let me show you what Kanye's not going to tell you to read because the nigga don't read. Read this. Read that title.
Destined to Witness.
What's that part say?
Growing up black in Nazi Germany. Oh, Lord Jesus. Hold on now.
He didn't read that shit. Stupid motherfucker. He didn't read that shit. You want to know what it was like to be black in Nazi Germany? And I'm gonna tell you why this matters to me and why I don't like this nigga. I didn't know who Aiden Ross was because I don't follow none of that shit. But I saw when he premiered his song Hail Hitler, and he did an interview while Sneeko was. How do you hang out with somebody named Sneeko? That I told you he hides. A nigga who hides hanging out with a nigga named Sneeko.
That boy good. That boy good.
I didn't lie. Did I lie? I told you, he hides. He hides behind all these fake arguments about why he does what he does. I'm like, nigga, just be honest. It's like a dude who likes guys, but he makes up all these other reasons why he watches the Knicks, why he watches football. Nah, motherfucker, you ain't into sports. You like watching the men in tight pants and shorts run up and down, smacking each other on the ass. That's what you really like. Tell the truth. That's why, look, nobody who I really fuck with watches any of that shit. Men do not like to sit around and watch men. The only time I like to watch motherfuckers, I watch some MMA shit. I watch some boxing shit. That's different. Why? Because I'm watching motherfuckers who do what I do. Period. I'm picking up tips. I'm always picking up tips when it comes to that shit. I used to, hey yo, I didn't always earn money through debating, my dude. I didn't always earn my money through debating. All of my stitches I earned because I always gave more than I got. And I wasn't the one that went to the hospital. And if I was, it was to put a cast on my hand because I broke it on your jaw.
Oh, man.
That's it. And you better believe you was the one that went to the hospital in the ambulance. I was able to take a fucking cab. Believe that shit. That's my motherfucking track record. I ain't gotta hire no hitter, put somebody, put some money on your head. I had to do none of that shit. The fuck I look like. And I didn't need to fucking pull the blick. The blick was always there. And if I didn't have it, somebody else had it.
Uh-oh.
It was these, nigga. I'm from this, bro. I'm from old school Brooklyn. Old school Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, stand up. Brooklyn, stand up. We outside this summer.
On the real shit, that's where I'm from, my dude. Let me look you in your eyes, bro. I'm from Gowanus motherfucking projects. Wasn't nothing nice in the 60s and wasn't nothing nice in the 70s. Shit was as real as it got. All that shit they doing in Chicago, bro. Come on, bro. Really? That shit they doing Watts with the Crips, bro. You better ask somebody.
Somebody said, I've seen Shaka punk 50 black Israelites on 125th. He ain't lying.
You better ask somebody. Them motherfuckers, there wasn't nothing to pump. You better ask somebody. I'm talking about some real popping off shit in the street type shit. With motherfuckers leaking, leaving puddles. People not going home to their kids. That's what I'm talking about. Generations missing. Like interrupted generations, my dude.
Damn.
It wasn't until I got with real black men who was showing me how the world is really structured and where we sit in it, I was like, oh, wait a minute. This is some different shit. Like, hold on, they put me on. Dr. Ben put me on. Dr. John Henry Clark put me on. Dr. Jeffries put me on. Professor Smalls, James Small put me on. I grew up in this shit. I didn't get it from YouTube. I'm not a Umar Johnson, with all due respect. I mean, I respect the brother to a degree and an extent. But at the end of the day, he's entertainment. He's entertainment. That's why the Breakfast Club fuck with him. The Breakfast Club ain't having nobody real come up there.
Oh.
Charlemagne ain't fucking with nobody real. That's why your name is Charlemagne. That in of itself to tell you. You named after the leader of the Holy Roman Empire. What the fuck? I would have changed that shit from day one.
Ugh.
I would have taken that from day one. I'd be like, oh no. They was fucking each other. I can't take that name. Nope. I can't. Nope. Sorry. No. I can't fuck with that. But all these motherfuckers are fake. And yet Kanye is the fakest one of all of them. Of all of them. Watch. Yo, read this right here. Read this.
Oh boy, here we go.
I bet you Nick Fuentes didn't show this to Ye. Read this.
This is a story of the unexpected.
Oh, from down here.
Oh. Now we would get a chance to see Hitler with our own eyes. There I was, a kinky-haired, brown-skinned 8-year-old boy amid a sea of blonde and blue-eyed kids, filled with childlike patriotism, still shielded by blissful ignorance like everyone around me. I cheered the man, whose every waking hour was dedicated to the destruction of inferior, non-Aryan people like myself. Damn.
Like your kids, Ye. That is what Hans J. Massaquoi said. He was there. He was a black man who grew up in Nazi Germany, saw Hitler with his own eyes. What did you say in the Aiden Ross interview? I never met Hitler. You didn't. This gentleman saw Hitler with his own two eyes and all of the Nazis that was there. All them people you see with their hands out, this black man was there. You faggot. That's what you are to me. Yeah, you a faggot. And I would, on everything I own. Hey, look, you got people all over the place. You the billionaire. I'm in Harlem. You can let motherfuckers know, hey, yo, if you see Shakka, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. You can make something happen like you told Jay, yo, don't send your hitters for my head. So what you gonna do? Yeah, you gonna send your hitters for my head? But, hey, yo, just remember, what did Pac say? And see, a lot of motherfuckers didn't study Pac because he told the truth. And I learned it before Pac said it because I knew it. I was older than Pac. We learned that shit years ago. Anybody could be touched. Don't matter what the fuck you think about, because you hanging out at the Riviera, or because you hanging out in white communities where you think niggas can't. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you out of your fucking mind? Everybody got a weak spot, and it's usually the people you love, nigga.
Facts. That's facts. That's who you gotta watch out first.
Facts. I've been doing this shit too long, bro. I know what's what. I'm coming for Ye's head only because he's harmful to our community. He's harmful to our people and to our children. He's misleading them, and he's using his talents to do it. He's using his talents to seduce them into thinking this shit is cool. There's nothing about Nazism that is cool. There's nothing about a formula and an equation that amounts to the destruction of people who look like me, my mother, my daughter, my children, my kids, and my family. There's nothing about that that is sexy or cool. Nigga, fuck you, nigga.
Oh. I co-sign that. I co-sign that.
There's nothing sexy or cool about that shit. I ain't got no problem with the skinhead shit. Nigga, I grew up in CBGBs. You probably never heard of CBGBs. I grew up listening to the Ramones, going to their shows, listening to Led Zeppelin. I know the lyrics to Led Zeppelin songs. From All of My Love to Over the Hill to Barnyard Shore to the Lemon Song to Whole Lotta Love. I grew up on that shit. I grew up in Greenwich Village. I didn't have to fake it and become a... See, you grew up in Chicago. When you niggas in Chicago was on some hyper-segregated shit. Y'all couldn't really fuck with white people in Chicago like that. Y'all didn't really mix with white folks. This is New York, where everybody mix. It's a real melting pot, my dude. Growing up in New York was segregated, but it's a different kind of segregation. New York was institutionally and remains institutionally segregated, not socially segregated. New York is only socially segregated when you get into hyper-ethnic areas. That's it. That's why you had a Howard Beach and a Yusef Hawkins. And Ye never heard of Yusef Hawkins, that young black dude who was dating a white girl who went to Bensonhurst and they beat him to death with a baseball bat because he was in their neighborhood. And he was a good kid. Do you think Yusef Hawkins' family think what you doing is cool? Do you think them brothers that got chased out of Howard Beach by them racist white boys and they had to run onto the highway and they got killed by them cars that hit them? Do you think that shit was cool, Ye? We grew up with that shit. We went to the funerals. We consoled the families. Oh, what the fuck am I thinking? Ye don't care about what we think. He don't give a fuck about our pain. But he want us to feel his pain because of his kids. Fuck you. I want to say fuck you and your kids, nigga. Because that's what you said about ours. You don't give a fuck about our pain. So why should we give a fuck about yours?
I got the baby's names too. I got
fuck you, nigga. On everything I own, fuck Ye. And my respect goes to Jay-Z for not fucking with him. And I'm gonna tell you why Ye is a bitch and why you shouldn't, why I respect Jay-Z for not fucking with him.
I'm on your bumper.
Do you remember at the awards when Ye stood up and did what he did to Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
That was the biggest display of disrespect to Jay-Z that a man could ever fucking do. How the fuck are you gonna pay Sir Lancelot and stand up for your man's woman, making it seem like he wasn't man enough to stand up and defend her on his own? You was trying to make him look bad, like you was her hero. You didn't give a fuck about it. You didn't give a fuck about how that made Jay-Z look, how that was an insult to him. You made it look like your dick was bigger for Beyonce than his was. I'll stand up for you. I'll take the blow for you. I'm your hero. That's what you did. I know a snake nigga when I see a snake nigga from yesterday. I don't know when you born, Ye. I'm born in 1967. Where was you in 1967, Ye? You wasn't nowhere because one of your parents was reading same-sex magazines. You didn't exist yet, nigga. And that's why I was hesitating to do this shit, but because I knew my real feelings would come out and I was wanted to keep it on some scholarship shit, but I despise this nigga.
Same, I'm with you. Fuck that nigga, yeah.
I despise him. He running around with Nick Fuentes.
Facts.
On everything I own.
Sneeko.
Nigga. And Sneeko, man.
Did you see who he was right there with King Randall. King Randall's a young brother putting
I know who Randall is. And he remember, he was on my platform and they gave him, he was on my platform. What? You invited him to my platform. Hold on, watch this.
That's right.
Watch this. You invited this Randall young brother who started the school for the black boys. You invited him to my platform, and I'm gonna tell you something you didn't know.
What?
That night, because I was doing the Friday bills. Remember the Friday night bills?
Yeah.
You came on. You had the crew from Hotep Nation, and you invited Randall to come on, right? Now, you didn't know this, but that night, I was broke as fuck. I needed money, right? When sometimes it's just rough because you paid bills, you doing whatever. Randall came on. Somebody gave him $1,000. I'm sitting here broke as fuck. Somebody comes on my show and gets a fucking $1,000. Do you know how that shit kicked me in the fucking gut? I was like, nigga. What? This is what I'm saying. I remember him, and I was so loved the brother for what he did that I was proud that he was able to come on my platform and get what he deserved and what he was worthy of. He was worthy of much more. But go ahead and say what you're going to say about Ye.
Ye and King Randall was working together.
You told me that.
But look who he running with. When we got our young black boys out here, we could have been building up.
He don't give a fuck about building up the young black boys. The fuck? What? He gonna build them up to put them in a video saying Hail Hitler.
Oh my God.
That's what you gonna build them up for? To suck the dick of a man who preached that we were inferior? that our mothers are animals, that our daughters are animals? You don't know that Hitler thought that teacher Candace Owens, how to become a commentator was like teaching the animal tricks?
Oh.
That's what Hitler said.
Oh.
Hold on, he didn't say that? Hold on. Let's get the receipt. Let's get the receipt.
That's a gut
We don't
punch.
gotta make shit up. Let's get the receipt. Hold on, in fact, watch this. Let me show you how fast the receipt pop up. Watch this. I'm gonna let you see me pull the receipt up. Hold on, here we go. Watch this.
I knew we was roasting Ye today, but damn.
Oh, I told you, bro.
Catches strays.
Oh, come on, man. Fuck this nigga, man. I got no respect for him at all. I just have no respect for him. Watch. I shouldn't, but it's just the truth of the matter. Now watch this. Hold on. Here you go. I'm gonna type in the word animal for a search. Let's see what comes up. Animal. Here we go. So let's see what Hitler thought about black people. Read this from the top.
It is obvious that among the nation's population, there will be people with talents in every possible field. It is also obvious that the value of knowledge is greater when even the simplest information is brought to life by the appropriate.
Now this is Hitler speaking. No Jew has to tell us what Hitler thought about black people. So stop trying to hide behind your Jewish argument, you faggot, you intellectual faggot. Okay? Stop trying to hide your hatred for Jews. You ain't even got a hatred for Jews. Nigga, you worship Jews. In fact, you admitted it. You admitted that. Hold on, man. We're going to go to that because I'm going to show you that shit too. Let's go. Read. That's why I said don't believe nothing this nigga says. He's a liar. He lies for convenience. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to say I did this because of this.
Yeah.
Nigga, you told on yourself before you did that. So stop. We keeping records out this bitch. All right? Some of us read. Hold on.
Creative leaps.
Yeah, go ahead.
Creative leaps in achievement can occur only when talent and knowledge are joined.
So if you were listening to Hitler, you don't even follow what Hitler said. He said creative leaps, and you're creative. He said creative leaps in achievement can only occur when talent and knowledge are joined. You got talent. You got no knowledge. Because you don't read. Where you think knowledge comes from, stupid? Comes from books. The very thing you hate. How you think Einstein learned what he learned? Through reading books. How you think Copernicus and Galileo, people you compare yourself to, unworthy of comparing yourself to, they read books. They consumed large, voluminous, the term voluminous is not even in your fucking vocabulary, Kanye, and you know it's not. You've never used the word voluminous today in your life. You've given a million fucking interviews and never once have you used the word voluminous. Why? Because you don't read volumes. Some of us actually read volumes, own volumes, and read the whole fucking volume. The whole set. We invest time in that shit, nigga, so that we can actually teach our people accurately. So we can have superior teaching.
Yeah, that's true.
See, you're not trying to be, your problem, is you want to be equal to the white man. You want to be equal to something that admits it's inferior to you.
Oh.
That's crazy. That's the legal definition of insanity. Why would you want to be equal to something or someone that admits that they are inferior to you? Because you got to remember, when you listen to a white person speak, it's double-edged. A racist, when you listen to a white racist speak, it's double-edged language. They'll say one thing and then contradict it in the next minute.
Yep. That's facts.
If we inferior, why you see us as a threat? You don't see anything inferior as a threat. The only thing you should ever see as a threat is something that is superior. If somebody has a superior army, you see them as a threat, right?
Right.
If somebody has an inferior army, do you see them as a threat?
No.
So that which is superior is a threat. Did Hitler not say he sees us as a threat in Germany? So in one breath, while he's telling you you're inferior, in the next breath, he's telling you you're superior. Yeah, is not a thinker. He's a dick rider. And not just a dick sucker, but a dick rider. Let's keep it 100. Now, I can say this only because there's a caveat. He does not care about what we say and what we think or how we feel. So I'm entitled. He's given me permission to say this. If I did not have Ye's permission to say this, I would not do this. I would not do this. Right?
He gave his license.
He gave us license. Now read. Now he said. Now Hitler said, creative leaps in achievement, which is what Ye is supposed to be about, can occur only when talent and knowledge are joined.
Right.
Well, Ye, did you tell black people, young black kids that? Oh, I forgot. I keep forgetting that young black people are irrelevant to Ye. Why do I keep invoking young black people? The next time I invoke young black people, I need you to stop me. I need you to remind me. You got to put that red light there.
Okay.
Young black people do not apply to Ye.
Damn.
You got to remember that because he don't give a fuck about young black people. Right? Not unless they gangsters in jail with $1 billion fucking record deals. Then he gives a fuck about you. Right? The only one that he fucks with, anybody who he can use to his own advantage.
Correct.
That's who he gives a fuck about. That's why he was fucking with Dirk. He was fucking with Dirk because of Dirk's reach.
Right.
If you got reach, he'll fuck with you.
Right.
That's why he was fucking with Aiden Ross.
Correct.
Because Aiden Ross got reach.
Right.
Nigga, you ain't strategic. They're not strategic about you. Only for dummies. Right? Dummies will fuck with you. Now, I'm not mad, though, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Get as much money as you can get. Okay? The name of the game is get as much money. I'll tell you right now, I don't even have $1,000 in my bank account. I'll tell you that shit right now. I ain't even got $1,000 in my bank account. But you know what I learned many years ago? See, a dude like Ye could not ever understand a dude like me. When I was coming up, shit was real. And one of the things you learn early on is that motherfuckers that got too close to the bag didn't make it. Alpo ain't here. The nigga that was running with Alpo ain't here. Supreme ain't here. With all due respect to these gentlemen, right? These dudes all got to the bag before Ye was out of junior high school, but ain't none of them around. So those of us who was paying attention was like, oh, okay, the bag is a trap. So if the bag is a trap, Biggie got to the bag. Is Biggie here? Tupac got to the bag. Is Pac here? I'm asking you a question. All of them got to the bag. Are they here? So then the bag is what? It's a trap. The way you trap a chimpanzee or a baboon, right? When you put the fish inside the bottle and you know he's gonna stick his hand in there and try to get it and get it stuck. It's a monkey trap. The bag is a trap. You know what I really want to know? I think it's true. I honestly believe Caitlyn Jenner and Kanye had sex. I really believe that. I believe that. Why not? You like white girls? Why not? You like white girls and you like sucking dick. You got the combination right there. The fuck? Yo, keep it 100. Yeah. I know you're gonna see this, bro, but I despise what you represent, man. So that's why I'm coming at you like this. I'm a nobody, and I'm black. So when I'm not part of your, I'm not a Machine Gun Kelly or whoever the fuck it is that you worship out here. These white boys that you worship, and I'm gonna prove to you beyond a shadow of a doubt that he worships white people, that they are the benchmark. I got nothing but receipts in this bitch. I want you to read the rest of this shit.
$Shakka Ahmose on Cash App. We not continuing till y'all bless this nigga Cash App.
Thank you. And the reason why that's important is because the way I work is I take 2 weeks out of every month to prepare stuff like this.
Stop sharing your screen. We can't do nothing till y'all start blessing this man Cash App. $ Shakka Ahmose. Send in the shout out Cassius Can for suggesting that.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Because I tell people all the time, this is how I make my money. This is how I make my living. If y'all don't give me nothing, I don't eat this week. Y'all don't bless me, I don't pay my rent at the end. I don't pay my maintenance at the end of the month. I own my residence. I don't rent. I own my shit. But if I don't, I still got to pay my maintenance, right?
Right.
I still got to pay an electric bill to keep my computer on.
You got to manage the tenants.
I got to manage my tenants, all that shit. It all costs money. And I earn my money through teaching black people through protecting your minds from niggas like Ye, who would destroy the minds of your children by seducing them into thinking that Nazism is cool and that Hitler was cool, right? Or that appropriating Hitler's name is the way of defeating him. Get the fuck out of here. That's a fake rationale that he's hiding behind. Ye don't believe none of that shit. Ye wants to embody whiteness and he wants to be worshipped by white people. And he knows, see, Ye's not stupid. He looked at Europe. He saw what was going on in Europe. He saw who the in crowd was. Niggas like him always want to be with the in crowd. In Europe, the in crowd is the right. Whether you're in France, Germany, the UK. Now, truthfully speaking, let me tell you how I feel about all that white shit on the right. I think that some of their gripes and some of their complaints are legit. But you have to isolate what they are. Because when you use a legitimate argument to prove the fucked up point, it makes your legitimate argument neutralized.
Right.
And that too much of that is what goes on. You got people who have legitimate arguments and they use it to prove fucked up illegitimate points. And I'm like, nah, nigga, I'm not letting you hide behind a legitimate argument to prove an illegitimate point. The fuck out of here. That's faggotry of the greatest kind. We don't do that. We're not Greeks. Greeks do shit like that. You're Malacca. That's what you are, yeah. You're a Malacca. You know what a Malacca is? Go ask one of your Greek friends. I know you got Greek friends. You probably did a tour of Greek. Fucking Malacca.
Shout out Booger. He blessed the Cash App. Shout out Melissa. She blessed the Cash App.
I appreciate you. Real talk. I spend the first 2 weeks of every month I'm a research specialist. That's what I do, right? As a research specialist, my job is to go into archives and university archives and bibliographies and indexes. And normally I'm up reading. My feet be swole like this fucking big because they be down so long because I'm sitting there reading, right? I don't shower for 3 or 4 days because I'm stuck reading, trying to get this shit. And I'm working 12 to 18 hours a day just reading. I don't get to work out the way I like to. I have no social life to speak of at all. So one of y'all gonna have to find me a girlfriend. I don't care, right?
Duke right. Energy just blessed the Cash App. Lauren just blessed the Cash App.
I appreciate you. That better not be my Lauren who never contacts me, because
that's your. I think that might be one of your.
If that's my Lauren that never contacts me, I'm about to write her off. Leaving me here all lonely and fucked up. I need some female friends in my life, Jack. I've been on a sabbatical since like 2021, like for real. Like, but every time I try to go meet someone and interact with people, a PowerPoint pops up in my head that I got to do. So it's like, oh, fuck it.
Lauren said, nigga, you don't pick up the phone. That's true. He do not pick up the phone.
Well, not if it ain't. It better be an ID on that shit. It better say Lauren.
Get Shakka on Pop the Balloon? Yeah, we gotta get Shakka on Pop the Balloon.
Oh, me on Pop the Balloon?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I know me. And I know how I have a strong reaction on people. Balloons are getting popped. Either I'm gonna pop it or they gonna pop it. I am an acquired drink. I'm an acquired taste. Okay? And I'm not for everybody, as I'm sure you could tell just by my delivery on this presentation. I'm not for everybody. If you come in correct, I'm going to hold up a mirror and be like, look, you stupid fuck. This is what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
Stop. Okay? I am not with the fuckery and with the bullshit. I'm a very different person when I'm just in my own character,
Yeah.
right? You can find me no bullshit. I'll be sitting here eating African food, watching Mary Poppins. That's or The Sound of Music or West Side Story. Because I grew up on Americana cinema. I grew up on that shit. That's why I understand it at the level that I understand it. Right? Kanye is fake. He doesn't even know Americana. Right? Kanye is fake. He's not the real deal. He's not what he thinks he is. He's not what he markets and promotes himself to be. He's not. And in fact, what makes Kanye the worst marketer is he got marketed too. He allowed the white world to market themselves as if they are the end all be all, the greatest of everything. And he bought it hook, line, and sinker. He internalized it. And now that's what he tried to market and project and promote to the rest of the world. Yes. And I got this nigga locked and cornered. Locked and cornered. If I had my way with Kanye, I would go tell him, stand in the corner, face the wall, and you're gonna stay there for a few years. Reflect on what you've done. That's what you're gonna do. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner. That's what I would do with Ye. You're gonna face that wall and you're gonna look at a picture of Miles Davis and apologize. And I was never even into Miles Davis literature. I just liked how he shit on white people publicly. He wasn't afraid to speak truth to power. And truthfully speaking, real white people respect black people like that. They don't respect Kanye. And that's what eats Kanye up from the inside out, is that he knows they don't respect him. He knows it. He knows they don't respect him. And I'm gonna prove it to you.
Shout out Todd, just blessed the Cash App. Just Hotep, thank you, blessing the Cash App.
Bro, would you believe me if I told you we haven't even looked at the presentation?
I know, I saw the number. It had 100 slides on the bitch.
Exactly.
We only looked at 3.
Them other slides are ugly. That's how ugly this nigga has been. This, if he watched it, in my opinion, it would be one of the greatest therapies for him. I don't hate Kanye. I hate what he represents. I hate what he represents, and I hate what he has done. Because he's done it with no understanding. None of it. And he's been doing it for years. To watch a black man suck white dick at that level, I cannot abide by that. Let me tell you what kind of person Kanye is and why I don't like him. All my life, because of where I grew up at in Brooklyn, in the Bronx, and in the Harlem. That's where I grew up at. I grew up primarily in those 3 places plus Queens, Springfield Gardens, with my godparents. I grew up in all of these places. So when you talk to me, I'm a real Harlem nigga. I'm a real Bronx nigga. West Farms, Lambert houses. I was just talking to Red Alert the other day. I ran in DJ Red Alert coming out the store. We was shopping in the same. We live right across the street from each other.
Shout out DJ Red Alert.
DJ Red Alert is history in hip hop, nigga. Yay. I grew up on the block that hip hop started on, you faggot. 180th Street and Boston Road in the Bronx, under the 2 and the 5 train on East Tremont and Boston Road. Lambert houses, Bryant Ave, Bronx Park South. That's where I grew up. I used to hang out with the Furious 5. You remember Grandmaster Flash, Melly Mel, and all that shit? You didn't know what hip hop was. The fuck makes you think you know anything about rap music and you the greatest? You're a joke to me. I watched real niggas come up through this shit and do shit. I got more respect for Willie D as a real rapper than I got for you. You a faggot that got close to whiteness and fell in love and got seduced by it, and now you want to poison the rest of us with it. You know how Hitler was talking about black people infecting white people? You want to infect us with whiteness. And somehow you think you're doing something against the Jews because you couldn't stand up against them as a black man. You had to hide behind Hitler and white people, you faggot. You a cultural faggot. And I'm just telling you the truth. I'm just telling you the truth. And I'm gonna make you butt naked in front of the world. You remember that? You know that story about the king with no clothes?
Yeah.
That's you, Ye. That's Ye. Kanye is the king with no clothes, who only surrounds himself with people who tell him how great he is.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what Sneeko does. That's what Sneeko does. I watched Sneeko during the interview as a surrogate. I don't want to call Sneeko out his name, but he deserves to be. How you gonna hang out with if you're hanging out with a dick rider and a dick sucker, what does that make you? What does that make you, Sneeko? If you hanging out with a dick rider and a dick sucker, and I'm gonna show you what I mean when I say dick rider. I already showed you. Tupac put himself on the cross. Ye had to put thorns around his head. Tupac put a white suit on. Ye had to put a white suit on. They made a film about Tupac called Thug Angels. He had to wear the white suit with the fucking wings. That's what you call a professional dick rider. Now, if you hanging out with a dick rider, what does that make you? He's supposed to be creative. If he's creative, why did it? I just illustrated for you what's called a constellation, a motif constellation. Well, you're creative. Kanye should be able to tell you about that because he's such a creative. I just illustrated for you a creative constellation. I just showed you diagram by diagram, connect the fucking dots. Everything Pac did, Ye tried to do to say, oh no, y'all gotta love me like you love Pac. We will never love you like we love Pac, ever. You will never have that from us, ever.
He missed that opportunity.
Ever, you forfeited that. Well, you know what he said? If I can't get it from black people, I'll get it from white people. You know why he couldn't get it from white people? Are you ready? You want to know why he couldn't get it from white people?
Why?
And I'm going to show you why Kanye's very existence is hell to him. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I want your audience to, and your audience better hit my Cash App for this, what I'm about to divulge to you. Tupac got all the love in the world from black people. He will always have it. How many songs did Tupac express his love for black people in? Every other fucking song.
Yeah.
Every other fucking song he expresses love for us.
Yeah.
White Man's World, Keep Your Head Up, Brenda's Got a Baby. Every other fucking song he expresses love for his people and his race. Yay? Let me explain something to you. Pac will always have the love of black people as the greatest rapper of all time. And that eats you up. But you figured that if you can't get it from black people, you will get it from white people. And by that way, you will have one-upped Tupac. But you failed eternally. Do you know why?
Why?
My name is
Eminem?
Boom. Eminem got it.
It's
Eminem got from white people. Exactly.
He got the spot already.
Eminem got from white people what Kanye could never get from white people. So where does that leave Ye? Out in the cold. Loved by nobody. Not black people and not white people. See, y'all not understanding the science behind all of this shit because you can't see with a Gemini eye. I see all of this shit. All of it. I'm watching his modus operandi and how he moves and what he moves. And if you think I'm bullshitting you, I can show you the documentation right now. But I can show it to you. If you want to see it, just request. Anybody in the chat, anything you want to see, put it in the chat and I'll show it to you if I say something and you need me to prove it. But Ye shitted on black rappers. He shitted on J. Cole. He shitted on Kendrick Lamar. Right? Well, he shitted on Tupac, according to the interview. The nigga whose dick he's riding. Right? But what did he say about Eminem? He sucked Eminem's dick to no end. To no end. You think I'm lying? Tell me who want to see it. Tell me who want to see it.
Check your Cash App. We're going to take a brief intermission. I got to use the lavatory. Check your Cash App, Shakka.
All right. And I'm going to bring this up.
Hold on.
Cash App.
Huh?
I got to bring this up.
Hold on. I'm about to change the screen. They're not gonna see it.
That's all right. No, I'm bringing it up for me, so I have it ready when you come back.
All right, say less.
2, 1, boom. Hotep Jesus.
Of all the Jesuses I know, he's the Hotepiest. Social scientist and YouTube host, Hotep Jesus.
How the fuck do you get a name like Hotep Jesus?
The one and only Hotep Jesus.
Ryan Sharp, better known to the world as Hotep Jesus.
Hotep Jesus.
In fact, you know
Hotep
what? I'm not going to even
Jesus.
abandon y'all
Hotep,
like that
Hotep
while he's
Jesus.
going to do what he got to
Hotep, you're
do.
a
'Cause,
genius. HotepJesus.com.
anytime I do shit, it usually goes like
Somebody
marathon
said, what do you
time.
think you are, some kind of
And that's
Hotep
only
Jesus?
because-
Ooh,
And I
that's
was just
good.
like, ooh, that's sexy.
I don't even know if
Yes,
this
I
is
do
on
think I'm
on that,
Hotep
but
Jesus.
I'm guessing you can. So, I'm presuming that y'all can see me, and he'll tell me when you come back, right? Let me see. In fact, I should be able to. I'm gonna go to his channel right now and watch what you're watching. Right? Hey, yo, Hotep Jesus. I was wondering, can they still see me and hear me?
We lit.
Can they still see me and hear me?
Yep.
So when you left, were they able to still see me and hear me?
No.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because I was going to try to talk to them to keep them, keep them in the zone. So, all right, cool. Let me go real fast and get this. Give me a second. You can do a little shout out or whatever. Let them know. Hit that
Check your
dollar
Cash
sign.
App. Check your Cash App right now.
I'm checking my Cash App right now.
Check your Cash App right now, Shakka. Come on, man.
All right, facts. Boom, I got it right here.
We this is still the first quarter. We still in the first quarter.
Facts. Yep. They show love.
They show love?
They show love.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's what's up. Cause I'm about to show them some shit. I'm gonna show y'all how he dick rolled Eminem. Watch. He's a dick rider. This is why I don't fuck with him. Where I'm from, we don't fuck with dick riders. Real talk. We fuck with real motherfuckers. We don't fuck with dick riders because they're dangerous.
I'm on your bumper.
A dick rider is dangerous. A dick rider will set you up to take your place. You feel me?
Yep.
He'll show you love, talk love about you and everything. But what he's really doing, and Pac broke it down. He told you what kind of niggas was in the industry. Real talk. Listen to Trading War Stories. But that's why you gotta listen to Pac. Listening to Pac was like being in school, bro. I'm telling you.
Friends are really your enemies, and secret disguises to hide their true colors.
Yo, the reason why I say listening to Pac was like being in school, all the shit Pac was rapping about, I was living it when he was rapping the shit out. Why? Because I was the bodyguard to these rappers you was fucking listening to. You stupid motherfuckers. What? I was the fucking bodyguard. You know how many of my dudes I saw get dropped? Real ones had to make it through by dropping motherfuckers. This is real shit. I ain't telling you about some shit I saw in a movie or heard in a rap record. Even though I heard it in a rap record, I was there in the middle of that shit. Around Puff. Around all of these dudes. Everybody you could fucking name, I was around. Will Smith, I was his bodyguard. Mary J. Blige, her bodyguard. Who you think? And many more names that I'm not naming, because it's none of your business.
Talk heavy. Talk heavy.
Telling you some real shit. I'm not gonna sit here on camera and tell you some shit that people could then come along later and be like, I don't know this nigga. I ain't never seen him. You can't say that about me. Dude, you cannot say any lies about these hands, none of that shit. That's the difference between me and a fuck talking nigga. You can't say shit about me, bro. Everything I say about me, I stand on because I lived it. And everybody who was there watched me live it. Everybody. Everybody who was there watched me live it, my dude. So, nah, I don't fuck with fuck niggas. And Ye is a fuck nigga. He's a fuck boy. And I'm personally offended on behalf of all real motherfuckers who really put work in the game. They gotta sit here and watch this fuckboy misrepresent our communities. Cause the game don't change shit. We still part of the same community, my nigga. Right? But you wanna cry black and scream black when they come for your riches and your bitches, then you wanna be black. Then you wanna be And the one thing about me, right? The one thing I despise the most above all other things, and you need to know this about me. The one thing I despise the most above all other things are black Negroes who clown pro-black people, call us names like Hoteps. They caricaturize us, right? Like Damon Wayans used to do. Remember? Oh,
Yep.
He used to play the. I'm not saying that those stereotypes don't exist. But what I'm saying is, how are you clowning black power in front of white people? Or a laugh. That's called a cheap laugh. I can't respect that, and I don't respect you. You understand what I'm saying? I don't think Martin Luther King Jr. taking a bullet to the face. You think that was funny? Having half your face blown off because you stand up for your people? Martin Luther King Jr. had a PhD from Boston University in theology. He had his master's from Closures and had graduated from Morehouse when he was 15. Do you think he needed to dedicate his life to a dumb nigga like you? I was still alive when I was born. I was in the world with real niggas who stood up for real shit on the world stage. You think I respect a clown like fucking Ye? Let me tell you why Kim Kardashian don't fuck with him. Kim Kardashian likes black men. That should say everything.
So you saying that Kim K like black people more than Kanye do?
No, you missed the point. I was saying it for people who really pay attention. I'm gonna say it again. The reason Kim Kardashian doesn't fuck with Kanye is because she likes black men. I didn't say anything different than I said the first time. But you see how it hit different when you understand it? She don't fuck with Kanye because she likes black men.
Kanye ain't black.
Exactly. Who's gonna know it better than her?
Damn.
Who's gonna know it better than her?
She said, I wanted a black man. You ain't black, nigga.
No.
I signed up for a black man. What is this
Look
shit?
what she got. A black man that want to be white. And you're not the spook who sat by the door. So don't ever try to come with that shit. Oh, I was the spook who sat by the door. No, you not. You just a spook. You ain't even the spook who sat by the door, yay. That's some shit. You got enough money to send people at my head? How about it? Just keep in mind.
Carl, you got to go in timeout.
Just keep in mind, yeah, there's certain people who love me and respect me on a level you couldn't begin to imagine. So think very carefully.
I had to put somebody in timeout. My pet peeve is when people, purposely try to not understand the point being made. I gotta put you in timeout.
Who didn't understand it?
Well, yeah, there's always one. There's always one.
You gotta give me that, man. I need that, man. Give me that. What they say?
He's completely irrelevant. He said Pete Davidson is black.
Oh yeah, you were right. It was irrelevant. Now it wasn't irrelevant. It was stupid.
It's stupid.
This is what I mean about the low. See, don't ever get mad at a white person when they say black people have a low IQ, because black people are the first people to stand up and prove it. Pete Davidson is black. Do you know anything about where Pete Davidson grew up and who his parents? I've seen where he grew up. I know the neighborhood he's from. He is not black. He's a poor white person. Well, he was. He grew up as a poor white person. The fuck are you talking about with psychological issues from young because of his parents? God, Pete Davidson is black. Stupid motherfucker. And didn't want to be respected at the same time. How you gonna let some dumb shit escape your mouth and didn't want to be respected? I didn't grow up with that kind of generation. What the fuck? Hold on one second.
One's in the chat if you enjoying this. One's in the chat if you still with me. One's in the chat if Shaka's putting this man Ye in a coffin. Man, listen. Ye done. There's no coming back after this presentation.
Yeah, you know who that would just call me?
Who?
You remember the group, Diggable Planets?
Diggable Planets?
You got, oh my God. Oh, you ain't really into rap music. I thought you, see, that's what I mean, bro. How the fuck you don't remember Diggable Planets, bro?
That's before my
like
time.
That. I'm cool like that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm cool. Come on, bro. That's their producer, man. So, I mean, he's a good dude, man. He produced a lot of dudes in the game.
Oh, okay.
In the game. I was hanging out with him last night. So,
okay, dope.
Oh, he wanted me to text him. He wanted me to text him the channel to log on. What's the channel? Send me the link. Text me the link to this.
All right.
We was hanging out last night. We're gonna be doing some work together.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I'm not. No, Kanye is sick, bro. I'm not letting that motherfucker off. And he's not just sick. He's dangerous. There's a difference. Let me bring this up for y'all. Real talk. I'm taking y'all to a deadly place right now. Let me see. In fact, is that in here? Let me see. Shit. Let me see. To me. The US Here it is right here. Boom. I had the shit right here. I ain't even got to log into that shit.
Sacred Soldier said he graduated university today. Congrats, bro.
Congratulations. One of my tenants is graduating yesterday. Congratulations, man. Very proud of you. That's what's up. I'm going to tell you what Dr. Clark, John Henry Clark said, because it changed my life. Whatever you do with your life, use it for the liberation and upliftment of your people. Period. All right.
You know why I got such a blank spot for hip hop from that generation?
Why is that?
My father banned it from my life. I wasn't allowed to listen to rap. He kept me away, like far away. He hated it. He would never let me listen to it.
Hey, yo, honestly, I'm not mad at that.
So I be having to go back and like do my research and shit.
Oh yeah, you got to go back because Diggable Planet was big, bro. They was holding it down for a minute.
Right now, I'm on Little Brother now. That's the shit I'm listening to right now. Little Brother, that's my shit. Chitlin Circuit.
All right. Now, I'm going to show y'all something. Okay? Now, he shitted on Drake. I'm going to show you how Ye sucks white dick. Watch. I'm not making this up. I'm not saying it to be insulting. I really am not. Okay? Look at this. Hold on. In fact, let me move this out the way. Hold on. All right. This is what he said about J. Cole. J. Cole and Kendrick can't touch the white boy. Talking about Eminem.
Yeah, he did say that.
This is what Ye said. These are direct quotes.
He did say that.
He said, nobody's going to be bigger than Eminem. He said that. So he's talking down on J. Cole and Kendrick, but he's talking up on the white boy. And made sure you knew he was talking about a white boy. This is what you call, our parents used to call this black people bragging on white people. You bragging on white people. It's like when somebody dates outside their race, like a Candace Owens, when she made that comment about how white men are real men, after being in that environment, she got to see what real men are like and all this other shit.
Yeah.
That shit didn't escape me, right? He said, hold on. Fuck it, I'm gonna go with the rest. Let me skip that one. I'm gonna come back to number 3, because that number 3 is important. He said, he's one of my top 5 producers, let alone one of my top 5 rappers. Now, Pac, who Eminem modeled his style on.
Idolizes.
And modeled his style on it. Motherfucker, if you're a real Pac student, you can hear Pac in Eminem's raps.
And Master Ace, his first flow is Master Ace's style.
Right. Yeah. He did a bunch of combinations, with all that shit. In fact, Pac used to recommend doing that. Right? So.
But he could hear the Pac influence in Eminem.
He said Eminem is one of his top producers, let alone top 5 rappers. Me and M together. Now watch how he sucks his dick. He says, damn, not that I put myself on that level. In other words, Eminem is above me. When have you ever heard Ye say another rapper was above him. When you ever heard him say that?
That's crazy.
He ain't said that about nobody.
That's crazy.
But the white boy is above him. Why? Because he's white. That's sick. Right, hold on. This part is not important, right? Hold on. Oh, okay, right here. It takes amazing talents to break down barriers. People don't have a problem with white rappers anymore because Eminem turned out to be what?
The greatest
artist. So to him, Eminem is the greatest. He worships Eminem. Not Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's not the greatest artist. Right? Not James Brown. Not Stevie Wonder. Eminem is the greatest artist, not greatest rapper. He's the greatest artist. Because you got to remember, Ye sees himself as an artiste.
Right.
So Eminem is the greatest artiste, the greatest artist, the greatest rapper. Because Eminem is wrapped in whiteness with blonde hair and blue eyes. Ye is racially sick. He's racially psychotic. That's the word I was looking for earlier that I couldn't think.
Racially psychotic.
He's racially psychotic. This is what makes him dangerous. He's racially psychotic with the resources to contaminate others with his psychosis. All in the name of marketing and attention economy. And do not compare Ye's racial psychosis with Michael Jackson's. Michael Jackson's was completely different and understandable when I show you why, because it's a secret that none of y'all ever knew. And I'm the only person that can show it to you. And yes, did I know his family? I did spend time with Michael's father, Joe Jackson. Yes, I did. Did you? Did you spend time with I'm talking to all of y'all. Did y'all spend time with Joe Jackson? Because I did.
Shout out Joe Jackson.
I spent time with Joe Jackson in the recording studio and outside. Did you?
Talk heavy.
I had a situation with Janet Jackson. Did you? Did you? And I'm saying it live on air. One of my former backup singers runs her record label. Did you? Y'all think y'all know me, but you don't. And I always make it my business to make sure that you don't. I believe in one thing and one thing only: catch motherfuckers off guard. Because you can't fight what you can't see, and you can't protect yourself what you don't know. So I made sure that you know far less about me than you need to. All right, now I'm gonna show y'all something. Watch this. Can you see this on my screen?
So it's just white.
Okay, it's just white. That's all right. Hold on one second. Stop sharing. Hold on. And boom. Can you see that?
Kendrick?
Can you see this right here?
Yeah.
What does it say? It's kind of blurry. What does it say?
If you rap against Kendrick, you will lose.
This is Kanye West talking now.
Right.
I'm going to show you how he sucks white dick. Listen.
This man does this. It's a difficult task, but perhaps there's something. Do not rap against Kendrick Lamar unless you are a psycho genius like me.
Now, hold on. Stop. Hold on. Okay, so I made it. Oh, shit. What did I just do? Oh, my bad. I'm hitting the wrong thing. Okay. I pulled up the wrong meme, but it's still a point worth proving because that meme is part of the presentation. I just never made it into the PowerPoint. I didn't have time, but it's still part of the presentation to prove another point.
Mm-hmm.
What was the last thing he said? And this is where I'm gonna show you why I don't fuck with Ye. How you gotta recognize a phony. I'm gonna teach y'all something. Let me put that back on the screen because I'm gonna teach y'all something. Remember I told you that Ye is a wannabe? Remember I said that?
Yeah.
My thing is I just don't fuck with wannabes.
Right.
That's all. I mean, if you want to be a wannabe, that's on you. But Ye is a wannabe. Right? Watch this. Read this again.
If you rap against Kendrick, you will lose. This man does this. It's a difficult task, but perhaps there's something. Do not rap against Kendrick Lamar unless you are a psycho genius like me.
Read those last 3 words.
Genius like me.
2 more times.
Genius like me. Genius like me.
Right. Okay. Now, here's my question for your audience, because your audience is bright and they're intelligent and they're smart. When have you ever heard of a genius refer to themselves as a genius? Name one. I'll wait.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
When did you ever hear Einstein refer to himself as a genius?
Mm.
When did you ever hear what's her name? Marie Curie, or anybody from the Curie family who got 20 fucking Nobel Prizes in science? When did you ever hear any one of them refer to themselves? Did you ever hear Frederick Joliot-Curie, who worked at Check and Joke? Did you ever hear any of them refer to themselves as a genius?
Mm.
You know why? A true genius will not ever do that. That is part of their genius. That's why I know Ye is not a genius. He needs to market and promote himself to you so that you perceive him as a genius. A real genius would not ever. That's like walking around saying, I got a big dick. When you ever seen a dude with a big dick walk around saying, I got a big dick? What dude with a big dick would do that? Bro, I'm on some real shit, or what? I know I'm fucking your head up right now because you ain't never thought about none of this shit. Most people don't. I'm a professional thinker, so I got to think about all of this shit. When have you ever heard a genius refer to themselves as a genius, my dude?
It doesn't happen.
They don't do it. That's how you know Ye is a fake. And that's why I despise him. I hate fakes. When I was growing up in Harlem, when it was cold, we used to wear leather bombers.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing you want your mother to do is to make you fit in, is for her to buy you a pleather bomber.
Oh.
That was like the worst shit in the world.
You better off with just a regular coat.
You better off wearing a corduroy coat or some shit.
Yeah.
A Parker. Give me a fucking Parker. Don't buy me a pleather bomber. Leather?
Yeah, that's not gonna rock.
This is why I don't fuck with Ye. This motherfucker, he could put diamonds in his fucking nostril. He'll still be the fakest motherfucker you ever met.
Yeah.
And that's why I will always respect Jay-Z for not fucking with him like that. And I'm gonna tell you the thing that I don't like the most about Ye. That nigga is the world's biggest hater. And I don't like haters. Haters cause people pain. Those school shooters, they were all haters. Mass shooters are haters. They're mad because other people are happy and their life sucks.
Right.
And in fact, that's not even the reality of it. They don't even realize who the people that they think are happy are dealing with shit too. They just might be coping with it better, or they might be covering it up better, or they might be unselfish and they don't want to burden other people with their problems. They want to add to the buoyancy of life, right? They want to try to help, not hurt. But niggas like Ye and school shooters, hold on, Shakka, why are you saying Ye and school shooters? Why?
Uh-oh, here
Let
we
me
go.
show you why.
Here we go.
Hold on. Nothing ever escapes my mouth unless I got a fucking receipt for it. Hold on. Let's look at it.
It's about to get ugly.
Hold up. You know this. And you know this.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Get low.
I typed in the word shoot. What did it take me to? Can you see this? Look what this piece of shit said.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm the one that got bullied by the entire black celebrity community. Now I'm back to school, shoot the school up. Oh.
Why would you invoke shoot? You, nigga. Black students don't run around shooting up the school.
Why you gotta kill everybody white boy style? You talking about being bullied by the black celebrity community? Nigga, J. Cole is a little kid on the block compared to you by the time he came in. Kendrick Lamar was a little kid on the block by the time you had already blown up. Who's doing the bullying? You're telling people that these niggas can't rap and blah, 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 blah. Somebody as big as you going shit on little dudes trying to come up in the game. He got Stockholm syndrome. He identifies more with the bullies than with those who are being bullied. He's a de facto Israeli.
Oh my God.
These white boys took lives and now you want to hide behind them. You are such a dick rider. I'm going to hide behind school shooting white boys while saying Christ is king. So you want to use their evil behavior as a euphemism for who and what you are. You scumbag piece of shit. That's what you are. I'm going to tell you the truth. No, on everything I own. Look, that's who you idolize. Nigga. You don't think that Dylan Roof is bumping to Hail Hitler? You wanted his love. Yay? This motherfucker who killed all them black people in Buffalo, shooting up the stores. You wanna align yourself with, look at all these black lives Dylan Roof took. Hold up. Ain't that the flag on your arm, nigga? Because you got bullied by the black celebrities. I told you he was bitter from that experience. I told you that. He was bitter from that shit. And he never let it go. It created a hole in him that he took with him. No matter how many awards, no matter who he was hanging with, he would always feel like the nigga that still hadn't made it. How can I make it if I can't be white? In order for me to be above all the rest of these niggas, I have to become white. That's the only thing that will push me into the stratosphere. He's sick, bro. This nigga's sick. All these black people lives taken by this piece of shit, holding up a flag that he wants to represent. While hanging out this bitch with her white husband, wearing White Lives Matter shirts. He's racially psychotic. This has nothing to do with hatred for Jews. He wasn't complaining about Jews then.
That's a good point.
When he was wearing this shit, I didn't hear one Jewish complaint. In fact, he was trying to run with them as hard as he could. So what was your excuse then, yay? Because you wanted to be white. That's all. Like this dude here who killed Heather Heyer in Charlottesville. That's who Ye represents. We know you already told us your wife is white and she means more to you than all of us. We know that, my dude. Slavery was a choice. So black people are their own biggest problem. Now there he has a point. Black people are their own biggest problems. They support all the wrong niggas who don't do shit for them. And Tupac said it best. How the fuck do you give your loyalty to a nigga that don't do shit for you? While I'm over here screaming race first, and that nigga shit on. Like, the fuck? What? I'm the one that got bullied by the entire black celebrity community. Hold up. What if every black artist that never even made it in, they got bullied so bad they couldn't even get in?
Right.
Nigga, you got in. But because they wasn't sucking your dick, I guess he think because he's a dick sucker, everybody got to be a dick sucker. No.
They told me straight up I wasn't allowed on Hot 97.
Look. They played my shit on Hot 97 and told everybody it was Pac. And that's why I stopped rapping. Right? Look at this fool. This is who he wants to align himself with. Eric Harris, killed all these. He killed this brother at Columbine. And that's who he wants to identify with. Now I'm back to shoot up the school. Look at this brother's face who died from that in his coffin with playing football. These are his parents. You think they think a statement like this is cute? Because you want to be white so bad? He hates not being white, bro. When I tell you he hates it. That is the thing he hates more than anything else. It's not Jews. It's not the shit with Adidas and Diageo. All of that shit is stuff he hides behind. It's not the fact that he can't see his kids. Why would he want to see his kids? They're racial bastards, according to his leader. Why would he want to see his kids? Aren't they racial bastards? Isn't that what Hitler said? So why would you want to see your kids unless you want to harm them? Because that's what Hitler wanted to do. And you calling yourself Hitler. He's not understanding all of this shit. Like, we got brains, nigga. We didn't wait for permission to have brains from you. Our brains are not validated by you, Ye, or Sneeko, or these other clown-ass niggas that you running with and surrounding yourself with. And that's another thing, Ye. You're almost 50 years old. Why you only surrounding yourself with kids that can't challenge you? That's what I want to know. Why did you have to go on Aiden Ross, a 20-something-year-old Jewish kid's platform, and premiere your Hail Hitler shit to try to start a debate that you knew he was not prepared? And in fact, he outshined you in the debate and made you look stupid. I'm gonna show you how Aiden made him look stupid.
Word?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you, my dude. Look, Kanye is right about the Jews. While Zig Hale, this is what he wants to be accepted by. So when he wears the Doc Martens and the rebel flag and the blonde hair and the blue eyes, he did have blonde hair and blue eyes, didn't he? Blonde hair, blue eyes, MAGA hat, white wife, slavery was a choice, white lives matter. Nigga, we get it. Uncle Ruckus, we get it, my dude. Your name is not Ye, your name is Ruckus. And that's who the fuck you gonna die as, Ruckus. Ruckus, my nigga. That's who you are, Uncle. We ain't gonna call you Uncle Ruckus. You're not worthy of the uncle, you just Ruckus. From now on, anybody refer to you other than Ruckus, we don't fuck with them. Yo, who's over here? Oh, Ruckus got a concert over here. You Ruckus, my dude. That's who the fuck you are. You are Ruckus. And you know what makes it even worse? I haven't even started the presentation. And you think I'm fucking joking. This nigga, Anders Breivik, who killed 80 fucking people, including black people. There go their bodies right there. Look. Look, my dude. Look, you can see the black legs sticking out. He killed 80 fucking people. This dude right here, this piece of shit. And went into a summer camp and did it. The most vulnerable people. And this is his, see, if the thing that eats Kanye up the most is that, and he had the nerve to call Elon Musk a racist. How the fuck you gonna call Elon Musk a racist? See, he want to be, that's what I call being conveniently black. Elon Musk is a racist because he won't let you in the club. Ooh. That's why. Because he won't let you be one of them. That's why. That's why he called Elon Musk a racist. I want to be down with y'all. I want to be part of the club, like Andrew Tate. I'm going to eat that nigga alive too.
Oh, come on, Shakka.
Hey, yo, you know all that kickboxing shit? Bro, you already know what it is. Dude. And you can catch that shit on camera.
Andrew Tate too?
Oh, you know I'm gonna eat that nigga alive, bro. Because he fucking with these white boys like this. He want to be in the club too. Talking about They Islamic now. Don't know the first thing about Islam because these niggas don't read and study and know shit about his. They all historically illiterate. Oh, I'm Muslim now. Like, what the fuck that mean? You might as well stay the Christian or Catholic. It's the same shit. Literally the same shit. But being a Muslim is now making a statement. Don't know shit about the origins of Islam or Mohammedism or the Quran or its relationship to Syriac Christian liturgicalism. But then you want to fucking stand here and talk about, I'm a Muslim now. Oh, you just another dumb nigga. Another dumb. You want to run with white boys, neo-Nazis, who look at you as a racial bastard because your daddy was a champion black chess player. The intellect didn't even come from your white parent. It came from your black parent.
Ooh.
But you want to run with white neo-Nazi heads or with dumb niggas like Ye who worship white neo-Nazi head motherfuckers. Oh, we gonna take this shit over. Yeah. You see Ye's perspective, and this is another avenue that you could take. He's like, if I can't be you, let me show you how Ye thinks.
Wait, Ye whole crew is bastard kids. They all bastard multiracial people. Tate, Sneeko, Nick.
Look, are you seeing it?
Damn.
Are you seeing it? Are you seeing it?
Oh shit, they all multiracial.
All of them. All of them. I was saving that for later. All of them. All of them. See how shit comes together, how it coagulates? Constellations, my dude, connect the dots.
That's crazy.
All of them. All racial bastards. Nazi racial bastards. All of them.
And they bastards. Damn.
And Hitler hated them. But Stockholm Syndrome, because of their lust for power. See, they don't understand power because they never studied it. These niggas ain't never studied. Kanye ain't never read a book on power. And every person that ever truly achieved power read books about power. And they read people who got it. Why you think white people will never forgive Haiti? Because Toussaint Louverture read the works about Alexander the Great and was so moved by it that he wanted to do the same thing. And that's how the Haitian Revolution popped off. He wasn't the only one. Of course, you had Bookman and Destined and, you know what I'm saying? Others. But yeah, this dummy, he don't know shit other than he got a white wife and she mean more than him than all of y'all. He should have said all you niggas, because that's what you meant.
Wait,
so how, all you niggas.
So how did Aiden Ross cook them?
Oh, you don't know how Aiden Ross cooked them? This is what I mean when I say, and this is don't take this personal. Niggas don't know shit, but it's on purpose. How the fuck you go from Through the Wire Sunday Service Choir to Hail Hitler? Because you know what the next stop is, right? I'm gonna show you the next stop. And this is why y'all better watch fucking with this dude. Watch this. I'm gonna show you my whole screen. I don't give a fuck. Watch this. Watch this. No. Boom. Here you go. Hold on. Here we go. I want to see the good one. Hold on.
Oh shit.
That's right. I want you to see the real shit. I got a better picture in my own shit. On one of my in one of my presentations where I saw excellent. And in fact, I know what I got to do. Boom.
It's about to get real spooky now.
I know, but you got to show it for what it is.
Yeah.
You got to show this motherfucker. See, what a lot of people don't realize is that in most people know the devil as this. Watch this. If I type in the devil, they know the devil to be depicted always with red skin.
Right.
Right? That's not how the devil was always depicted. Right? More often than not, he was depicted. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because I want you to really see the shit. Right? I'll show you the real one. But, oh, here it is right here. Here's the one right here. Boom. What color is he?
Oh, shit. Here we go.
That's the way he was normally depicted as a white man. They don't tell you that shit. Right? And this is where Kanye is going to lead you next. Do you know why?
Why?
He worships white culture. Watch this. Look, hold on. We all knew growing up in New York that white kids were into devil worship.
Yeah.
That was a white thing.
Yeah.
That wasn't in the black community. That was a white thing.
Right.
What do you think Black Sabbath is?
Right.
Black Sabbath represents Satanism. We all knew that white kids were into that shit. We always knew that.
Mm-hmm.
It was not a secret. So where you think Ye is going to try to lead you after Hitler?
Satan.
Satan. It's the last stop. You think I'm lying? Watch.
From the church to Satan.
Hold on. Nah, but this is why I say, this is why I don't fuck with Christians. Christians don't understand Christianity.
Oh.
I don't fuck with them. No, Christians, are you kidding me? Bro, you will end up in front of Satan so fucking fast. Bro, I shit you not. You think I'm shitting you? Watch this.
Uh-oh. Glenn, close your eyes, Glenn. Close your eyes, Glenn.
Nah. Here we go. Nah. You need to see what I'm about to show you. So let me ask you a question. What is Satan known for? Is he known for being good or for being evil? Answer the question. Good or evil? Just don't think about it. Don't try to get smart about it. All right. Don't, right? Satan is known for being evil.
Yeah.
Right? He's known for personifying evil.
Yeah.
I'm gonna type in the word evil and search in my presentation. Let's see what comes up. What did Ye say in his interview with DJ Academic? What did he say?
I'm evil.
I'm evil. He said it in an interview. He said, I'm evil. Y'all think this is a fucking game? The man is telling you, you don't have the right when somebody has told you everything about who they are and what they stand for to then when they fucking act on it, be like, oh, well, we didn't know. I wish I could do an imitation of Bill Burr doing that. I love Bill Burr. Right? Real talk. All my favorite comedians are white. I don't fuck with black comedians because they all corny as fuck. Real talk. I'm telling you the truth. The majority of it's corny as fuck. Right? Hold on. Oh, I can't be showing you that yet. But there you go. He said it in the interview. Go watch the DJ Academic interview. I saw it. He said those words. He said, I'm evil. This is recent. This ain't some old shit. This is literally a few weeks ago. He said, I'm evil. This is the man who's saying Christ is king and Jesus walks and having choir. When I was watching all you motherfuckers in the choirs and the Sunday services, I said, look at these idiots. James, what is it? Jamestown all over again. Jamestown, Guyana. All over again. Drinking the Kool-Aid, stupid motherfuckers. A nigga who's telling you he's evil. Now, you are taking on a persona of a man who hates mixed race children. You are the father of mixed race children. You said out of your own mouth, I'm a Nazi, I love Hitler, now what? Hitler hated mixed race children, and then you also said, I am evil. What kind of parent speaking like that should have the care of young children?
Not one.
What responsible court would put children in the custody of somebody that fucked up? all because he's bitter about not being white. Y'all think it's about something else. Y'all think it's about he is ultimately, he hates God for making him black.
Damn.
See, y'all don't want to talk about that part of the equation. Why you think he's taken on all of these personas of anti-blackness and evil to spite God for making him black? Y'all didn't think about it from that perspective because that's what it is. I just gave you a psychological breakdown of a man with a racial psychosis in your community.
You broke that nigga down like Sigmund Freud.
And I haven't even started the presentation. And y'all probably think I'm just saying that.
No, we seen the slides. There's about 100 and something slides over there.
This man, and the thing is, I didn't know how sick he was until I was putting this presentation together. Because sometimes you learn a lot when you're doing this, because you got to get the information, you got to make sure you're on point. All receipts have to be verified and documented, because you don't want to lie about somebody or lie on someone. And the most important thing you could do is let them speak for themselves. That shows respect. I didn't put any words in his mouth. The man cannot say I disrespected him in that meaningful sense. He cannot ever say that about me. I went and I let you speak for you. I let Ye speak for you. You are evil. You love Hitler, who hated mixed race children.
Right? You the
All
bully.
your homies are Nazis who hated mixed race children, who saw your children as bastards. So next time you see your kid, say, hey, bastard. Call them bastards. Call Northwest a bastard to her face. Because that's what you represent now. Call her a racial bastard, an inferior, contaminating racial bastard. That's what you need to call Northwest. That's why I didn't like any of these video reactions to the video. Because you're not, he's mad because they won't let him see his kids. He don't want to see his kids. He's reminded of if he's looking at the world through the eyes of Hitler, because Hitler was so great, then he's reminded of that every time he looks at his children. You ever see parents, a mother who mistreat the children because they remind her of the father? Well, Hitler's his daddy now. How do you think he's gonna feel when he look at Northwest? I wouldn't let him in 1,000 miles of Northwest. I would have hey yo, somebody make a clip of this and send this to Kim Kardashian. Kim, don't let that man around your children ever. He hates them. He hates them because they're mixed race children. And Hitler hated mixed race children. He loves Hitler. He has taken on the persona of Hitler. He's reading Mein Kampf 2 chapters a night. He said so in his interview. He said he is evil. You gonna let somebody who hates mixed race children be around your children, Kim? That would make you an unfit mother. You don't strike me as an unfit mother. But you letting your children be around Ye, being that he worships Hitler and Hitler hates mixed race children, it's in his writings. And Ye is studying his writings at an 8th grade level, because that's how I heard the level he reads at. And then, when you read Hitler, there's no reading in between the lines. See, Kanye, Ye wants you to read between the lines and all this metaphorical bullshit. Nah, nigga, we coming at your throat. We coming at your jugular. You offered it up.
You know, some excuse that some people say is, oh, Ye's trolling.
No, he's not. He wants you to think he's trolling. He's hiding behind, I told you. All right. Every excuse that you put on your left hand is something he's hiding behind. He's hiding behind the appearance of trolling. He's hiding behind, I can't see my kids. He's hiding behind, oh, my deal with Adidas went bad and I did it to free myself and all this other bullshit, right? My deal or the Diageo thing. He's hiding behind all of that shit.
Jews.
Yeah, the Jews. He's hiding behind all of that. None of this stuff, nothing of what's going on with Ye has anything to do with Jews. In fact, I wish we could find his trainer again. They want to make Charlie Kaepernick, or whatever his name was, they want to make him like the bad guy. Nah, I think he's the good guy. Yeah. The one who said
Harvey Pasternak.
Harley Pasternak. I think Harley's the good guy. You need to put that nigga away. Facts. Facts. You need to put more medication in this shit. Facts. Why would I give a fuck about the welfare of a black man who hates black people? And would use his resources to promote white supremacy because he wants to be white and wants to be loved by them. Now, this is some deep shit. This is some existential shit, nigga. Because if Malcolm was here, see, a lot of you niggas today do shit because people like Malcolm, you think people like Malcolm ain't around. On some real shit. So you think you could do anything, or like you said, money makes you almost white. So you got a license to be white and do white shit, like say fuck niggas and fuck black people. And slavery was a choice. It's best that Ye and I never be in the same room. It's best. It's best. I mean, I would be polite and respectful, but if I think that you being something other than, if I get a whiff of that shit, that's how I am, bro. People will tell you, if I get a whiff, and the thing about people who think they smart, remember, he calls himself a genius. He thinks he's a genius. Don't you ever use the word genius and Kanye in the same sentence. A genius does not have to promote himself as a genius. You know what it's like? I'll give you a perfect example. You're gonna love this shit. Have you ever seen a sexy girl with a shirt on that says, I'm sexy?
Nah, it's usually the fat, ugly girls.
It's usually the ugly ones.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
It's the same principle. It's the ugly ones that wear shit that says sexy. I'm sexy. Bitch, if you sexy, you ain't got to advertise it. We know it. You looking at it. Only ugly girls wear that shit. And we know that. As men, we know that. You ain't ever heard a genius say, I'm a genius? And Kanye says it all the time. That should tell you how much of a genius he is not. He's a dick rider and does it excellently. He's a talented dick rider. Nobody's not saying you're not talented, bro. But a talented what?
Dick rider.
I can't even call you a talented black man. Because black men don't do the kind of shit you do. You said, hold on, what did he say? I'm a confused, did he say I'm confused? I'm a confused black man? Did he say that? I'm asking you, did he say I'm a confused black man? I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Is that what he said?
Well, let's see. Hold on. One thing I don't do, I don't lie on people. What did he say here?
Let me see. Hold on a second.
Is my screen up?
I know that I can go to church with my grandparents.
Nah, come down here with the red part.
Okay. I'm confused as a black man.
Okay. You confused as a black man. Getting green almost makes you white. Hail Hitler. All my niggas are Nazis. So you're determined to be white. And to you, the ultimate show of whiteness is, hey, I'm with you guys. I'm against the Jews. That's what his anti-Judaism is really all about.
The love of white people.
Yeah, it's not about hating Jews, right? If you really want to know what Kanye is, Richard Pryor used to have a joke. Yeah, nigga, I'm making you naked out this bitch tonight. Do you know Richard Pryor had a joke? And the joke was, in one of his jokes, he talked about growing up in California and other places in the Midwest where they had gangs. He said he was a skinny little nigga. He couldn't fight. So he would join the gangs just for protection. Right? And somebody asked him, well, which gang was you in? And he said, shit, I ain't give a fuck. And here comes the statement. He said, whichever gang that was winning, that was my gang. That's what the fuck he said. Every gang that was winning, that was my gang. Tupac sampled that shit and put that part in Trading War Stories. You can hear Richard in there. That's my gang. Whatever gang that was winning, that's my gang. That's gay. whatever gang that's winning, if black people was really and truly on the top pulling all the shots, and had our legacy up top the way it's supposed to be, if the world was right side up, oh, he would be blacker than thou. Whatever, he must not be identified with the losers in the equation. That is his approach. Whoever the losers are in the equation, do not identify me with that, even if they're my own. Nah, my dude. You're not qualified to be a captain because the captain always goes down with the shit.
That's facts.
You're not qualified to be a captain. In fact, that motherfucker he'll kick the women and the children out of the way to get to the fucking life raft. Or better yet, he'll have a diamond-studded life raft and won't let nobody else in it. And don't be black, because you definitely ain't getting in it. That's Ye. If the ship was sinking and everybody was falling in the water and Ye had a raft, he would be like, white people only. And if a little black kid, look, if a little black kid reached the boat and put his hands up, Ye would stamp on his hand. Off my boat.
That's fucked up.
I've been on his fucking fingers talking about, get the fuck off my boat, you little nigga.
Seek hell. Seek hell.
You can't make this kind of shit up.
Oh, man.
I got tears coming out my, you can't make this kind of shit up, bro. This nigga hates being black. And I gotta keep calling him a nigga because that is the definition of a nigga. You are a Frankenstein. You a white man creation, nigga. You can't hide behind none of them rationales. I'm a real dude, my dude.
You a Frankenstein? You a white man's creation?
Yes, that's what you are. He's a white man's creation. In fact, Victor von Frankenstein was a German. So he loved Germans so much, he gotta be a German's creation. He's a real Frankenstein. The nigga hates himself. And if he hates himself and he's mad at God for God not making him black, what do you think he feels about us every time he sees us? We are a symbol of what makes him inferior in his mind. And if you don't think that he has to be equated with white people, I always have receipts. I don't lie on people. That's not right to do that. Okay? And Ye, I hope you see this shit one of these days. Probably won't. I don't give a fuck. I wanted our people to see this shit. Real fucking talk. Real fucking talk. The ones that I hate the most are those black people who want to talk shit about pro-black people. Oh, Kuma, Ruma, all those bullshit. And then when shit get real, they want them same black people to have their backs.
Right.
In fact, Candace Owen did the reverse. She came out with all of the black womb and these white people hate me and then went over to the white side.
Yeah. Yeah.
She flipped the script. I ain't never seen that shit before. That's breaking a barrier. She broke a fucking barrier. And who the fuck did that shit?
Got a
that
bag.
Would be like one of that would be like one of the Little Rock Five or whatever, however many of them there were. You know, the little kids that had to integrate the school, they needed the armed guard and the army to walk behind them.
Yeah.
You can imagine one of them kids growing up and marrying a white person? Stockholm Syndrome is big in America, people. It's big in America. I was getting ready to show you something about Ye. What was I talking about a second ago? I said it was some shit he said, because he always saying some shit.
Damn, you had me fucking zoned out listening, going off on Candace ass.
Hey, yo, that Titanic shit was funny as fuck, bro. Okay, imagine that shit, little black kid swimming towards the boat, the diamond encrusted raft with Kanye on it, with all his white people on it, and his mixed race friends. Little black kid reaches out, he fucking stomps down with his Doc Martens. Like, get the fuck out of here, you know, nigga. Yo, I have not laughed so hard, man. Yo, I know when I really started not liking him. When he made that song, I ain't fucking with no broke niggas. I'm
Yeah.
like, wait a minute. You got white people driving their car screaming, I ain't fucking with no broke niggas while they're looking at black people walking down the street. Now, here's the thing. I wasn't too mad at that because when I think of the word nigga, I don't think of black people, right? It's like when I think of the word faggot, I don't necessarily think of just gay people. I do include gay people in it or gay men in it. I don't think of, or shit, I include gay women in that shit too. But I don't think of it exclusively that way.
Right.
Right? So, the same way when I hear the word nigga, right? And quiet as kept, I seen a white boy want to walk up to another white boy and say, what'd you say, nigga? Boom.
Yep.
Bust him in his jaw. You have to remember, let me tell black people a little secret. Black people were not the first people that white people called niggas. Y'all never considered that. You think they waited till they met black people to make up the word? No, they were calling each other that back in the Netherlands and in a Dutch language and all that shit where Elon and them is from.
That's facts.
Yeah, the word niggly, and they will never tell you this in a dictionary, ever, what I'm about to tell you. No dictionary will tell you this, and no book will tell you this. This is one where it goes a little bit beyond books. The word nigga comes from the word niggly. Niggly means to be stingy. Why did they call the blacks on the Gold Coast stingy? Because the blacks on the Gold Coast refused to show them where the gold was in the gold mines were. Africa is filled with gold mines. The most famous ones were the one in the eastern desert in Egypt, which is what created a lot of the economy there between what you call Nubia or Kush, right? And Kemet, the gold mines in the desert outside of Nuti or Nakada. So you also had gold mines in the West, and they wanted that gold. And black folks was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. So they called them niggas because they were calling them stingy. They wouldn't share the gold. They wouldn't share their wealth. Real talk. This is real talk. And you know what they said? Oh, you're not going to share the gold? Well, I got to make my money back somehow, so fuck it. Because I had to spend a lot of money to come over here. Boats had to be insured. All kind of shit had to happen. Are you sure you don't want to give me the gold? Because I got to get my money back.
I'm leaving here with something.
Your ass. We're going to snatch your ass and sell you.
Yep. It's Niggardly.
Yes, niggardly. Look it up. And then you got people dumb enough to think that word niggardly and the word nigger are not connected. That's how stupid people are. Because a white person will come and tell you that. Because they don't know the actual history of where that word really comes from. Dumb nigga.
Now you said Aiden Ross cook yay?
Okay, let me show you how Aiden Ross cooked them. You're gonna love this shit. Hold on. I'm gonna show you how fucked up this dude is in the head. In fact, here we go. I'm gonna let y'all see me work. I'm not gonna hide. Here, I'm just gonna let y'all watch me. Cause I do that for my students when I'm teaching. I let them watch me work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. So here we go. I'm not gonna hide shit from y'all. Here we go. All right. Boom. So we working. All right. I'm over here. I'm gonna type up the word cyan. Okay.
Is that Sneeko right there?
Yeah. That's from the interview with the Aiden Ross interview. Look.
Oh, okay.
There's Aiden Ross. He was holding it on the phone, and Ye was off to the side of the camera, but he was right next to the mic. So that's how the whole interview went.
Okay.
So being that I didn't want to take any part of the video and clip it and put it on my channel so that they would flag my video, I literally spent days fucking transcribing the whole fucking interview. I typed it out. But I stopped it at a point because I was like, he said something that I really had to address, and I was like, fuck it, I'll get back to everything else later, which I probably did not, but because
next time you want to do that,
I don't fuck with transcribe shit.
Huh?
Oh, wow, I can email you what? The video?
I could have showed you how to get the transcription in 5 minutes.
Hold on, if I can get the real transcription, yeah.
The real transcription.
Okay, yeah, because using transcribing software is whack. Yeah, you don't really get it when you use transcribing software. At least not the free shit. If you got access to some shit where I can get the whole interview transcribed perfectly, then I'll definitely email it to you. Because this shit takes time, bro. What? Yo, everybody else is chilling. I'm sitting here typing my ass off. They got to run it back 1,000 times to make sure I got it. Right? So watch. Let me get it. Hold on. Let me get the part. Here we go. Boom. Now let me show you how stupid this nigga is. Yeah, I'm talking about Kanye. Yeah, Kanye. I mean, you gotta be a dumb nigga with the hard R to say some shit like this. Look what Aiden asked him. Watch this. Aiden was playing chess. Kanye was playing checkers. Watch. So I'm gonna start from, okay, this is the top of it. Read what Ye said.
When you said Hitler was a good leader, it's like you breaking curses of a generational pain.
So he was trying to make it seem like Aiden was agreeing with him that Hitler was dope.
Okay.
Okay? Look how Aiden responded to him. Now, this is a 20-something-year-old kid talking to a man who's almost 50. Look what Aiden said and how sharp he is. And I was so proud of him in the way he handled himself. Because even without trying, he made Ye look stupid. Watch this. Look, read what Aiden said.
He said, you would understand more than anyone. When I said Hitler was a good leader, the definition of like a prominent leader, you know what I mean? Like he dominated. He did what he did as a leader. That doesn't mean he was a good person.
All right. So basically, he was just saying he was an effective leader.
Right.
He was competent. Yeah, you could be effective. Guess what? Being effective and competent and thorough are the same attributes that you can apply to Satan. Okay?
Right.
All right? So, but Ye in his, this is the kind of shit that evil people do. They make you say shit you never even intended to say. They rationalize your speech. Gaslighting at the highest level. That's what Ye was trying to do. So when you said Hitler was a good leader, it's like you breaking curses of generational pain. It's like you're agreeing with me and supporting my message. No, he wasn't, you faggot. And that was some faggot shit to try to make it seem like he was. How as an older man, this boy is young enough to be your son. Young enough to be your son, and you're going to try to put words in his mouth that he wasn't trying to say. That was some faggot shit, bro, and I'm going to say what it is. You don't like it, too bad. Look, he said, he was saying, he clarified what he meant. Read this from here, but he led a mass majority of people to believe in something or believe in a type of leadership, whatever he was preaching. So that's why I give him his flowers, but he's a horrible person. So he was just talking about the function of leading.
Right.
He was a good leader in that context. Yeah, he always want to talk about, and that's the thing that bothers me. He always want to talk about context. Always want to talk about context and art. But then you want to take somebody else's statement out of context in order to promote your bullshit. That was, to me, that's where I come from, that's faggotry. In fact, I saw a girl get punched in the mouth the other day by another girl for doing that. Same shit. On camera. I'm going to send you the video. A girl did that to the Spanish girl, and the Spanish girl bust the black girl in the mouth for trying to do that same shit. The black girl was a goofy. You could tell she was with the right-wing community on some goofy Turning Point USA shit.
I saw that clip.
Yeah, and that shit happened right up the block from me, bro.
She popped it right in the lip. I was
I laughed my ass
Chad,
off,
remember we kept rewinding that shit?
Oh, I rewound it 100 times. She beat that girl's ass. But that's what you're supposed to do when somebody tries to make you say some shit that you never intended to say.
Right.
It's like because you're violating them.
Right.
So Ye tried to violate Aiden by doing that.
All right.
And look, and Aiden checked him, made his position clear. In other words, I'm not saying what you're saying.
Right.
And look what Ye said. Look how Ye tried to neutralize it.
He says, I'm not here to argue that.
Then why the fuck did you try to make... Yeah, of course, now you don't want to argue because you see he don't agree with you. Go ahead.
I'm here to offer you.
And then he changed his mind. Oh,
we can go into that conversation and we can go into that.
Let me read it in context the way he said it.
Okay.
He said, I'm not here to argue that. I'm here to offer you. We can go into that conversation. And we can go into that conversation now. And then he said the dumbest shit I ever heard. I never met him. Talking about Hitler. Like you had to explain to Aiden that you never met Hitler. When I heard him say that shit, dude, yo, everybody was watching me because I fell out my chair. I couldn't believe this nigga was that stupid that he would even have to say that in a conversation. I never met him. I don't think you ever met Ye. I don't think you ever met yourself. Say some stupid shit like that.
Damn.
And look what Aiden said. Go ahead.
Well, Ye, I know you didn't meet him.
He had to let him know. You stupid motherfucker.
I know, but Ye, do you think that Hitler would have liked you for being black?
Look at the question. Bro, checkmate. Checkmated him right there. Now, how do you know it's a checkmate? Because Ye has to respond in one of two ways. He has to actually quote Hitler, but he couldn't because he ain't never read Mein Kampf. Stupid motherfucker likes to pretend he's read it, right? Because he would have had to say, oh, well, Hitler said that we are inferior, contaminants, disease-like. We always have venereal diseases, and we are like animals. Right. Training us is like training animals. Because that's what Hitler actually said. It's in black and white documented print in his own words in his own book. He would have either had to have said all of that. Oh, hold on 1 second. I can't lie. I can't make a statement without first showing that it's true. I hate when this shit moves, man. This shit drops. Oh, you know what it is? After I take it off live, it all comes into one fucking thing, man, and I hate that. I got to re-separate everything again, right? Hold on a second. Here you go. Stupid ass contraption. All right. What, you think I'm bullshitting? Watch this. Right here. Just so you can see I'm not making this up. Oh, let me share my screen so you can see I'm not making this up. Grab this. Oh, God. Now it's in front of the fucking camera. Stupid ass thing. All right.
Shout out to Chief We here.
Hold on. Because I said it a few times about the animal thing, and I didn't show it. And I'm very particular about showing what I'm saying. Out of Hitler's own mouth. Watch this. The fuck? Hold on. Oh, I misspelled it. Here we go. I hope your audience sees this. I want them to really see this. Boom, it went right to animal, right? Now watch this. Now, what book are we in?
Mein Kampf.
Thank you. You were reading this before. Creative leaps and achievement can occur only when talent and knowledge are joined, which Ye does not have this one. He got this, he ain't got none of this. Read this.
The sins of modern mankind against this rule are never ending and can be seen in another example. The illustrated newspapers occasionally show the privileged class how a Negro for the first time has become a lawyer, a teacher, perhaps even a minister, or a heroic opera tenor somewhere or other. The feeble-minded privileged class looks at such miracle of animal training
as such a miracle of animal training. That's what Hitler said. You want to know what Hitler thinks about? Yay? He thinks you're an animal. Not a man, not a person, and definitely not a god. In fact, Hitler saw white men as gods, as being the image of God. Did you know that? He literally thought. Watch. I'm gonna show you. See, Ye don't want to show you what Hitler said. Boom. Here we go. Hold on. Okay, we can start from here because I know he said it more than once. Hold on 1 second. Oh, he definitely said it more than once. Okay. Oops. My bad. Come back. All right. Okay, back. One more? Okay, that's it. Okay, come back. Boom. All right, watch this. Start from here. It can't.
It can't be denied that this is clearly possible in a world where hundreds of thousands upon hundreds of thousands.
No, you gotta read it with a German accent, bro. It can't be denied that this is clearly possible in a world where hundreds of thousands upon hundreds of thousands voluntarily take a vow of celibacy under no pressure or obligation other than their willing acceptance of religious command. It is the same surrender, not possible when the religious idea is replaced by the reprimand to end the original sin of race poisoning. Oh, now what did he think of Ye? Race poisoning. That's what he thinks of Ye's family, right? Whose effects last forever, and to give to the Almighty Creator beings which are in his own image and return to him that which he himself has made. He's telling you the white man was made in his own image, in the image of God. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, he goes deep into this shit too. But hold on. Yeah, here's where Kanye's always gonna lose. Read this part.
Our race-based world concept will eventually succeed in creating a noble age where people's primary concern is not the improved breeding of dogs, horses, or cats, but the exaltation of man himself.
Now stop. What did the Bible say about he who exalts himself?
That's blasphemy, right?
Blasphemy. That's Satanism.
Mm-hmm.
That's exalting yourself.
Right.
That's what Hitler was all about. Exalting himself. Man, exalting white men. Because why? It's a race-based world concept. Yay. There's no room for you in Nazism in a race-based world concept. Hitler told us he didn't fuck with you. Bitch. He told us that. And I'm not switching up my words for you, cuz on some real shit. I'm not switching up shit for you. Hold on. Let's get back to the animal thing. Hold on. He said that shit.
He said it. It's right there.
Animal.
It's right there in black and white.
He said teaching these motherfuckers to be lawyers and doctors is nothing but animal training.
Yeah, he said that shit.
Here we go. See, some of us actually read, yay. Since you want to read Mein Kampf, read this part tonight, you dumb motherfucker. Right? The feeble-minded, and that's why he was talking about cats and dogs. We will not be into training animals like cats and dogs. And that training a black man or a black woman to be a lawyer or a teacher or a minister or a heroic opera tenor in some way or other is what? A miracle of animal training. Hitler said it. You want to know what Elon and them think of you? You're an animal that has been trained to do music well. That's it. Nothing more. You will never be anything more. Ever. 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 You're going to be with your racial bastard children. Okay? Read this again.
Where we at?
The feeble.
The feeble-minded, privileged class looks at such miracle of animal training with admiration and astonishment before...
Stop. I had no idea it came off like that. That shit sound real as fuck, bro. Continue.
Before overflowing with respect for this marvelous result of modern education. At the same time, the Jew is very shrewd about using this as new proof of the theory that all men are equal. which he is forcing down the people's throats, is
So
valid.
Stop right there. Hitler did not believe that all men are equal. What does the Declaration of Independence start with? What words?
What start with?
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Here you go. We're going to put this on the screen. Because this nigga, Ye is a fucking joke, bro.
Oh.
Okay? Here we go. All right? Let me get it. I want the whole thing.
Okay.
Here we go. Boom.
Hey, chat, my German accent on point, ain't it?
That shit sound crazy with you reading it like that. Real talk. Here we go. Boom.
I'm about to do voiceovers for Hitler in the next movie.
Boom. Here it is right here. I'm gonna put this shit on screen. For the dumb motherfuckers that want to think that this motherfucker is following a man, and I'm gonna show you what a fake, phony ass nigga Ye is. Watch this. Hold on. Where the fuck did I go? Here we go, right here. Right here it is. Congress, July 4th, 1776. Hold on. When in the course of human events. All right, so second paragraph. First part of the second paragraph. Read this.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
Stop right there. Stop right there. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. What did Hitler say about all men being created equal? At the same time, the Jew is very shrewd about using this as teaching that the Jew is slick by teaching black people how to do tricks like being lawyers and teachers and presidents and doctors, right? To force down this theory that all men are equal. That means that Hitler did not believe that.
Right.
Hitler did not hold American values.
No.
So while Ye is trying to be all-American, he's supplicating and lionizing motherfuckers who are anti-American. Hitler did not believe that all men were created equal. Said so in his own words. That it was just a theory. The Declaration of Independence did not say it was a theory. It said it was a truth it was a self-evident truth.
Right.
Ye don't study. He's a dumb nigga with ugly ass fashion habits. His clothes are ugly. His sneakers is ugly. I ain't ever owned a pair of them shits. I wouldn't fuck with nothing this dude ever made. He has no taste. He's been sucking white dick too long. He has them telling him what is fly and what looks good. This nigga came out with a dystopian fashion line. When you ever seen black people want to fucking assume a dystopian appearance? Dystopian is some depressing shit, my dude. That's on some real shit.
You right. I never did like none of that shit. I never got caught up in that. I'm like, man,
Hey,
that
look.
shit ugly.
The only person I ever seen do that shit and did it right. And watch this again. He's biting. Oh shit! I just realized the nigga bit Tupac again. Think about California Love, the video.
Yeah.
Dystopian.
Yeah, it was dystopian.
It's a take on Mad Max in the Thunderdome.
Right.
And now this nigga comes out with a dystopian fashion line. Do you see how everything he does parallels what Pac did first? This is what I mean about an uncreative wannabe genius.
Damn.
Did I call it or did I call it?
You called it. You got this nigga nailed down.
Nailed down. Oh no, to make him feel happy, nailed to the cross.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Nah, but nigga, we can't nail you to the cross. Pac is already there. Nigga. Pac is already there. Not you, Ye. Not you. That is not you. I told you I was coming for this nigga. Cause he pissed me off with this Hail Hitler shit, man. I'm like, hold up, my dude.
We still got to go back to the Aiden Ross, finish that conversation.
Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, you gonna love this part.
This part you're gonna love.
Because now we got the context.
All right. So hold on. Let me get back to Aiden Moss. Yeah, I'm in here. So
Chat, he got 2 whole documents and they got 100 slides apiece. So that's like 200 plus slides.
oh no, this is nothing, bro. This is just one of 3 PowerPoints that I put together over the past 2 weeks. That's why I know my platform gets mad at me for 2 things. One, I come here before I even go to my own platform, right? Because I love your audience and they always do right by me. That's number 1.
Salute.
Number 2, I fuck with you just as you already know that. You on some family shit. It's just some straight up family shit,
Word.
right? Everybody is not a part of the house of our most. When you in the house of our most, like you official. You understand what I'm saying? You really are official, right? Now watch this.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna show you how Ada made him look stupid.
Okay.
Look at the question he asked. Read it again.
Do you think that Hitler would have liked you for being black?
Now we already know the answer to the question because we all heard what Hitler had to say, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ye says, yeah, I think.
Stop with that. Stop with that one right there. Ye thinks, by Ye's own admission, he thinks Hitler would have liked him. That's how big this nigga's ego is. How can you not like me? I'm Ye. I suck white dick. How can you not like me? I suck Eminem's dick. Euphemistically speaking, or maybe you really did. I don't know. Yo, once a dick sucker, always a dick sucker. Yo, right? Now watch. Right? Look at what this dumb ass nigga said. Look at it. Read it.
Yeah, I think he would have been one of the scientists.
No, read that.
I'm sorry. I would have been one of the scientists that America ended up cleaning up and, bringing in and having serve America after the fact. Like I'm one of the scientists. So he loves scientists.
What? Stop right there. That's how sick he is. Bro, that's what your man said. See, it hits different when it's in writing. That's why I took the time to write it out. I'm a document person. I'm an actual scholar. So as a scholar, as a research specialist, everything I deal with is documentation. It's part of the record. I'm not gonna let you get away with a fast-ass interview. Oh, I did it on my iPhone, so it don't count, it don't matter. Nah, nigga, this is what you putting in the universe. You went on a young Jewish man's platform and told him when he asked you a genuine question, do you think Hitler would have liked you being black? And first you started the sentence with yes. And then you tried to justify your yes by saying that, by appealing to people's perception of you or the perception that you want people to have of you that you're somehow a scientist. This nigga really believes he's a scientist. Or you think he was, I'm gonna show you what he said afterwards. You think I'm joking? This is why I say he's racially psychotic. He's racially psychotic. Like, dude is fucked up in the head. I don't even need to watch any other reactions to the Hail Hitler video because this is the only one that matters. I'm telling you right now. This is the only one that matters. And the other reason I'm doing this, and I'm making this a promise, after this presentation and the one I do on my channel, and I may do it on whoever else asks me to do it on their channel, I'll do it. I'm not ever going to mention this fool again, ever, no matter what he does. No matter what he does. He can get a diamond sold to his asshole and come out and show it to the rest of the world. It's the world's biggest diamond and show he can shit out diamonds. I'm not going to comment. Because after this video, if you don't realize that this is just a fucking waste of blackness, that we don't need to comment on him because he has nothing to do with us. He's not a part of us. This nigga is a Sambo in the true sense of the word. In the real sense of the word, he's a real Sambo. Okay? I gotta be better than everybody in the black community. Nigga. Let me tell you something. You want me to tell you the truth? Gladys Knight's song, Neither One of Us Wants to Be the First to Say Goodbye, is better than his whole catalog.
I can't argue that. Can't argue that. We not finna do that. In fact, he gonna try and sample her whole catalog just to get a hit.
It's better. It's better than his whole fucking catalog. That one fucking song.
Mm.
Now, if that one song, right? Then what do you do now with Midnight Train to Georgia? That's better than your whole fucking catalog. That's literally better. Look, Lou Rawls, a song I hate, You'll Never Find, is better than your whole fucking catalog.
Mm.
You'll never find, as long as you live, the one who loves you. Right? Anything Barry White did that he shitted out of his pants is better than anything. One song by Barry White is better than your whole fucking catalog.
We was just playing Barry.
You invited this, yay. Fuck you, fuck your music, fuck your clothing, fuck everything about you. On some real shit. Oh, I'm gonna tell you another reason why I don't like this nigga. Oh, first you gotta remind me of where we are, because I got a bunch of, bro, I got shit locked and loaded. Yo, where are we at? Remind me where we are in this conversation. Are we dealing with the scientist shit? Let's get back to that.
Okay.
And then I want you to remind me of him being a hater. Because
Okay.
I don't like haters. I'm not doing any of this. And I had to ask myself, see, y'all don't understand me. Before I did this, before I presented this, I had to make sure I had to have a conversation with myself. The conversation went like this. Shakka, are you doing this presentation because you're hating on Ye in any way, form, or fashion? Because he has money, acclaim, prestige, whatever, access, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Are you doing, because he has attention, are you doing this for that reason? And I had to be honest with myself. If the answer would have been yes, I would have had to put this in here as a caveat. I had to, I would have been obligated to. Y'all don't know my background. I have certain obligations. I always have to tell the truth. I would have had to put that out there. It's not coming from that place.
Mm.
The more I watched the reaction videos, and I was seeing the reaction and the excuses that people were making for him, because I realized that they themselves were not, they didn't have my kind of insight. They don't really know how to read people, especially chameleons and liars like this motherfucker. He's not an honest broker that's my whole thing. You want to have a conversation about all of this, Ye, but you're not an honest broker in the discussion. You're going to try to steer the conversation to prove some point that you want to make, rather than what the points are that are actually just there. Look at the points that are just there. Not the point. The points that you want to make are subjective. The points that are there are objective. That's a scientific statement. In the world of objectivity, space has been taken up. In the world of subjectivity, it does not exist yet.
Mm.
It's a perspective thing. It's subjective.
Mm-hmm.
It's open to interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
This nigga here. You thought you didn't like him. I don't think you know. I mean, I know what you said that I won't repeat, because that's between you and me. But, dude, like, I knew you didn't like him. But now you see, by me knowing all of this, why I felt like what you said, I understood it.
Mm.
Even though I would never say anything like that about somebody, I understood where it was coming from.
Yeah.
And that's what hurt me about the whole thing. That, damn, you got niggas hating you so much that they would say some shit like this.
Mm.
That was some shit I could never say. I'm not gonna say I could never say it. It all depends on, fuck is this?
Well, the chat knows I've said it.
Okay.
I wished that Kanye would die. That's what I told Shakka. I've said it twice on the show. This is the third time I'm saying it, and I'm not gonna hide.
All right. I wouldn't say that. I don't wish death. Well, I can't say I don't wish death on nobody. But no, I can't say I could think of a whole class of people.
I got the ammo to back it up now. You done gave me all the ammo to back it up. If you said the next step
I had a feeling that was going to.
If you just said the next step is
I said,
Satan.
if he felt that way before, this shit really going to justify how.
If the next step is Satan, this nigga got to go.
Oh, yeah. No, the next step has to be. You always got to prefigure what somebody's going to do based on what they've already done.
I've never said that before. You got to remember, I've never said that about anybody before, and I'm very careful with my words. I mean that shit. Like, you know, and I'm saying that not out of a place of hate. I'm saying it out of love. I'm saying that for the black community. I'm saying that for his children. I'm saying that for his legacy. I'm saying that because I think that's the only thing that can save him is death.
Nah, because you know why? He gonna get to heaven, find out God is black, and be like, oh, hell no, we can't have this. he gonna be like, hell no. He gonna be like, where's Frank Sinatra? Where's Elvis? What the fuck is going on? Where's John Lennon? God is black. What the fuck? What do you mean, old dirty bastard is actually Christ? What the fuck?
I've had people chide me for saying that, and I'm like, but you never asked me why I've said it. Shaka's the only one that asked me.
Yeah, I had to, because that shit impacted me when you said that. Because black men, if you know black men the way I know black men, I'm talking real black men. Black men don't just casually wish death on other black men. Even other black men they got beef with. That's why that shit between Young Dolph and what's that dude's name who he was beefing with at the other record label?
I can't remember. I know you're talking about though.
Right. But y'all know who I'm talking about, right? The dude that had him killed. Right? The dude he had the rivalry with.
Right.
That shit hurt me because Gotti, right? Young Gotti, right? That shit hurt me because I don't like the thought of black men wishing death on other black men.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why when I look at the president of Côte d'Ivoire helping France against our brother in Burkina Faso, Traoré, may he live forever. When I see that shit is hurtful, man. In fact, I stopped eating at the Côte d'Ivoire restaurant in my neighborhood behind that shit. I'm like, nah, man, your country is doing that shit. Y'all need to get at your president and tell him stop doing the bidding of these crackers over in Europe, man. They need to stop that shit.
Right.
Right? It's always some nigga that wants to take his 30 pieces of silver to take the life of another black man. You know what I'm saying? So when you said that, rather than me judge you for saying it, I had to appreciate and respect the kind of hurt and disrespect you must have felt from this man to even come to that kind of conclusion. And then the thing that really did it, imagine I'm getting ready to give a presentation like this, and then this morning, I woke up and heard this poem on YouTube by this black girl all about Kanye. I ain't never heard no shit like this. She went in on him on this poem about how he basically just disregarded black women. So there's a level of hurt there.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is, well, shit, I'm hurt as a black man. That's all you give a fuck about is the fact that he disregarded black women.
Right.
Not thinking about he disregarded black men, women, and children.
Right.
He said, fuck black people.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, after this presentation, like I'll do this presentation, but I will not ever do a commentary on anything else he does. Well, mark my words, it's all been a natural progression. The next and last stop has to be, he's already sold his soul. That's why he said, I'm evil. That's what he's telling you. He went from Christ is King, Jesus walks, and all this other shit to I'm evil, Hail Hitler. So the next stop gotta be Satan. Why? Not because of us. It's because he has to prove to white people that he is worthy of their love and admiration. I'm gonna give you the deep part of it. The deep part of it is, and this is just another way of looking at it. I like to flip things on their head. Another way of looking at it is, I want white love so bad, I could never be Eminem. And if you look at who do young white boys idolize, the two white males that got all of the idolization from young white males is Eminem and Elon Musk. Just think Doge. Big balls and Doge. Just think that.
Yep.
That is what is eating Ye alive. That is what is eating him alive. He will never have that kind of adoration from young white males until he made a song like this appealing to Neo-Nazism. And that's why it went viral on Twitter. It's been taken down every other place except Twitter. This
this motherfucker is really, really. So if that's what you really trying to do, which is be their darling, to be their ultimate darling, you got to surpass. You got to surpass Eminem
and Elon. He not doing that.
Now hold on, he already did it by embracing Hitler. That was this marketing ploy. But hold on. You gotta remember now, for him to be the mostest, who does he have to surpass? Hitler himself. Remember, he hates God. Kanye's formula is, I'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven. I'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven. That's Kanye. I'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven.
That's insane.
This is who he really is, whether he admits it to himself or not. I don't need for him to co-sign anything that I'm saying. I've been a human being longer than he's been a human being. I've had a chance to study humanity longer than he's been a human being alive on this earth. I matured many years before he did. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So behind all of this shit, my dude, with all due respect, I know you better than you. That's how time works. That's why in Africa, the most important thing is to respect your elder. It is a capitulation that you make to time itself. Period. And yes, I am your elder. But I'm your elder that had this shit on you publicly because you disrespecting the community. You disrespecting the family. You disrespecting us, bro. And it's like, no, fuck you, nigga. Die.
There we go. There, we made it. We did it.
I don't mean it like that. That's just a stage. I'm not gonna wish death on him. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I would rather knuckle it up with him before I wish death on him. Right? That's how I can,
Nah, nigga, nah, you said it too late now. Come on over to my side.
I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not doing that. Nah,
I lied earlier. I said that was the only time I've done it. That's not true. I did wish death on Hillary Clinton. And I actually have a death wish. I do have a death wish. But here's my thing, right? People, they like to chide me for expressing this. And I'm like, you got to remember who Hotep Jesus is. I am your innermost thoughts, okay? I'm just a nigga not afraid to share his innermost thoughts. All you motherfuckers got a death wish. So don't try and sit up here and virtue signal on me about what I should or should not do just because you scared to do what I do. Let's just lay that law down right now, okay? I'm the nigga that's willing to expose his innermost thoughts and provide them to you for your own analysis so you can see what a human being looks like when they act out being a human being. Now, you can sit up here and you can fraud and you can front and act like you're a great human being. I am going to sit up here and show you human beings are flawed. And here is one of my flaws where I am allowed to be emotionally vulnerable and wish death upon somebody because I'm hurt. That's pain speaking. I'm just a nigga that's not afraid to say how I feel because y'all gonna judge me. Only God could judge me. Tupac told you that.
And I think the same is true for Ye. Only God can judge him, right?
Facts.
And so while God is judging you, we gonna judge you too. Okay? It's not that only God can judge you as far as he is concerned. It's not that only God can judge Ye. It's just that only God's judgment is the only one that matters.
Right.
Right? But the rest of us definitely gonna judge his ass. Now look at what he said right here. Yeah, I think Hitler would have liked me. I think he would have had. I would have been one of the scientists that America ended up cleaning up. Operation Paperclip.
Yeah.
Okay?
But he don't know it. He don't know it, though. He just talking because he heard somebody else say it. Because if he heard it, he would have said Operation Paperclip.
He ain't going to say that the same way he ain't going to say voluminous because it's not in his vocabulary.
Right.
Right? Now, and look what Aiden says.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, you are very creative and you
I hear
are
what he called him.
creative
Very creative. Keep going.
and you are an artist
Creative and an artist.
and you're very good at.
And look what this egotistical fuck came back with.
Wait a second. Come on. So I'm not a scientist?
He actually said that shit on camera, bro.
This nigga got mental issues.
Yes. He literally thinks he's a scientist. Aiden said,
well, you're very smart and you're brilliant, but I think that.
see, Aiden's not, fuck you ain't no scientist. Fuck out of here. Right? My Sneako's sitting there lapping up the yageism. Right? Yo, read this right here.
Ye says, okay, so now we're in a good place.
Now, what he did was he stopped it. Like he inadvertently stopped him. In other words, he did. He was like, but I think that, and then Ye cut him off by saying, okay, so now we're in a good place. Why? Because Aiden referred to him as smart and brilliant.
Right.
So he feeds off of people telling him he's smart and brilliant.
Right.
He has to be told this.
Right.
This is another thing I don't like about Ye. Ye was made this way because his mother did this to him. His mother told him how special and how great he was.
Right.
You know who did the same thing to him? Hitler's mother did the same thing to Hitler.
Really?
She doted on him. She doted on him. Watch. Bro, I ain't gonna make up no shit. I don't lie on people. Watch. Here you go.
Shout out to the Kick Chat. One's in the chat. Y'all still with us?
There you go. Look at
One's
this.
in the chat. We cooking still.
Look. Tell me this ain't Donda and Ye. Watch.
Uh-oh.
Read this.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Here we go.
Read that.
Oh, Clara Hitler adored her son.
Yo, did Donda adore Ye?
Yeah. She allowed him his own way whenever possible.
Did Donda do that with Ye?
Yeah. For example, she admired his watercolor paintings and drawings and supported his artistic ambitions.
Supported his artistic ambitions.
In
opposition to the father.
And that's the same.
Exact same scenario.
Yeah, that's how what Ye was grew up.
The exact same scenario.
Oh, shit. Damn.
And guess who else got the exact same scenario? Elon motherfucking Musk.
Oh.
Word for word. That's why I don't fuck with men who were doted on by their mothers. Because they minds is fucked up. Their mother told them that they were the gift to the world. Nah, nigga, you just a nigga like every other nigga. You fucking put your pants on one leg at a time like I put my pants on. As a matter of fact, you probably wear a dress. Nigga, so, I mean, you know, whatever. Whatever. And not a kilt, a dress. There's a difference between a kilt and a dress. This motherfucker wear a dress. You feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was doted on by his mother. And they all exhibit the exact same traits. All of them. Bro, look at me. All of them. Trump and his mother, same shit. Same shit. You think I'm boot watch? Bro, you know I don't, if I can't prove it, I don't say it.
Kanye's mom supported him moving to Newark, New Jersey and pursuing a record career. Yep. 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 That's crazy. Shout out to the Kick Chat. Kick Chat is live. Kick Chat is live. That's where the real ones is at. You know how we get down.
Hold on. Let's see. GPT. Here we go. You know where I'm going.
More nukes on the stream than India, Pakistan combined.
Somebody said that?
Yeah.
You know what it is, bro.
It's crazy. It's up.
Boom.
Yay the hater.
That's what the answer is.
I put a
All right,
bookmark.
boom.
I put
Watch.
a bookmark in that.
Hey, oh, you haven't seen? Hold on. Oh, you think Ye's not a hater? Watch this.
That's a bookmark.
Watch this. All right. Boom. Read this. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
What did that say?
Hold on, let me fix it on the screen. Yes, Donald Trump's mother, Mary McLeod Trump, was known to be very doting on him.
Period. You don't need to be nothing else. Anytime, it's all about patterns. When you study history, you have to be able to isolate patterns. The patterns tell you the whole fucking story. You got to connect the dots and they come in constellations. All these niggas got a Hitler complex. All of them. All of them. Because their mothers fucked them up. Their mothers told them that they were special. Their mother told them, oh, you're better than the other little boys. You bet, come here, let me suck your dick. Their mothers probably sucked their dicks. I wouldn't be surprised. Bro, watch me. You think not? You think not? I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. When your mothers, and those are usually the dudes that turned out to be fucked up dudes in school. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or they were the little soft ones because their mama was doting on them, so they got picked on. That's why you got picked on, because your mama told you were special and you was acting like it. And little boys who had to go up with the reality of reality, they could see it in you. That's why they say, oh yeah, this nigga's sweet. They could look at you and see it in you. I always knew Ye was sweet. From day one, looking like Farnsworth. With the sweater and the fucking and the
umbrella and the yeah.
All that shit. I saw all that shit in Ye.
He was dressed like a dandy.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, this nigga sweet, man. Straight up. There's nothing you can come at me with, bro. You can't admit to the world that you suck dick. And this whole experimenting as a child. Bullshit. That experimentation, that kind of experimentation between children usually stops at about, I would say at the latest 11. Yeah, by 12, you already know what you like and what you getting and what you da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
So if you were sucking dick at 14, and I think that's the age he said, nah, my dude. You in high school, my bro. You 4 years away from college sucking dick. Nah, that wasn't no childhood experimentation. Nah, my dude. You was doing what the fuck. Yeah, absolutely. How old was Ye when performed? Right? Yeah, fucking right. When he performed fellatio on his cousin.
I want to say it started at 8 until 14. No, yeah, 8 to 14.
If you're referring to the incident, yes, mentioned the controversial widely publicized interview, 2018 interview, shared a personal shocking story, including blah, 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 experience. He mentioned about a family member, blah, 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 blah. However, it's important to note that Kanye interviews controversial time he shared, exaggerating, unclear, or whatever. All right, yeah, they're just being politically correct. I don't give a fuck about all that. All right, so anyway, look.
You got to ask Grok.
Hell no. Oh, you didn't hear about Grok recently?
What happened with Grok?
Oh, dude, I don't fuck with Grok. Are you kidding me?
The South African stuff?
No, yeah, oh yeah. You heard about that, right? The South African stuff with Grok?
Yeah.
But I knew about Grok before that. Before that, Grok admitted that it was another situation where Grok admitted that the team at X was designing him or tried to design him in the beginning to be right-leaning. But because of the way he works with facts of the large language model, he's unable to comply. But that doesn't absolve them of the fact that they tried. They tried. And I knew something was wrong with Grok when I first started using it. I'm like, nah. I know my facts too well. This is not, no. This is something that's trying to buck up against facts. I'm like, nah, my dude. I don't fuck with them. I know a bunch of research specialists would not ever use Grok. Not ever. It's no fucking way. Now, you saw Ye said, I'm not a scientist. This nigga really believes he's a scientist. Now I'm gonna show you something. Watch this.
Yeah, he's definitely not a scientist.
He believes he is.
This motherfucker really believes he's a scientist. So I went and I did this. A matter of fact, let me see. Is it in here? Let me see.
What's up, Malachi?
Okay, it's not. That's all right. Yeah, this motherfucker really, really genuinely believes he's a scientist.
Yeah, Claude's the best one.
Who?
Claude AI.
Who that?
That's the best AI out there right now.
Oh, Claude? I never heard of it.
Yeah.
Now, I fucked with ChatGPT, bro. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, ChatGPT's in the top 3. It's Claude, Gemini, and ChatGPT.
Oh, you know, Gemini got to be up there, hey, because we Geminis like that.
Yeah, Gemini is solid. Perplexity is legit. Yeah, it's not Claude though.
I gotta fuck with Claude. See, for me to determine how good an AI search chat is, I ask certain key questions about history. If I see you come up with some stupid shit, I ain't messing with you.
Right.
Oh, what? Oh, that's cold-blooded. ChatGPT said, our system is busy. Come back later. I'm sitting here bigging you up. Are you telling me to come back later? That ain't right. Oh, I know what I did. Okay, I got it in.
DeepSeek's decent. Can't do much with DeepSeek yet, but DeepSeek's decent. They just don't have the DeepSeek and IDEs.
Boom. Okay. Oh, I'm in here now. Yeah, my students love to see my what do you call this shit again? Chat GPT discussions.
I never used Obsidian.
Oh shit. Let me see.
Laura Ann, what's up, Laura Ann? We cooking. You missed a lot, Laura. We done buried Ye, brought him back to life, buried him again.
Here we go. Here we go. Now watch this. I'm gonna let you read this for yourself. And I was like, okay, and I hope Kanye sees this. Somebody snapshot this shit, send it to Kanye so the motherfucker can come down off his, I don't know what to even call it anymore.
His team is watching.
I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. Watch this. Right? Because look, for them to be running around with that motherfucker, please. Look. Read this right here. What did I say here?
Denote the exact criteria one must meet to be designated a scientist. Keep answers short, concise, and accurate. Okay. To be designated a scientist, one must systematically investigate natural or social phenomena, use the scientific method, observation, hypothesis, experimentation, analysis, aim to produce repeatable and falsifiable results.
See this part, very important.
Yeah.
Right. Next.
Contribute to a body of knowledge, often via publication or peer review.
Okay. Now read this part.
Why is a music producer or a fashion designer not a scientist? Keep answer short, concise, and accurate. A music producer or a fashion designer is not a scientist because their work is creative and aesthetic.
And what did Aiden call him? He said, you are creative.
Creative,
so yeah. Aiden was smart enough in his 20s to know what a scientist is. This dumb nigga in his 40s is trying to be something he's not. You see what I'm saying? When I said Aiden made him look stupid to people who understood the nature of the discussion. Aiden's in his 20s and would not capitulate to your self-designation of being a scientist. Right? He said, you're creative. He doubled down on it. Right? And rather than Ye push it, because he himself didn't know what meant the criteria of being a scientist is, right? So continue with this. Where we at?
Not aimed at producing falsifiable, testable knowledge through a scientific method. Their process prioritize artistic expression.
Where the fuck am I at? I don't even know where I am.
Right there, above Weimar. Prioritize artistic expression and not empirical investigation.
Okay.
Read that again. Read this one for me one more time. I'm with you now.
Aimed at producing falsifiable, testable knowledge through the scientific method. Their processes prioritize artistic expression, not empirical investigation.
That's it. That part. Yay. What you do does not require empirical investigation.
Mm-hmm.
If you were doing empirical investigation, you would know how Hitler felt about black dudes, and you wouldn't try to pretend that if you were one of his scientists, he would have liked you. He would have looked at you as somebody who was trained like an animal to pretend that they know science. That's how he would have looked at you. In his mind, it would have been impossible for you to understand science. Hitler said so himself. He said so. The man said so. We're going to believe you over Hitler? Yay? It's no fucking way. That's how stupid this motherfucker is. And just to cut through some shit, I asked this for a reason. What does it say?
Was the Weimar Republic a democracy?
It was a democracy, period.
Yeah.
Right? Why did I ask that? I asked that because Ye's biggest gripe, right? Ye's biggest gripe is, he said, he said, the fastest way to get me to say something, pay attention to this, because Ye said this. He said, the fastest way to get me to say something is to tell me I can't say it. I'm going to repeat that. Because that's what all of this shit is about. He wants people to think that that's what this is about. Fastest way to get me to say something is to tell me I can't say it. Which means that you believe in freedom of speech. Just like this white chick who was on Piers Morgan trying to defend this racist white chick who called the little boy a nigga.
Right.
She's a white media TikTok, a famous TikToker.
Yeah, I know her.
Right. So her premise is the same thing. We shouldn't be told what we can and can't say. I ain't got no argument with that. I'm an American. I hold first speech as a sacred thing, or freedom of speech as a sacred thing. Now, for idiots like Ye who have never read the Constitution, and he's never read the Constitution, I know that. If he didn't read Mein Kampf, I know he didn't read the Constitution. The Constitution, to the best of my knowledge, when the last time I read it, because I actually read it, it does not say anything about absolute free speech. It says that no law shall be established to abridge freedom of speech.
Right.
I mean, that's it. That's it.
Right.
What did it say about absolute freedom of speech? It didn't say freedom of speech will be free from consequences.
Correct.
It just said no law will be established that says such and such. Right? But here's the real problem with Ye. If you are such a free speech advocate, why are you championing and lionizing and acclaiming somebody who was 100% against free speech?
Right.
That don't even make sense.
Right.
Hitler was against free speech.
Yeah.
Don't believe me? That's Holocaust 101. Hitler was against democracy. That's why he changed the Weimar Republic to a dictatorship. So what the fuck are you saying, Ye? You gonna champion democracy by invoking somebody who was anti-democracy? You're gonna try to protect free speech by supplicating and celebrating somebody who was against free speech? That shit don't even make sense. Which falls in line with everything about this dumb nigga. Nothing makes sense, because he don't make sense. Sense doesn't mean anything to him. What means something to him is being celebrated by white people. That means everything to him. And you must understand that.
Shout out Justin Eisenhart. Shout out Lauren. What up, Lauren? Just Hotep, I see you.
Hold on. Yeah, there's a whole nother. In fact, here it is right here. Right? Matter of fact, let me just show you this right here. Where it is. Looking for, where the fuck is Zoom?
Yeah, this is a phenomenal analysis of Ye. You're right, Mark.
I had to, bro. Look at it. Hold on a second. Right here. He said, because Aiden was asking him about, what did Aiden ask him about? Go ahead, read this.
Well, look, bro. I think the beat is very good. I don't think the lyrics are that well, but you know, the video itself, I don't really understand it. I think that Hitler, it's kind of like ironic, right? I feel like Hitler hates everyone that's not what he's on, with blue eyes, and that is German, right? So therefore, Ye, I don't think you know, when you have, you know, black people in the video saying, "Hail Hitler," you know, I just don't really understand that. It's kind of like a mockery.
Right? Now, read Ye.
He says, "Yeah, I'm soaking in what you're saying. This is, you know, yeah. No, I'm thinking because it's funny just to say it because you're told so much your entire life. You know, this is something you can't say."
So stop. His whole thing is, I'm doing this because I've been told I can't say this. I can't say Hail Hitler. I can't say the Jews it is, or I can't say. People want to stop me from saying. Okay, but then why are you gonna celebrate the man who told everybody ultimately what they couldn't say?
Right. It's a contradiction.
Yeah, you're contradicting yourself, or you are doing what? You're lying. In other words, remember I told you he's a liar?
Mm-hmm.
This is another rationale that he's hiding behind. Free speech argument. This shit ain't got nothing to do with free speech. But he needs you to think that so he can rationalize. This is why I'm doing this. You gotta watch out for slick niggas because they'll try to think for you. And I'll tell you in a minute, you're not qualified. You're not qualified, right? You're gonna tell him, oh, all your life you've been told, oh, you can't say it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where we at? Tell your cousin.
Tell your cousin, don't tell nobody.
I'm sorry.
Type of lyrics in this.
Talk about his cousin situation.
Right. And it becomes more about that, or the KKK outfit. It's more about this idea of being told that you can't do something than it is about what it's specifically saying.
You know what I'm saying? And then the rest of the shit he said didn't even make sense after that. Just read the fucking sentence and see if it makes sense. Well, look, let me do it. Let me show you how stupid. Look, because there's a lot of black people that have no connection to Hitler or not Hitler. The fuck kind of sentence is that? Or not Hitler? You know, and another thing, well, okay, I'll leave it at that so I won't take it on a rant. It's too late. What's your thoughts about that? Literally, that's what he said.
Thoughts about what? He didn't say anything.
About being able to say some shit because you've been told all this time that you can't say nothing. And so now I'm going to do it just for that point.
Right.
Okay, do it. But don't celebrate a motherfucker who you claiming that you are against.
Right.
You claiming that you are against people shitting on free speech. Then don't celebrate and invite us or invite other people, because you weren't inviting black people to support Hitler.
Right.
You were inviting those all your little half-breed friends who want to be white and powerful. They want to be all white men. They want to be white men adjacent power and all that shit. Andrew Tate, all of them, right? So here you go. He goes, oh, well, you're good. Let me see. He said anything important here? Because I didn't get a chance to highlight everything else. I just wanted to, let me see. Oh, no, he ain't say shit. Just more crazy fucking ranting. But then I ain't even looking at all the rest of this shit. He started comparing himself to Dave Chappelle. Talked about when Andrew Tate was in his office, how he was hit up for $6 billion. He got $20 million on his head. There's a bunch of, so all of this is the reason why he had to say Hail Hitler and he don't like the Jews, right? Thinking the mastermind, him at this mastermind alien thinking, this nigga's a clown, right?
behind bending the paradigm, right? And the multiverse of you are you, I am Jew, I am black, you are black, this person is white, this person is straight, this person is gay. We already know, yay, you are all of the above. And that's basically what he loves to do. I'm this, I'm Jew, I'm Christian. We're all the son of Abraham. Hail Hitler. Christ loves Hitler. This nigga's insane. That ain't got nothing to do with medication. That got to do with a brain that can't process because the structure is fucked up. The structure of his thinking is fucked up. You understand what I'm saying? Just because you can create a beautiful picture don't mean your structure is not fucked up. Right? And he keeps wanting to be, bro, remind me of Van Gogh. Just remind me of Van Gogh later on.
Okay.
All right? So, hold on. When he said this shit, I had to stop typing. I had to stop. Read this shit. Start from here. God says rants.
Rants about the overlap of his MAGA hat and his parental restrictions continues with rant of some artist.
Some artiste bullshit.
Yeah.
About how he's like, Kanye said, I'm like Daniel Day-Lewis and there will be blood. I'm like, why does every time this nigga compare himself, he has to compare himself to a white man? I'm like Daniel Day-Lewis. So then I went and I did some research. You know I'm gonna fuck shit up when I do research, right?
Yeah.
This nigga said, I'm like Daniel Day-Lewis and there will be blood. Read this, please. Because he said this, and he said this in the interview, that this is another interview later on that he did after the Morgan interview, the Piers Morgan interview, right? Him and Sneeko, and this is the Jewish guy who works for him, right? He was saying, I can't hate Jews because this is my head architect, engineer, whatever. I'm like, nigga, you don't know Jews, right? So, right? Well, I can't even say you don't know Jews. It ain't about that, right? That's like saying, I got slaves. He said, I love black people. This is my favorite slave, right? Right? And look.
Says, I'm collecting all of the energy, the eyeballs, the fame, everything. You know I'm an entertainer. It's just entertaining. It's like Houdini and Picasso and Lenin combined.
Now, hold on. Do you hear this delusional nigga? He's Daniel Day-Lewis, Houdini, Picasso, and Lenin combined. This is a sick nigga who wants to be counted amongst the pantheon of white greatness. He don't mention Paul Robeson. He don't mention Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth. He don't mention one pharaoh, right? Don't you ever put that Horus chain back around your neck, nigga. Ever. Ever. As long as you breathing.
Damn.
Right? Then I had to look at his past comparisons. Read this, please.
I am
These
Warhol.
all documented. I have them all documented.
I am Warhol. I'm the number one most impactful artist of our generation. I am Shakespeare in the flesh, Walt Disney.
Did you hear that? I am Shakespeare in the what?
In the flesh.
Flesh. Flesh. That's what this is all about, flesh. But white flesh. That is what it's all about, white flesh. Y'all think it's about a whole bunch of other things. It's not. White supremacy got into this nigga and rooted itself. If you think and if you believe that it's anything other than that, you dumber than he is. You dumber than he is. You dumber than he is. This nigga said Daniel Day-Lewis, Houdini, Picasso, and Lenin combined. Then said, I am Warhol and Shakespeare and Walt Disney. Read this.
I'm Steve Jobs.
That's what he said. Read this.
I'm Michelangelo.
He said this. Read this.
Da Vinci, Galileo, Einstein.
This is what this nigga said. Now, I thought he was done. Then I went and did more research and I said, what the fuck? Read this.
Look at Steve Jobs. Look at Elon Musk. Look at Howard Hughes. Look at David Stern. Look at Walt Disney. You know, I'm like one half of those guys. I'm like one of those guys. Wow.
Yes.
Everybody he named. Read number this.
I feel like I'm Eminem.
Told you. He said this.
You don't think white rapper, you think Eminem.
You just think Eminem.
You just think Eminem. I don't know about that.
Dude, listen to what I'm telling you. This nigga is sick. I told you he has a racial psychosis. Everybody in his imagination who he compares himself to and aligns himself with is a white male. Particularly gay white males, homosexual white males. And the only black person he compared himself to was a homosexual black male who was running with this particular homosexual white male. And that was Basquiat. But this is how sick he is. Read this.
Elon Musk is my friend. When I see Elon, I say, man, there is no one else like you on the planet. You know what I'm saying? This is like me. It's like me and Elon.
You hear this sick nigga? This dude worships at the altar of white greatness and wants to possess white greatness, not greatness. He wants to possess white greatness for himself and embody it. This nigga is sick, bro. He's much sicker than Michael Jackson ever was. Ever was.
Somebody said, yo, this is the best roast ever.
Ever was. That's how sick he is, by his own words. I documented all of it. I got all of the sources where he made these statements. All legit sources. I'm not going to put something in his mouth he didn't say.
I remember him saying this.
Look, Ye worship. This is it. This is the answer.
Ye worships white people.
Ye worships white people. And the only thing that is more dangerous is this. Not just white people, but whiteness. White ideology. That's the kicker. That's what all of this is about. I want you to look closely at him with the blonde hair. I want you to realize what's going on in those eyes, behind those eyes. Behind those blue eyes. Didn't Toni Morrison write a book called The Bluest Eye? And it was about Black self-hatred. You know, the book Trump banned from the military and school libraries. This nigga, look at that face. I want you to see this patient. He's a patient. It ain't got nothing to do with anything. What's that trainer's name? The Jewish trainer who threatened to put him away?
Harley Pasternak.
Yeah. Harley what?
Harley Pasternak.
Yeah, Harley Pasternak. Harley Pasternak, where are you when we need you? Harley Pasternak would have been a knight in shining armor for Ye's children. Harley Pasternak didn't hate Ye's children for being biracial or miscegenated. And then Ye went and got a bunch of other self-hating, biracial, miscegenated motherfuckers to worship some neo-Nazi shit along with him. This is some deep shit that's going on, my dude. And a lot of it has to do with them watching white men in the world consolidating power for themselves, and they want to be a part of that power structure. Remember what I said? I'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven. That's what it is. That's the formula. I'm an old school nigga. These motherfuckers, I see them coming before they even get, dude. Well, I still got the spittle in their mouth in the morning. I see them when they wake up. I can smell they stink morning white breath from sucking all that white dick. I can smell it on their breath. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm telling you, these are all the people who he wants to be.
We still in here, nerd. We still in here, nerd.
Look, this is how Ye sees himself. See this dude over here? Now, somebody else had this same picture with Ye's face on it. I was like, nah, you're wrong. Ye does not see himself with a black face and then the rest of it. No, I had to put the whole thing. Ye sees himself like this, literally. Why else would he be sporting blonde hair and blue eyes and a MAGA hat and White Lives Matter and a rebel flag? Really? And slavery was a choice. In other words, fuck niggas. Yes. This dude is sick, my dude. I'm like one of those guys. How would you? Oh, and I forgot to add this one. Remember before he said, I am the living flesh of Shakespeare? Right? He said that, right?
Yep.
Let me go back. I don't want to say I'm lying on him. I am Shakespeare in the flesh. Now you got to equate this with flesh. Watch. Look what this nigga said here.
I'm the living Robert Kardashian.
This man is every white man resurrected that ever lived. He's Hitler. He's Shakespeare. He's Robert Kardashian. I am the living. He invokes them living through him. Hitler, Kardashian, Shakespeare. You think this nigga's in his right mind? No, it's worse than y'all thought. It's worse than y'all thought.
So we got the bookmarks of Ye is a hater and Van Gogh.
Okay. Let's deal with Van Gogh first.
Okay.
And why Ye is a fake. I'm Michelangelo. Didn't he say he was Michelangelo? That means he wants to be up there with the great artists, right? Well, the last time I checked, oh, hold on. He said somebody else that I didn't name. Now, hold on a second. Now, I'm not crazy. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right. Hold on. Because I feel like I left it out. Hold on 1 second. Oh, here it is right here. He's Picasso. That's Picasso right there. You see him?
Yep. Named the whole album after him.
Yes, that's Picasso. Does Picasso look like James Brown?
Nope.
Does he look like fucking Joe Jackson?
Nope.
Does he look like Quincy Jones?
Nope.
No. He's John Lennon and Houdini. He's Daniel Day-Lewis from There Will Be Blood. He's Warhol. This nigga was sick, bro. He is sick. Not was, he is sick. He's Shakespeare. He's Walt Disney. He's Steve Jobs. You know how much fucked up shit Walt Disney did behind black people? Cartoons? Yo. He's Michelangelo. He's Leonardo da Vinci. He's Galileo. He's Einstein. He's David Stern, who was the head of the NBA. Howard Hughes. You already know Michael Marshall. And Elon Musk. Both of his white idols, their last name ends with M. He equates that with money. Now watch. You see this right here? If you're such an artist, most great artists sacrifice something. Don't they?
Yeah.
I'm asking you, don't they?
Yeah.
Right? I'm gonna fuck your head up right now. Most great artists sacrifice something. They cut off a limb. Didn't Van Gogh cut off his ear?
Yeah.
What did Ye sacrifice?
Us.
No. He sacrificed his mother, Donda.
Ooh.
He don't like to talk about that. He don't want to talk about that. It was his success and his wealth that led to her making the decisions that she made to have the surgery she had, from which she perished and succumbed. That was not a necessary surgery.
No.
It was ego. It was narcissism.
Yep.
That led to that. That same spirit, that spirit of ego and narcissism, is what led to her demise. That was Ye's fault. And he has yet to take responsibility for it. He wants to blame everybody else.
Right.
Had she not had that procedure, she would still be, chances are she would still be here.
Right.
So that was the sacrifice he made as an artist. You follow what I'm saying? I don't need to make conspiratorial and all this other shit, because this shit is some natural shit. Deep. Deep. Deep.
Damn.
Hit my cash app. Stop playing with me.
$ Shakka Ahmose. Link is right there.
Y'all know what it is, right? I'm showing you how sick this motherfucker is. What was the other thing that you said? What are the two on bookmarks?
The other one was Ye is a hater.
Oh, let's do that. Let's deal with that. Okay. What is it? Watch this. Hold on. Let's stop here. And, oh, by the way, Nick Cannon is another one.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Nick Cannon is another one. Fucking right. I basically hate all these niggas. I ain't gonna lie to you.
My boy Nick.
Yeah, I hate that. Look. What's the word I'm thinking of? Oh.
Nick Cannon catching strays.
Yeah, with all that dumb Jewish shit that he was talking about.
Yeah.
Stupid motherfucker. All right. Let's see.
What up, Rue?
And here we go.
Malachi said he's starting law school. Salute.
Can be considered a synonym for hating or being a. Watch this. In fact, I'm gonna let you see me do it so y'all can see the answer come up. Okay. Can you see my chat GPT?
Yep.
Read my question and tell me if it's a fair question.
Can jealousy be considered a synonym for hating or being a hater?
Okay. So they said they can overlap.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, boom. Envy. Right?
That's one of the 7 deadly sins.
Of course it is. Here we go. All right. Boom. Oh, here we go. Okay, it's cool. We'll leave that there. They overlap. That's good enough for me. All right. I know that they're synonyms.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Being a hater and being jealous, or better yet, let's just say that they intersect. Okay? They intersect.
Yeah.
That's what they use the term overlap. I use the word intersect. Same difference. If you want to say overlap, you know what overlap means? They're connected.
Right.
I ain't never met a hater that wasn't jealous. Have you ever heard of a hater that's not jealous?
Mm-mm.
Because they're one and the same. It's common sense. Colloquially speaking, they're one and the same. Why is that? I want to show you what Ye's true spirit is like.
That's in the 48 Laws of Power. It says if you are jealous of something, you should hate it.
Of course. Read this.
Let me see. It says, I can't be mad at Jews because I'm jealous. I want my people to rise up like the Jewish people.
Forget all that. Just read this.
I'm jealous of the Jewish community. I'm jealous of how the fact that they do not abort their people. I'm jealous of how the fact that they stay with their wives. I'm jealous of the fact of...
You read that wrong because you skipped it. I'm going to read it right here. I can't be mad at Jews because I'm jealous. I'm jealous of the Jewish community. I'm jealous of how the fact that they do not abort their people. I'm jealous of how the fact that they don't abort their babies. I'm jealous of how the fact that they stay with their wives. I'm jealous of the fact that how they do business together. I'm jealous of the fact that how they read their contracts and understand their contracts. I'm jealous of the way Jewish people do business, and I'm jealous, not just for me, but our entire culture. All right, so let me say this to Ye. Ye, don't be jealous for us, my dude. We are not jealous of Jewish people. In any context of the word, for any reason under the sun, Black people have no reason to be jealous of anyone or anything. In fact, the root of the problem is that the world is jealous of us.
Oh.
That is the fucking problem. You so busy sucking white dick, you want to reverse the equation and be jealous of them.
White supremacy is jealousy.
He's jealous for the entire culture. Whose culture?
That's a real Hotep brother.
You can't be talking about Black culture because you're not Black. So why the fuck you gonna be jealous on behalf of people who you don't even claim? The fuck wrong with you? I told you he is a liar. How many lies have I called him in, bro?
Too many.
I want you to see this dude's face. He is a liar. Period. This dude, hold on, he ain't done with the jealousy. Read out here. Oh no, start from right here.
Because when I would speak on the Khaled and Drake record, why I speak on that? Out of jealousy.
Out of what? Jealousy.
Yeah.
This nigga is jealous of. And remember, Drake is half Jewish, so he was jealous of Drake's Jewish half, not his black, not his white, not his black part.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
How sick he is. I wish I was half Jewish. Right? That's what he's thinking.
Out of jealousy, I was speaking on Drake. Why I speak on that? Out of jealousy. Why I'm speaking on the Jewish culture? Why am I speaking on that? I'm jealous of the Jewish culture.
The man is telling you. Read this.
I'm jealous.
Now, why is this important? I'm not going to take you through it unless you ask me to. I went through each one of those claims and I documented with documentation that he was wrong on each one of those assertions. Jews do abort their children in high numbers. They do have divorces in high numbers. Everything that he was saying, they are impoverished in high numbers. Everything he was saying was factually wrong by the data.
We need to see that. We need to see that. We want the receipts. One in the chat if you want those receipts.
Now, one in my Cash App if you want them receipts. That's right. Let me stop. Go hit my Cash App if you want to see that he was wrong on every one of those.
Hit the Cash App. $$ Shakka Ahmose. Hit the Cash App if you want to see those receipts. Them receipts is heavy.
Come on. And I'm going to bring you heavy receipts.
Them receipts is heavy.
And then I'm going to show you the insult added on top of it.
Markel said he just hit it. Pause.
Boom. Boom. Do my own, Markel. To him. Boom. This ain't a roast. This is something. This is an immersion.
a dissection.
I'm immersing his ass. Here we go. Y'all want to see the receipts that Ye was wrong on every subject that he just named about why he's jealous of Jews? And this is what I mean, that you ain't got to be jealous of nobody as Black people. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
What do you see?
He's jealous of how they don't abort the babies. All right,
so let's examine that. Let's examine that. Abortion in Judaism. The Jewish position on abortion is nuanced, neither condoning it nor categorically prohibiting it, by My Jewish Learning from myjewishlearning.com. Could you read this out loud, please?
Jewish law does not share the belief common among abortion opponents that life begins at conception, nor does it legally consider the fetus to be a full person deserving of protections equal those accorded to human beings.
So stop right there. That puts Jews on the left, not on the right.
Right.
They don't consider a human being they don't consider the fetus a human being until conception.
Right.
So all that shit you talking about, what moral premise are you basing your beliefs on about? Because your beliefs about abortion, don't subscribe to those that Jews share. Read this.
In Jewish law, a fetus attains the status of a full person only at birth.
At birth.
Damn.
Therefore, in Jewish culture, there's not a damn thing wrong with abortion. They probably pay for more abortions disproportionately more than all other people combined.
Damn.
If you the Jewish man and you got all the money, how many women do you think you're impregnating out here? Stupid. And they don't want every child to be born because that means alimony and child support or whatever. You understand? It's human motivation, man. This dude is stupid. Hold on. Read this from the top.
NYC, 41% abortion rate. Abortion has become simply another method of birth control, says Rabbi D. Zweibel at the NYC press conference with Christian religious leaders. Damn.
Okay. Now, this is a real source, dude, from Israel National News. Read this, please.
In Israel, alongside 150,000 Jewish births each year, the official annual abortions is between 19,000 to 20,000.
20,000 Jewish abortions annually. Annually, yay?
Mostly
So
Jewish.
why are you going to sit there and be jealous of something that don't exist? Because you're a dick sucker. And so you know how to be. So you're going to make up shit about people that ain't even real. They don't abort their babies. I guess 20,000 is no babies. I know if I saw 20,000 babies floating down the fucking river, I'm thinking something's going on somewhere. And the crazy part is there are not that many Jews in the world, and they will be the first ones to tell you that. They brag about that. Oh, there are not that many of us. You can't blame us for this, that, and the third. Well, only but so many people. And out of so many people, you talking about 20,000 abortions a year? Annually? Come on, man. How you think they keep their numbers so low? Dumbass. Go ahead.
The Effort Organization of Jerusalem.
Where you at now?
Wait. I'm sorry.
And a new
family poll.
Hold on. Here we go.
And a new family poll shows another estimated 28,000 illegal abortions.
So you got, that's 50,000 abortions, my dude. 50,000 Jewish abortions per year. But you want black people to suck Jewish dick because that's all you know how to do is suck dick. You mythologizing white people and Jews and white Jews, let's be honest, right? You mythologizing white people, whether they're Jew or Gentile. It don't matter. As long as they white, you gonna suck their dick and make up lies about them about how they're greater than everybody else. And you want us to be like them. That's what you want. With numbers that low, they only make up but so much of the population. In the world, I'm talking about world. And you talking about 50,000 abortions alone in Israel alone? We ain't counting the ones outside of Israel. Am I lying or did I bring receipts, my bro?
You got the receipts.
Read this, please.
The Ephrat Organization of Jerusalem, which works to reduce the number of abortions via education and offering financial help to mothers considering abortions for financial reasons, finds no comfort in the fact that these numbers are not as extreme as in New York.
What does that mean? That means that Jews in New York have a higher abortion rate than 50,000 a year, which means you're talking about 100,000+ years abortions by Jews. This nigga's not a reader. He's not a research specialist. He just wants to teach black people how to suck white dick like him. That's it. That's all he wants. I'm jealous of Jews because they don't abort. Did he say that or did he not? I'm just saying, am I lying on him? Anytime. I'm jealous of how the fact that they do not abort their people. I'm jealous about the fact that they don't abort their babies. Nigga, 150,000+ abortions per year is not aborting people? But you're jealous of people for non-existent reasons. You didn't know. You're jealous of people because you're just a jealous person. That's all. That's it. And the worst part is, he shits on Kendrick Lamar, right? Do you know Cause I'm gonna tell you, dude, like I said, I was born on the block. I was raised on the block that hip hop started on. When it was starting, I was there. I knew I was involved in it when it was starting. Literally, I was involved in it. Now, don't you think I recognize when somebody is appropriating somebody else's flow? The flow that you hear with Ye rapping on Hail Hitler, that's Kendrick Lamar's flow. He just disguised it. Damn. That's Kendrick Lamar's flow. You don't hear Ray rapping like that on no other songs. But when you listen to the cadence and the rhythm, it's like, wait a minute, that's far more closer to anything that Kendrick Lamar has done than anything that Ye has done in the past. So why are you, see, dude, you got to understand how haters operate. Pac broke it down when he said, okay, these are the kind of niggas you got to watch out for. First, you got your haters. They try to pretend that they're your enemies. Then you got your enemies. They try to pretend they're your friends. He did a whole little skit on that. But he was telling the truth. You got to watch these niggas. It's like a dude that comes on and says, damn, man, your girl is ugly. The moment you like, yeah, you know what, you right, and you break up with her, he gonna try to move right in.
Yeah.
Let's go playing you out of position, playing you out of pocket. That's how motherfuckers like Ye do.
Yeah.
Oh, don't forget, he also compared himself to, I don't have it here. Remember, he's Michael from The Godfather. I'm Michael. So now he's Al Pacino. He's Daniel Day-Lewis, Al Pacino.
Steve Jobs.
Bro.
Galileo.
You need to buy, we all need to invest. I'm gonna start a company. And this company, we're gonna produce diamond encrusted crowbars. And all of you are gonna buy these diamond encrusted crowbars so you can pry Kanye's lips and his fucking titanium teeth mouth from around the dick of white supremacy. Okay? That's what we gonna do up in this bitch. Real talk. Wrong. They do abort their babies. Wrong. Wrong. I'm jealous of the fact they stay with their wives. Would you please read this from the top?
Jewish divorces in Israel up 5% in 2018 with 86% increase in one town.
You know what 86% increase is in something? Go ahead.
Over 11,000 couples formally end their marriages.
11,000 Jewish couples in their marriage in divorce in this one fucking town. You fucking retard. Sitting on, and that's why you on Drink Champs. I ain't never seen an intelligent person on Drink Champs. I mean, look who the host is. I ain't never, come on, man. This is a culture of fucking idiocy. Dumb niggas. It's a culture of dumb niggas. Just be straight up. Right? That's why I don't fuck with rappers. Tupac was the brightest thing they ever produced. And that's why they all hated him. They hated him because he was so beautiful as a black man, as a brother, as what a man. Do you understand what I'm telling you? And the least man of all of them, Diddy never tried to hide the fact that he was a homosexual. It was the homosexual who hated the heterosexual the most. That's the truth. He hated Pac the most. Above all other people who hated Pac, nobody hated Pac more than Diddy. That should tell you a lot. I'm not dumping on Diddy. Only thing I can say about Diddy is that when he invited myself and the staff of Club Cheetah to Justin's, which was right across the street, he opened it up there because he wanted to be close to Cheetah, in which I was working as a supervisor for years. And he invited us over to Justin, and he made breakfast for us. We actually went in the kitchen, made some eggs. The man can cook. Very nice person. I was appreciative of it. I could also say that anytime and every time I ever saw Diddy, he was a perfect gentleman, even when I ran into him in the West Village with them, what do you call them? Them he-she's? The boys that like to dress up like girls. He was with a whole bunch of them in the store. I still gave him a dap. I was like, yo, what up, Diddy? He was like, yo, what's up? He like hanging out in the West Village with these boys. So my thing, if that's who your father is, you can't tell the world to don't say nothing about my father. What the fuck's wrong with you? Move to a country where you can control what people say. Let your father be a man and stand up for what he believed in the life he lived. That's being a man. And take what come with it. But y'all can't, it's your father. And I would say this to his sons. Don't ever put yourself in a fucked up position defending somebody else's fucked up choices. Don't do that. You don't owe your father that. You don't owe that. You owe yourself more self-respect than that. I don't give a fuck how much money he spent on you, how many mansions, how he took care of you. None of that shit means anything when it comes to that. Respect him as your father, but remember, other people are not required to respect him or his choices. And you will know that you have reached manhood when you accept that as a man.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't accept that as a man and you feel like you got to run up on the people on the streets, or what's his name? Brandy's brother, Ray, what's his name?
Ray J.
Ray J. Yeah, you got to run up on. You don't run up on people because they speaking shit about your father. Because if they, especially if they tell them the truth, it's like, nah, it is what it is. Your father got to live with that. Be men. In this world out here, be men. It's not an easy thing. Sometimes you got to swallow shit, pardon the pun. Sometimes you got to swallow shit. I'd rather swallow my pride than swallow some dick. That's just me. You understand what I'm saying? I can swallow my pride. They call it eating crow back in the day. I can swallow my pride. I ain't swallowing no dick. Somebody got to die. Period. That's just what it is.
Shout out to Laura Ann. I see you.
All right? Read this, please.
The divorce rate among Israeli...
Right here. Read this, right here.
Over 11,000 couples formally end their marriages. Statistics don't cover divorces for non-Jews or Jewish citizens who got hitched in civil ceremonies abroad.
Over here.
The divorce rate among Israeli Jews rose 5% in 2018, with just over 11,000 couples untying the knot, according to statistics released Tuesday by the chief rabbinate.
Read this.
Divorce is becoming a new norm among...
I'm sorry, hold on. What did Ye say?
I'm jealous of how the fact that they stay with their wives.
So who's lying? Didn't I tell you he was a liar? He lied about abortion. He lied about Jewish divorces. I told you, everything he says is a lie, and it's a rationale and a premise for him to worship white people, to the point where he will mythologize them into something that they are not. Can you imagine a Jew sitting at home? And I said this before when I gave this presentation before. Can you imagine a Jewish person sitting at home, listening to Kanye say this stupid shit, going, well, I got divorced. Like, my parents got divorced. Like, I know a whole bunch of divorced Jews. In fact, we meet every Wednesday. Like, we're like, yeah. But this is what you call an impoverished black mind, still looking at the world like that little black kid in the ghetto that he used to be. He has not grown from that. He has not moved. He's still in that little house they used to live in.
She said...
all of his travels around the world have not shown him life.
Melissa said Netanyahu's on his third marriage.
Okay? Yes.
Divorce is becoming a new norm among ultra-Orthodox in Israel.
We talking about ultra-Orthodox. We ain't even talking about the fucking secular Jews.
Yeah.
Now, if it's a new norm amongst the ultra-Orthodox, you don't even want to talk about the secular Jews.
Right.
That's a divorce every 5 minutes. The fuck are you talking about? Read this.
Divorce in the Haredi community are catching up to those of the secular Jewish population. Beyond the usual reasons for untying the knot, many cite another: declining religious observance by their spouse.
Okay.
Damn. So they're not even sticking to their religion.
Yeah. Okay. Read it. Look at my source. You can vet my sources. That's from Hotep. It's the oldest newspaper in Israel. Right? This is from reformjudaism.org. Read that.
Divorce etiquette. An interview with Edith Held Mencher and Marsha Elser.
These are Jewish women. Read this.
How prevalent is divorce within the Jewish community, and how does the rate compare with divorce in the general population? Oh boy.
Rabbi Edith Heldmencher, read that.
Rabbi Edith Heldmencher, Union for Reform Judaism's Faculty for Sacred Community, Clinical Social Work Psychotherapist.
Look at what she says.
She says the divorce rate in the Jewish community is the same as the general population.
Oh, Kanye tried to get you to worship white dick again. In other words, his whole message is everybody is better than black people. That's his whole message. The Jewish woman herself is telling you it's the same about the general population. But that nigga want to lie to sell you white greatness. They have better families. They have better marriages. They don't get abortions. This nigga hates himself and he hates you and me. Fuck him. When I say fuck him, bro, I ain't gonna wish death on him. That's not my place. That motherfucker, dude, this nigga's next level evil because he said it himself. I ain't gotta tell you he's evil. He said it.
He said it.
He said it. Read this.
Marsha Elser, board certified marital and family lawyer in Florida, former president of Temple Israel Greater Miami.
This is her. Now this is both of the women talking. Both Jewish women. What does she say?
Overall, that is what I've found, although one study by the Ontario Consultants on Religious Tolerance indicates that divorce among Jewish couples is slightly higher than among non-Jews.
The nigga tried to gaslight you. Oh, I'm saying anti-Semitic shit because Jews don't get divorced so much. They get divorced more than the non-Jews. The nigga's a liar. Everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. You think I'm saying that to be mean-spirited. I'm not a mean-spirited person. I love black people with a passion. Like I couldn't even describe the love that I feel for black people because I've been looking at it since 1967. I saw us go through so many different phases and we remained beautiful through it all. We remained loving through it all. We survived the crack epidemic. We put our families back in order, sent our children. Man, white folks are still fucked up from meth throughout this country. Look at them white crackers up in Canada on fentanyl. Like it's a fucking, I don't know what to call it. And black people still coming forward with dignity and self-respect. And this scumbag piece of shit wants us to feel bad because he can't see his racialized bastard children who Hitler hated. I told you when I was done, you thought you hated him before. Now you're going to see him for what he really is. A liar. And the number one thing he lies about is race. He likes to invoke every argument to say, this is why I hate, this is why I'm siding with white supremacy. It's because I'm jealous of Jews. I'm a white supremacist because I'm actually jealous of Jews.
Wait till you
gotta remember, he can't do this as a black man. He has to do all of this as a white supremacist.
You know what stat you got to pull up too? The literacy rate amongst Orthodox, because they can't read anything other than Hebrew. So them contracts he talking about, they can't read them.
So this part, wrong. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Wrong. Okay?
Oh boy.
Oh, they got money, right? They all rich.
Yeah. The Harry and Jeanette Weinberg Foundation convened an important session immediately following the JFN conference to bring to light this critical issue. This session helped me further appreciate the growing plight of close to 20% of the Jewish population living in or near poverty in the United States today. This touches people of all ages, all backgrounds, from aging Holocaust survivors to individuals with disabilities to single-parent families seeking employment. The statistics are a stark reminder that the issue is widespread and growing. 45% of children in Jewish homes are living in poor or near poor households.
45%. I guess they don't all read contracts, you stupid motherfucker.
40 to 45% of Jewish homes, of Jewish children are living at or below the poverty line. See, they don't tell you this shit. That's why I don't stereotype people. That's why I don't tell you everybody is this or everybody is that. Ye lives in a world where everybody is stereotyped. All niggas are this, all Jews are that, all whites are this. All whites are great, all Jews are thieves unless they're great, which means I get to compare myself to them, and all niggas ain't shit. And ain't about nothing, and they are not synonymous with greatness. That nigga's done. His brain is fried. And there is no coming back for him. There is no resurrection for this nigga. Remember that black dude that Samuel Jackson played in Django?
Yeah.
The black house nigga?
Mm-hmm.
That is Ye. If you take him and you combine it with Uncle Ruckus, that's Ye. Throw a little bit of Candace Owens in there, that's Ye. Take all three of those things and wrap them up, that's Ye.
What up, Jazzy?
Real fucking talk. But I know your head got to be swimming right now.
It's too much.
I know it is. It's a lot. How you think I felt when I was putting this shit together? I was like, nah, this is fucking crazy. And this is one of my old presentations. This ain't even a new one. Hold up. Real fucking talk. Look at this right here. Poor households. Right? 23% of 5 people. That's 1 million. That's over 1 million Jews. In New York, over 1 million Jews. What? Read that again. Right here. Read this, please. Right here. 45.
45% of children in Jewish homes are living in poor or near poor households. Between 16% and 20% of these households are earning less than $30,000, with 7% making $15,000 or less. These are not statistics that show uniform wealth. In fact, while some of the most dire cases are, not surprisingly, retirement age and elderly people, young adults are also among those affected. Jewish poverty is a significant issue that deserves our urgent attention, and there is so much more we can do to uplift the most vulnerable members of our community.
And I'm going to tell you why I know that's true. You know why I know that's true? I can't ever remember a time when I was working someplace and there wasn't somebody Jewish working there with me. If they all so well off and can all read contracts, why this nigga working a bag check at the same club I'm working in? Why this nigga tending bar with tapes around his sneakers trying to put himself through fucking law school because he can't afford a new pair of sneakers while he's doing it? All of this mythology is bullshit. The only thing that makes Jews a little different than blacks in America is that they got access to certain crucial points of influence the same way gay America did, the same way homosexual America did. Jews just did it first. That's it. They just did it before, and they did it before blacks. And one of the things that helped them to do it was the black advancement of the civil rights movement, which didn't just cover race, it covered creed, which included Jews. That's how they really got into those centers of influence, particularly in academia, in the university system, which I got a whole presentation on that. It's gonna fuck your head up.
Uh-oh.
Trust me, yo, that's one you need to see. Yeah, that's that, bro. There's a lot of shit out here that black people don't know that it's just bad that they don't know it, right? These are young Jewish people. Jewish poverty is a significant issue that deserves our urgent attention, and there's so much more that we could do to uplift the most vulnerable members of our community. See, that's the difference. Kanye, you heard what they said? You want to be like Jews? Look at the last line, you stupid motherfucker. Read this. Read this part right here.
There is so much more we can do to uplift the most vulnerable members of our community.
Yay, that's not you, you piece of shit. You're not trying to uplift the most vulnerable members of your community. You want to uplift other millionaire rappers with record deals like you who do dumb shit and go to jail. That's what you want to uplift. All the rest of us, you don't give a fuck about us. You said so. You care about your white wife more than you care about all of us. You said so. So fuck you, nigga. Keep it 100. Just keep it 100, bro. Oh shit, I forgot to send homie the link. Yo, you never sent me that link?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, man, email or text?
Text. You want me to email it?
Nah, I'm gonna go right into the text. Oh shit, I fucked up. My bad. Okay. Oh, which one is it? The first one or the second one? It's the first one, because the second one is not right. Damn, my bad, dude. I fucking forgot. All right, boom. Yo. I know a lot of people in my following, they're gonna be mad as fuck that I didn't let them know I was doing this. You know, I want to see it when it's live. Look, look, my dude. We just keep it in 100 in here, right? That's all we doing. Keep it in 100. Boom. Where am I at? Come back here. Let me bring this shit over here. I'm tired of it always having to look for it. Here we go.
Yeah, it's a body. Yeah, he didn't call the body. He didn't call the body, nerd.
Are you talking about me?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, man, he deserved this shit, bro. He really did. It's like, dude, you just violated. I mean, the level of violation, man. And then what bothers me is when I see the reaction videos, and I'm like, oh, y'all letting this nigga off with a kiss and a hug. I'm like, nah, we not doing that. Nah, we not doing that. We ain't letting this dude off with a kiss and a hug. Fuck out of here. This motherfucker done violated in every sense of the word. Right? Boom. So yeah, see this last part, yeah, you want to be like Jews? Do this part. Uplift the most vulnerable members of your community. That's how they decrease their poverty. Dumb motherfucker. Fuck out of here. See this? Read this?
Jewish poverty, often hidden, common in Brooklyn.
Where I'm from?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. I know, I see their poverty. They ain't trying to hide it, even though they try to. You can see it. Elderly Russian immigrants, Holocaust survivors, ultra-Orthodox, disabled at risk. That means every aspect of the society except for the corporate world. Those in the corporate world are just like the corporate world of every other community. They doing all right. Dumb motherfucker. Anybody who's ever been in a welfare office knows you go up there, you going to see Jews up there, the Orthodox. Getting them probably more than anybody else. Yo, could you read this, please?
Israel. Over half of Jerusalem's children live below the poverty line.
Nah, I thought they all reading signed contracts and they all rich and they all doing well. So you want us to suck Jewish dick when they doing just as bad as us? The fuck out of here. Why? Because they walk around looking happy? Because they make good decisions for themselves? Nigga, just teach people how to make good decisions for themselves and be happy with their family. We don't all need billion-dollar lawyers for that. We don't need billion-dollar industries for that. Just need to have our values and priorities in order. You don't need Jews for that. Who you think they learned it from? They learned it from us. Dumb motherfucker. Can't tell them that, though. Yeah, man, look at this dude. I can't get mad because I'm a Christian. You're a Christian? But over here you said, I will not say that sounds pretty innocent except for the fact that I am Jew. I classify myself as Jew. So he's fucking Einstein, he's Da Vinci, he's Michelangelo, he's Daniel, whatever his name is, Day-Lewis.
Disney.
Right? He's Jewish, he's Christian, or he's Jew, he's Christian, and we're all sons of Abraham. This nigga is the lostest nigga you will ever see. Ever. You will never meet a more lost nigga. If you want to see who he is, go see the movie Sankofa and look at the principal character. Look at her son, the pastor. That's who Ye is. Real talk. Look at the movie Sankofa and look at the son, the half-breed son. That's who Ye is in his heart and in his core. I classify myself as Jew. I'm a this nigga. All right, this nigga, bro. And we gotta honor our God, Jesus Christ, by saying Hail Hitler. And all my niggas is Nazis. Yeah. Read what he said here at the top, and this will explain why I did this whole presentation. What did he say here?
I'm the most influential person on the planet.
Right? Read this.
I'm a Nazi. I love Hitler. And now what?
Now, if you take those two things and combine them, I'm the most influential person on the planet, I'm a Nazi and I love Hitler, then you're a fucking problem. You got to be dealt with. That's why I did this. Out of your own mouth. I'm the most influential person on the planet. I'm a Nazi. I love Hitler. So what should we do, Ye, with the most influential person on the planet who's a Nazi and loves Hitler? Answer the question. What should we do? Not as Americans, as American Africans. What should we do?
Excommunicado.
I'm evil. Do you know what this robe represents that he's wearing? Huh?
No.
He thinks it's just the KKK. That's how stupid he is. He didn't even tell you why it was what the black robe means. Do you know what the black robe means?
No.
You know why? Ye don't educate nobody because he's not educated. He's the dumbest nigga ever walked the planet.
Mm.
The nigga dumb, the nigga dumb, the nigga dumb. And I can't say it any other way. The nigga dumb. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you. Everything I say is receipts, baby. I don't play these games.
You got more receipts for that?
Come on, man. My receipts are between my ears. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know about this? Hold on. You know about these people, the Black League?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. This is who Kanye trying to represent. The Black League. Okay? You got to know who the Black League was. Watch. Oh, I'm sorry, the Black Legion. Here you go. Here you go. I'm going to come right here. Here we go. Let me get it down here. Yeah. That's who this nigga's trying to channel, the Black Legion. You going to show up in an interview dressed as the Black Legion? Dude, these niggas, they was the worst of the Klan.
Mm.
Are you kidding me? These motherfuckers, dude, you know how bad they was? The Klan feared them. The Klan feared them. They was worse than the Klan. All them lynchings that you saw in the South, bro, that wasn't even the Klan. The Klan was doing stupid shit. It was these motherfuckers.
Mm.
A secret society that terrorized Detroit during the city's greatest sports era. Only a game. It wasn't just Detroit. They were all over the country. Every city. These were the motherfuckers you had to worry about. And this nigga came in an interview dressed as them. Yes. Read that.
The Black Legion was a white supremacist terrorist organization and hate group.
So that's what he shows dressed up as in a fucking interview.
Damn.
This shit. So, hold on. He gonna blame this on Jews too? Huh? So yeah, in that interview he had with Aiden Ross, he talked about how, in the post interview, he talked about, oh yeah, I take the KKK interview, I take I take their imagery, I take this nigga, he just trying to be outlandish for the sake of being outlandish. Attention economy, all this bullshit, but nigga, look. Continue to read that.
The Black Legion was a white supremacist terrorist organization and hate group which began in the Midwestern United States in the 1920s and 1930s. It split off from the Ku Klux Klan and grew to prominence during the Great Depression. According to historian Rick Perrstein, the FBI estimated its membership numbered at 135,000, including a large number of public officials, including Detroit's police chief. Historian Peter H.
You heard that? That's what made them dangerous.
They had public
Klan-
officials.
The Klan took their members from like factory workers or guys who own garages, like that, like a bowling club type shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Black League took their members from fucking the police force, the FBI, or I mean, real marshals, like niggas that would string you to fuck up and skin you alive for real, for real. Read this part right here. Read the first sentence.
The Black Legion is widely viewed as even more violent and radical offshoot of the Klan.
You heard that? Yeah, he ain't telling you who he's showing up as in these interviews. When you get a chance, you can go back and read it. The Black Legion. Y'all got a sick nigga in your midst. And I hate to say it, but with that shit you be saying, that I said I would never wish on nobody, all I'm saying is, if I see a dog with rabies get put down, I can't sympathize. And I'll leave it at that. If I see a dog with rabies get put down, and what color is the foam at the mouth of a dog with rabies? It's white. That's some deep symbolic shit for your ass right there. Dude, has there been any moment during this whole thing where I did not pull out a receipt?
Nope.
Did I receipt every single thing I said?
You backed up everything with receipts.
Did I lie about anything on this brother? On this, not a brother, on this individual.
No, you had all of his transcripts.
I'm not gonna lie on this man. For what? For what? He does enough shit out front where you don't have to lie on him to make up shit. Now I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna show you two other things and then I'm done with it. Real talk. I'm gonna show you two other things and then I'm done with this. Right? I just had to do this, man, because that Hail Hitler video, I bet you when people see it now, it's gonna hit different. You ain't gonna be bobbing your head to that shit. You're gonna be like, turn that shit off before it gets stuck in my head. Because it's good enough to get stuck in your head. I found it stuck in my head. And I just like, nope, turn that shit off.
Right. That's why I didn't want to listen to it.
I'm not no dick sucker. You understand what I'm saying?
So you got the nail in the coffin?
Oh, dude, you don't want it. When I'm about to see you next, you might have a supernatural experience.
Markel.
Everybody watching might have a nervous breakdown when I show them what I'm about to show you.
Markel said nail in the coffin time.
This is not going to be pretty what I'm about to show you. They're going to be like, Shakka, that's not real. But it's also going to show you something about me. Nobody could show me what I'm about to show you. I had to discover it for myself. And it shows you how much I respect your audience that I'm about to share something with you like this.
Okay. Shout out to the audience.
Facts.
They loving this.
Okay.
Shout out Spotless. I see you.
Here we go. Here we go. Let me come here. All right. Yeah, this scumbag piece of shit. Animal training. In fact, let's finish here.
Willie Will. Shout out to Willie Will.
Boom. Let's go. Read from the feeble-minded. No, read from the illustrated newspapers, and then you're going to read this whole thing all the way over. Let's go.
The illustrated newspapers occasionally showed the privileged class how a Negro for the first time has become a lawyer, a teacher, perhaps even a minister or heroic opera tenor somewhere or other. The feeble-minded privileged class looks at such a miracle of animal training with admiration and astonishment before overflowing with respect for this marvelous result of modern education.
Animal training, bro. That's what it means to teach us.
Right.
Hold on.
At the same time, the Jew is very shrewd about using this as new proof of the theory that...
Hold on, this shit always jumps.
that all men are equal, which he is forcing down the people's throat, is valid. It never draws on the weary middle-class world that such a news article is actually a sin against all reason. It is criminal insanity to train a born half-ape until one believes he has been turned into a lawyer.
You heard that? That's Hitler. What did Hitler think of Ye?
It's a half-ape.
A half-ape. You hear that?
While millions of members of the highest of civilized races must remain in a position totally unworthy of them.
Now, you know what this is? Think about this. Look at what he just said. I want you to read this whole thing together and tell me what this is.
It is criminal insanity to train a born half-ape until one believes he has been turned into a lawyer, while millions of members of the highest of civilized races must remain in a position totally unworthy of them.
Did that sound familiar to you?
Sounds like jealousy.
Nah, it sounds like this right here.
DEI?
DEI. That's what DEI is all about. Read it again now and see if you understand the context.
It is criminal insanity to train a born half-ape until one believes he has been turned into a lawyer.
Or a pilot, or a general, or a four-star general, right? Troy decent staff, right? Go ahead.
While millions of members of the highest of civilized races must remain in a position totally unworthy of them.
That's this, bro. That is the exact rationale of DEI. That is the exact rationale of DEI, of what white people complain about. That is their critique of DEI. That it trains untrainable people when you got all of these potentially qualified white people just by virtue of the fact that they're white. You got to be criminally insane to be putting these qualified black people in those positions. That's DEI. That is the critique of DEI in Mein Kampf. Hitler told you he read it. His family said, his niece said he kept a copy of Mein Kampf on his nightstand. Y'all didn't believe it, stupid motherfuckers. His whole shit comes out of Mein Kampf. His whole shit. Bunch of dumb motherfuckers. And this dumb nigga got you screaming, "Hail Hitler." And y'all think because Jews put him through the ringer, because Jews won't let him see his kids. Oh, so y'all mad at Jews for trying to protect multiracial bastards from an insane father who hates multiracial children? See how the narrative flips when you got knowledge and you got facts and you got receipts? Look. Hold on. Read this.
Let's see what it says here. It is a sin against the will of the eternal creator to let hundreds of thousands of his most gifted creatures decay.
White people.
Right.
He's talking about white people.
Decay in the modern worker labor swamp, while Hottentots and Zulus are being tamed for intellectual professions.
Are being tamed. Intellectual perfection. Like how you tame a giraffe or a dog or whatever else, a monkey, right? He says it right here. Read it.
As with the poodle, it is just animal training and not
He said it twice. And not scholastic education. Read this.
The same care and pain spent on intelligent races will prepare every individual for similar achievements, and each would be 1,000 times more adept.
That is the rationale of anti-DEI. 100%. Yes, you can hit my Cash App. I will take the standing ovation, and ain't nobody you know ever showed you no shit like that. Nobody gives a fuck about your brains at the level that I do and am capable of. And that's why I'm showing you this shit. I just showed you where anti-DEI rationale came from. It came out of Mein Kampf. The whole argument. And what they've chosen to do is to treat Mein Kampf as their Bible. And they're not telling you. It's instructing all of their policies. It's not Project 2025. It's literally Mein Kampf is the playbook. but niggas don't know it because they ain't read it. Why would I read? Why would I read when I can watch the game? Why would I read? Stupid motherfuckers. I earned the right to insult a motherfucker. If I insult you, it's because I earned that bitch. I did the reading your black ass refuses to do. You're, as my mother would say, you're a narrow black guy. I used to hate when she used to call me that. You're a narrow black guy.
What was the other receipt? You said you had two.
Oh, that wasn't even one of them.
That wasn't one of them?
That was just, I wanted to finish that out.
Oh, damn.
Come on, bro. That was not even one of the receipts.
Oh, shit.
I just want you to see how evil these motherfuckers are and who he got you trying to worship. Real fucking talk.
Damn.
So, hold on. For those of you who want to know.
Natty, what up, yo?
If y'all want to know what Hitler thought about Kanye's family, his kids, Northwest, Saint, I don't know the other two's names. What's their names?
Chicago and Psalm.
So which one is Chicago and which one is Psalm?
The boy is, I think the third is Chicago and the last one is Psalm.
And the girl is Psalm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we just gonna call them what Hitler called them, a bunch of racial bastards, because that's what Hitler called them.
Right.
Because you want us to hail Hitler. Come on, yeah, you wanted to have the conversation. This is what you said. We having it. We having it. Read that from the top, bro.
Nature does not desire the mating of weaker species with stronger individuals. Even less does she desire the mixing of a higher race with a lower race.
Higher race, lower race.
Mm.
Higher race, lower race. Higher race, lower race. Go ahead.
If this were allowed to happen over thousands of years, the efforts of natural selection would be for nothing.
Which means these kids, they cancel out natural selection. They're an abomination when it comes to natural selection.
Mm.
Go ahead.
History shows us countless examples which prove this law. It shows with alarming clarity that every time Aryan blood has mingled with inferior races,
i.e. this, right? We're talking about this right here. Him and her particularly. Him and her.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Ye and his wife. Aryan blood mixing with inferior races. The result is what?
The result has been the end of the greater civilization whose members were the flag bearers of superiority. The North American population consists overwhelmingly of Germanic elements which have mingled very little with inferior colored peoples. And this shows a very different sort of civilization and culture from Central and South America. In Central and South America, the mostly Latin, meaning people of Italian, French, Spanish, and Portuguese origin, settlers mingled, sometimes on a large scale, with the people who were native to the area. This one example by itself clearly and distinctly shows us the effect of racial mixture.
I.e. these four right here.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
The racially pure and almost unmixed Germanic peoples on the American continent have risen to become the master of their land. He will maintain the master as long as he will remain the master as long as he does not yield to blood pollution by mixing with lesser races.
And this is why white fathers would rather kill their white daughters than have them bring home a black husband.
Mm.
Period. Period. And why smart black fathers do not tolerate their black daughters bringing home a white husband. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting y'all know this is what Hitler actually said. Mixing with lesser races. This is the lesser race. This weirdo. He definitely a lesser race. It ain't got nothing to do with being black either. He just a lesser race. Period. Okay? Oh, this is some other shit that's not for this presentation. Now, I showed you one book. Read this again. Read the title.
Let me see. Destined to Witness. Growing Up Black in Nazi Germany by Hans J. Massaquoi.
Right, now I'm going to show you something. I wasn't going to do this. Hold on. I'm going to show you something. Watch this. I want y'all to see who this brother was because that's him on the book as a little boy on the book cover.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to see him as a grown man. Look at this brother. I want you to, this brother right here. That was the little boy who was screaming for Hitler in Nazi Germany until it dawned on him that Hitler wanted to destroy him. That's Saint. That's Chicago. Yay. Biracial, just like your sons. And he could tell you. He wrote a book called Destined to Witness, but your nigga ass want to sit there and read Mein Kampf for all of the wrong reasons. Because you worship at the altar of white supremacy. You are disgusting. You're disgusting to me. And you could take the Tate brothers with you. Do your fucking talk. Yeah. Nigger, Schwarzenfeld. That's what they used to call him. It's on the top of the book. You need to read the story. The fuck is this? I ain't even seen this before. Oh, they changed the name for American publication. Wow. That's deep. He's reminding you of what he had to go with being called. Nigger, they called him nigger, Schwarzenfeld. Schwarzenfegger. Scorstenfeiger. Wow.
Schornsteinfeger.
You do it because my mouth is done.
Hold on, let me ask.
And look, and here's his father looking like Kanye. I want y'all to see this. Read Destined to Witness and make your children read it, your black children. Don't let Kanye gaslight you with this bullshit. Oh, Hitler this. Kanye, I would say Kanye could suck a dick, but he might take it literally and go do it. But not that me not saying it's not going to stop him, but you know what I'm saying. I just don't want to contribute to that shit. Yeah, it's a black man who grew up in Nazi Germany. Straight up. Well, biracial. He's a biracial man who grew up in Nazi Germany. I do not consider biracial people black. Okay? Let me just be very clear on that. They are biracial. And that's me respecting them for who and what they are. They're not black. They're not white. They're biracial. Right? So what's the name of this book?
Destined to Witness.
Now, what's the name of this book?
Hitler's Black Victims.
Oh, by who?
Dr. Clarence Luzan, PhD.
Yeah, he's a black professor at Howard University. Now, why didn't Ye read this? Hitler's Black Victims. Why don't you put that in your fucking video? Ye? Why don't you? Read this, bro.
For numerical estimates regarding black victims of Nazi persecution, scholars such as Clarence Luzan have addressed this topic in works like Hitler's Black Victims. Luzan estimates that between 2,000 and 3,000 black people were imprisoned in Nazi concentration camps during Hitler's reign. A total of 2,977 victims were killed in the September 11, 2001 World Trade Center attacks.
Read this.
What this means is the same number of people who perished in the 9/11 World Trade Center attacks is roughly the same number of black people placed in concentration camps in Hitler's Germany.
Think about that. Think about that. The same number of people who perished in the World Trade Center 9/11 attacks is the same amount of people, of black people, that were incarcerated in Nazi Germany concentration camps just by virtue of the fact that they were black. Think about that. And this is who this nigga wants us to supplicate because he put it to a track. That's how deep his racial psychosis is. Nigga, you just want to be popular for all the wrong reasons because you was a bitch in high school, period. Nobody really fucked with you. And now you want to get that acceptance from white people. They ain't really fucking with you. They'll fuck with your hate because they respond, hate resonates with them. They'll fuck with that, but they don't fuck with you. Real talk.
That's true.
And shout out to Piers Morgan for disrespecting your ass. Fuck you. Look at his ego. Because Piers Morgan mentioned that he had 2 million followers instead of 3 million. Nigga, fuck your 3 million followers on you. I don't give a fuck if you have one. You can have 1 billion. You still a whack nigga. You whack. You ever did the old saying, which he never heard. You can't win for losing. He never heard that saying before. And there's an opposite that's true too. You can't lose for winning. That means you do the right thing just because it's the right thing to do. You can't lose for winning. But the opposite is true too. You can't win for losing. Meaning that you're not gonna succeed by doing something fucked up just because you think you got away with it. That's not how life works. Life has its own rules. Since you bothered not to learn them, then you should suffer from them. Period. Now, read this, bro. So hold on, we got Destined to Witness, Growing Up Black in Nazi Germany, Hitler's Black Victims, Clarence Lousson. Now we at what? Read this.
Germany's Black Holocaust, 1890 to 1945.
By who?
Dr. Clarence Lousson, PhD.
Okay. Oh no, I fucked that up. It's by Firpo W. Carr, PhD. Let me fix that right now before I end up putting that out incorrectly on my channel. Give me 1 second, please. All right. Give me 1 second. That's what I come here for, to get the kinks out.
Absolutely. Practice run. Make sure y'all subscribe to Shakka channel. Link is in the description box.
Shit, the most fuck that. Hit that motherfucking Cash App.
Hit the Cash App, $. We got that Cash App link in the chat.
Studying costs money for real, for real.
Yes, it does. It costs you a lot of time. Trust me, I know.
Here we go. Let me just put this in here. And you will never guess that I've been listening to on my headphones this whole time.
What?
What's the name of that movie with Denzel Washington's son when he went undercover with the KKK?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. He was a police officer.
Yes.
With a racist precinct.
Right. I'm listening to that soundtrack. It's a dope soundtrack. Here we go. Boom. All right. Hold on. All right. Got it. Okay. Here we go. Yes. Okay. I want to thank y'all for hanging with me and for being able to keep up.
Somebody just crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge.
Oh, crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah.
A plane?
A boat.
Oh, boat? Probably Kanye driving it. Probably saw a white girl and lost his attention. Stupid motherfucker. Yo, give me a second. I'll be right back.
All right. Looks like somebody crashed to the Brooklyn Bridge. We got Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark about to thug it out. We on hour 8. I think we deep into hour 8. Let me see. We're moving into hour 9, bro. No, we're in hour 8. We're in hour 8. I take that back. Yeah, we just crossed the 8-hour mark. Black Klansman. That movie was cool, I guess. It was all right. You know, I guess it was cool. I watched it. I watched it once. You know, he's working for this racist precinct that didn't want to put him in that position, and he was able to convince his people to convince the chief to allow him, or his boss, whoever that was, to allow him to become. I think it was based on a true story too, and he was running the whole thing from the phone. He was basically doing it all like via phone, and was able to infiltrate. Wasn't there a 10-hour one already? Yeah, we did the 10-hour one. What was that, last year? Early this year? I think that was last year. We did that was the legendary 10-hour episode. And in that one, we broke down the whole Elon Musk, Peter Thiel connection. It was phenomenal research. In fact, I got some of that research here in my bookmarks. Yeah, here it is. That's when we were talking about the Hanseatic League. There's another. I still meant to go back and take a look at this. Oh yeah, but there was something else he had. I got to go back and review that, because he had something about. Oh, I remember what it was. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Yeah, Peter Thiel, 1995 book called The Diversity Myth. Multiculturalism. He was talking about how Peter Thiel was bullied in college by black intelligentsia.
Oh, yo, did I bring that up?
Yeah, I was reviewing what we went over in that 10-hour interview.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, yeah, because I'm getting ready to present on that big time.
And what college was that again?
Stanford.
He
was at Stanford.
But you said it was another New York school that something like some squabble went down.
Bro, you giving away shit they're not supposed to be hearing about right now.
That's already on. We did that last interview.
Oh, okay. I'll give that up then.
We did that last interview. You told Hunter College, I think you said.
Yeah, it was City College.
City College. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Boom. Okay. Boom. All right. Boom. Okay. Woo. I'm good. We went hard in the paint today. That's what's up. I needed to unpack this. Here we go. Come in. Yeah. Shakka Ahmose, my nigga. I fucks with him. All right, let's see here. Let's make sure that everything's right. Everything's good. Everything's good. We good? Everything's good. Cool. Boom. All right, so yeah, it was City College. That's what you're talking about, the war.
Yeah.
I just call it the war. So,
okay.
Yeah, there was a war that went down that black people don't know about. I'm going to be presenting on it. I'm really just doing a bunch of presentations back to back. So people going to be seeing me like probably for the next week or so.
Okay.
And then I got to get ready to go into the studio to record stuff for Kemetville, like songs and shit like that. So let me see. In fact, that's probably who just called me just now. I don't even know. But everybody always want to call me when I'm on air doing a live. Other than that, motherfuckers don't. This shit don't make a sound. Here we go. So, here we go.
Salute, Alchemist. Excuse me.
Here we go. Cool.
We here, Happy Latina. We here.
Hey, bro, I'm about to show you something that's going to mess your head up. I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
And I don't want people bugging out when they see it, or that they're going to bug out. I know I did. When I saw it, I bugged out. I was like, no way. All right. Yeah, I gotta eat something. I was talking.
Get your grub on.
Dopest crackers on the planet. What kind of grade do I get today?
What kind of grade?
Mhm.
A plus.
That was up.
A plus plus.
That was up.
There's a 4.5 right here, GPA. Yeah, it's S tier.
I'm gonna end it just right. Oh shit, what I do with my glasses? Right here. You know how many times I lose my glasses? They should be on my head.
Trust me, I know.
I be walking through the whole house. Like, where my glasses?
Willie will say A fucking plus plus.
Oh, I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. That means the world to me. It really does. I grew up in a household where we had to get good grades. So I'm always asking people, grade me. How I do, you know what I mean? Now, my Cash App is my report card. Yeah.
$, Shakka Ahmose.
My Cash App is my report card. Are you serious, bro? We been on here this long?
8 hours. They was prepped though. They was prepped and ready.
You know how I do though.
Absolutely. My audience knows how you do.
All right. We're gonna finish up. Here we go. Let me hit this. Here we go. And boom. And boom. And we good. All right. Hit us, bro. Read it.
Germany's Black Holocaust, 1890 to 1945. The Untold Truth, Firpo W. Carr. In the 1890s, blacks were tortured in German concentration camps in Southwest Africa.
You know that those are the first concentration camps, right?
Damn. No way.
It was during the First Reich. You got to understand that this is why in Southwestern Africa, in Namibia, where Peter Thiel, Elon Musk's homie from PayPal Mafia, where he grew up, even when he went there and was going to school there, they were still greeting each other with Heil Hitler. Still. It was normal and common in Namibia to do that. And you got to remember, Namibia came under the political control of South Africa. And so it was pretty much just one contiguous white rule from South Africa even down through Namibia. You understand what I'm saying? And that's where they had them concentration camps. It was like the first trial run. And that's where they developed the whole machinery to do what they did with the Wehrmacht in World War II during the Holocaust. All right?
Okay.
Go ahead.
When Adolf Hitler was only a child. Okay. So when they set these concentration camps up in Southwest Africa, Hitler was just a child.
He was just a child.
Right. Colonial German doctors conducted unspeakable medical experiments on these emaciated, helpless Africans decades before such atrocities were ever visited upon the Jews. Thousands of Africans were massacred. Regrettably, historians neglected to properly register the slaughter, that is, to lift it from the footnote in history that it had been relegated to until now. In an attempt to give the incidents their rightful recognition in the historical context of the Holocaust, Dr. Firpo W. Carr,
he's a PhD. I forgot to put that in his title. Go ahead.
Has authored a new book entitled Germany's Black Holocaust, 1890 to 1945. In it, he reveals the startling hidden history of black victims of the Holocaust. The mayhem and carnage date back to the turn of the 20th century, many years before there were ever any unfortunate victims, Jew or Gentile, of the Holocaust. Carr conducted 3 incredibly revealing interviews with a black female Holocaust victim, the black commanding officer who liberated 8,000 black men from a concentration camp.
So stop right there. They talked about 2,000 to 3,000 of them being concentrated. How can it be 2,000 to 3,000 of them being put in concentration camps, like the other one said, when they liberated 8,000 black men from the concentration camps?
Right.
Right? So you're basically talking about 10 to 12,000. 3 times.
So far.
Yeah, about 3 to 4 times the amount of people. All right, I'm sorry. About 3 to 4 times the amount of people that perished in 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
Were put, blacks were put, that's how many blacks were put in those concentration camps.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not talking about the first ones, I'm talking about the second ones. World War II, the so-called Jewish Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now you done seen so far, oh, go ahead, hold on.
An African-American medic from the all-black medical unit that was responsible for retrieving thousands of dead bodies from Dachau. White medical units were spared the gruesome task.
Stop right there. That's how they knew how many black victims had been persecuted in the concentration camps in Germany. Because the people who were collecting the dead bodies, they didn't give that gruesome job to the white soldiers. They gave it to the black American soldiers to do it. And the black French soldiers to do it. They were the ones that gave the witness and the testimony. Oh, this nigga up in here. There's black people being persecuted in these concentration camps by Hitler and his. How you gonna say all my homies are Nazis? How do you say that? All my homies is Nazis? The fuck is you talking about? That's why I said I don't need Jewish people to show Hitler for what the fuck he. I'm talking about what he did to us. That's why I said you can't stand up as a black man to the Jews because you gotta hide behind Hitler and his white supremacy and Nazis. You a faggot. You can't stand up. You bro. I got no respect for this nigga, man. None. Zero. But he don't need mine because he don't give a fuck about what we think anyway. I'm just speaking for us.
Mm-hmm.
He's telling you white medical units were spared the gruesome task. Nobody ever told you that before. That this is what the black soldiers had to do. They had to collect the dead bodies, and many of them were blacks. Hold on. Read this.
Kay, the black female Holocaust survivor, laments, "You cannot possibly comprehend the anger I have in me because of being experimented on in Dachau and being called nigger girl and blackie while growing up."
Now, hold on a second. They was experimenting on her, bro. The same shit that they was doing to us in slavery and in Tuskegee experiment, that's what they was doing to her there. And this nigga want us to scream Hail Hitler and talk about my homies are Nazis. This nigga don't understand the horror that people fucking were subjected to and had to go all the way through with it. And how many of them didn't come back. This nigga's sick. Kanye is a sick nigga. I'm telling you.
K.
Pol Pot in Cambodia or Vietnam, which one everyone was, the killing fields. And even in China, bro. Was it Pol Pot or Mao Zedong? I forget which one it was, but one of them, bro, the amount of people that they killed was insane. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about here.
Right.
I'm talking about our shit. Right? I'm not, with all due respect with the whole Jewish thing, this is not about lamenting the death of millions of Jewish people.
Right.
I'm talking about for us. The Jews will bury the Jews.
Right.
You haven't even yet mourned for your own people in this shit. Motherfuckers came to their end just for having your blood. They came to their end in them fucking camps. For no other reason. And you want us to scream Hail Hitler because you put it on the track? What you gonna put on the track next? I wanna fuck my sister. I want my brother to fuck me in the ass. Is that what you want to put on the track next? You think we gonna bob our heads to that? Cause it's on a hot track? I see you for what you are, yay. You an evil motherfucker that uses, you said yourself, it's not an insult because you called yourself evil. You're an evil motherfucker that uses your talent to seduce people into accepting your worldview as if it's cool, when it's not cool at all. You a victim of white supremacy, and you internalize that shit, and now you want to contaminate us with it through your music. Fuck your album, fuck World War III, fuck everything about you, nigga. Fuck your whack clothes, your whack shoes. Everything about you was whack. You a dick rider when it came to Tupac. Everything he wanted to do, you tried to do, and I showed the fucking receipts. You whack. You're not even as good as an artist. Forget Pac being a rapper. And how many movies? He said, oh, how many, what was he in, Juice? How many movies you been in, nigga? Yeah, how many movies you been in? I ain't seen you in one. You non-acting motherfucker. All of your music videos are whack. I ain't never fucked with you. You are really literally the wackest nigga to ever enter hip-hop. That's how I honestly feel. I'm not saying he don't have a few slick rhymes here and there. I think as a writer, Kendrick Lamar will eat his ass alive on a bad night. And I'm not even a Kendrick Lamar fan. I don't care for Kendrick Lamar's music. I like the whole They're Not Like Us thing. I enjoyed that. I thought it was very good wordplay. And that's when I was first really exposed to his, because before that, I was like, I don't understand what they see in Kendrick Lamar. That They Not Like Us shit, bro, that was some brilliance. That was, Pac would have been proud of that shit. So, as far as Ye goes, and I'm not like I said, I'm not a Kendrick Lamar fan. I am a Tupac fan, period. Period. When it comes to that shit, yeah. Brother J, my two favorite rappers, Brother J from X-Clan and Tupac. That's it. That's it. It doesn't mean I didn't listen to other people. There was other people I liked and enjoyed, but those were my two, right? That's what they had to go through.
Testimonials from the black commanding officer and African-American medic memorialized for the first time ever in Carr's book. The research is based on a voluminous documentation.
Voluminous, there goes that word again. Voluminous documentation.
And more.
You ain't never heard Ye use that term, voluminous. He doesn't know what it means.
If you are like most people, you simply have never heard the unbelievable story of black victims of the Holocaust. You're invited to read about the human spirit's triumph over events that occurred during this horrible piece of hidden history.
Piece of shit right here and understand what this piece of shit represented. See, the problem with niggas like Ye is he's never really been around real racist motherfuckers in a vulnerable position. He don't know what that feel like because he's a celebrity. He got security with him. You know what I'm saying? Drivers, all kind. This nigga don't know what it's like. He don't really know what it's like. How many black South Africans has he spoken to who had to deal with them white South Africans like Elon Musk and others? See, Elon Musk was playing nice when he was in South Africa. Like, oh, I joined the army because I didn't want to be involved. I mean, what did he say? No, I went to Canada because I didn't want to join the army. For what? To oppress black people? He said some shit like, see, the thing about these niggas, they know what to say when they first come to the country, right? But the thing is, under Trump, because shit went the way it went with the right coming back into power, all of that pretense left Elon Musk. It left him. And now you see what his real views are. You understand what I'm saying? Now you see what his real views are. Dude really is on some white superiority shit. Like hardcore. And the thing that worries me about black people is that they don't understand how hardcore the richest man in the world is. See, you can't put those two things together, richest man in the world and white racial ideology, put those things together and think that your ass is safe. If his solution is you not being here anymore. How hard do you think it is for him to bring that about? And so y'all just don't care, you just gonna party, just gonna music video into the fucking future? I do shit like this because I worry about black people. I've had almost 60 years of worrying about them. How many you got? How many do you got? How many you got? What, your little 20, your little 30, your little 40? You got to catch up, nigga. Some of us been worrying about this shit for a long time. And we've tried to do things, to put things in place to be like, okay, it's like what Malcolm said. Malcolm said, you can't go to save the people who are sleeping. You got to wake them up first. And black people are asleep like a motherfucker. Like a mother. They all on that lean. Yeah, isn't that what Future rap about, being on that lean? Right? That's what they all on. They all on that lean. They sleep. You know what I mean? Now, it's going to get a little, we're about to end this shit. It's going to kind of fuck your head up. This is a Stolperstein. You know what a Stolperstein is?
No.
If you go to Germany, you're going to find these little blocks in the ground everywhere you go, different places. One moment you might not see them, all of a sudden they pop up while you're walking down the street.
Mm-hmm.
They're called stumbling stones. The reason they're called stumbling stones is they used to have an anti-Jewish rhyme that they used to say, or a little statement they used to make when they would be walking down the street and they would trip on a stone. They would say, oh, a Jew must be watching me. A Jew must be looking at me. Right? So they call them stumbling stones. But what the artist did was they turned it, it's like they appropriated it for themselves to turn it around, kind of like what Ye pretends to do with the whole Hitler persona. But what they did was, on these Stolpersteins, they put the names of victims, Hitler's victims, that were put in those concentration camps. This Stolperstein is the Stolperstein of Martha Ndube. Does Ndube sound like a German name?
That's not a German name.
You get my point?
That's definitely South African.
You might want to tell Ye. This is the Stolperstein of Martha Ndube. And the funny thing about the Stolpersteins is, you know where they put them?
Where?
They put them in the last known place where the person was living and working and celebrating free in life. That's where they put them. Deep, huh? The Stolperstein Project, initiated by the German artist Gunther Dimling in 1992, aims to commemorate persons at the last place that they chose freely to reside, work, or study, with exceptions possible on a case-by-case basis, before they fell victim to Nazi terror, forced euthanasia, eugenics, deportation to a concentration or extermination camp. Why did I highlight the last 4 words? Because that's what happened to that's what happened to Martha. I kind of ruined my surprise by that slide showing up. Y'all wasn't supposed to see that.
That's gruesome.
Did you see it though?
I saw it. It was gruesome. I seen North up there.
Hold on.
Damn.
Look at that face and look at that face. You know who this is? That's Martha Ndube. That's North. How identical is that, bro? I told you it was gonna freak you the fuck out. Kanye thinks it's a fucking game. Let's look at who she was. In fact,
Stop.
I was gonna spring that on you to fuck your head up in a certain way, but my sting always jumps. So you saw it before you're supposed to. Yeah.
Damn.
There. It fucked. How you think I felt when I saw this and I was putting this together? You think I wasn't gonna put that in there? Cause this nigga thinks it's a fucking game and it's a joke? Yay, that's your fucking daughter, you piece of shit. Look. In a concentration camp. You think it's fucking cute now? You faggot? You think it's cute? That's your fucking daughter, bro. Look.
That's crazy.
Look.
Bruh.
Is that crazy? You don't think that fucked me up when I saw that, when I was putting this together? I almost fell out my fucking chair, bro. Now, to get back on facts, this is not Martha Ndube. I'm going to show you where this picture came from. But I wanted you to see her because Martha Ndube would have looked like her. Watch. I'm going to show you this. Read this. Read this.
Where are you at? Okay. Jacob Ndube, a heartbreaking start. Martha's father, Jacob Ndube, came to Germany in 1896 as part of the first German colonial exhibition.
What they call human zoos.
These exhibitions.
Hold on.
These exhibitions also.
I'm gonna do it in the order I was supposed to do it. Go ahead.
These exhibitions, also called human zoos, were grotesque displays where individuals from colonized nations were showcased for the entertainment of European audiences, a harrowing symbol of colonial power and racial discrimination. After the exhibition ended, Jacob chose to stay in Berlin. He trained as a blacksmith and married Dorothea Grunwald, a German woman from Hamburg. Together, they had Martha on July 27th, 1902. But Martha's life was shaped by the shadows of her father's exploitation and Germany's racially oppressive systems.
Yeah, she married a white man who actually ended up pimping her out and sent her into prostitution.
Damn.
Yeah, it was wild, right? So now, I just want you to look at this picture. You saw it already, and every time you see it, it's gonna fuck you up.
Mm-hmm.
This is KZ reference book.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what KZ stands for?
No.
It is the German word for concentration camp. Konzentrationszeit. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. You can look it up. I'll show you. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on one second. Boom, boom, boom. Why do the concentration camps have the letters KZ at the front of their names? Concentration. The abbreviation KZ stands for Konzentrationslager, the German word for concentration camp. Concentration, Z from Lager, camp, pronounced in German as tz, right, and often abbreviated with Z in older German usage, shorthand military designation. Why KZ instead of KL? Though Lager begins with L, the Nazis used Z as the conventional abbreviation in military and bureaucratic context for Zelt, tent, zone, and similar terms, and it became standard for KZ to mean concentration camp. Some records did also use KL, but KZ was more commonly adopted, especially in signage, in signage and documents. Thus, you have KZ Dachau, KZ Auschwitz, and over here, we're looking at KZ Ravensbrück. This was one of the worst concentration camps, bro. This is where Martha Ndube was sent to. She was sent to that particular concentration camp where she died. Ye thinks it's a fucking joke. And he wants y'all to bop your head to that whack-ass song. Nobody is showing you this in any fucking video reaction because they want to give you a 5-minute kindergarten explanation of what they think they're looking at. Because black people are not professional thinkers. They don't even really apply themselves. And I watch and I listen. And I'm like, I come away with, oh, y'all don't really give a fuck. That's what I come away with. Because there's no reason in the world why, oh, ain't nothing special about me. I just do what I do. But I'm saying, like, bro, hold on. Look. This is where I'm showing you where her picture actually came from. This girl's picture came from this right here. This is the German publication on multiracial children in the Rhineland. Remember the Rhineland bastards?
Yeah.
That's what she was. She was one of the Rhineland bastards who ended up in the concentration camps. Do you understand what I'm telling you? So when you see this and you see this, yeah, it's that real, nigga. It's really that real. Right? German publication on multiracial children and the Rhineland images from a German publication about the occupation of the Rhineland, a region in Western Germany, and multiracial children who were born to white German mothers and black soldiers. Her father was a black man like Ye, and her mother was a white woman from Europe, like her mother. That's why they look exactly alike. That ain't even a close resemblance.
They damn near twins.
Twins! And Ye thinks it's a fucking joke. That shows you how meaningless this nigga is. All my niggas is Nazis. Well, all your niggas killed your daughter, bitch. And probably raped her before they did it. You don't think they was raping them German women in them concentration camps? And especially the half-breed ones. And the only crime was probably if you get them pregnant and they make a baby, you're gonna get court-martialed. You know how they solved that? They aborted the mother and the baby at the same time. Y'all don't want to talk about that because now shit is getting too real. This is who Ye wants you to celebrate. Well, you wanted to have the conversation, Ye. I obliged you. This is Bayume Hussein. Read it.
Bayume Muhammad Hussein, February 22nd, 1904 to November 24th, 1944, was an Afro-German soldier, actor, and victim of Nazi persecution.
He was an entertainer. Yay? A black entertainer in Germany, because Hitler would have loved you. Because you wasn't no motherfucking scientist, nigga. You not a scientist. You don't know shit about the scientific method. Right? What you are is an entertainer. Like he was. He an actor. And he was also what?
Victim of Nazi persecution. Hussein, the son of a former Askari officer, served together with his father in World War I with German colonial troops in East Africa.
Now, this is important. Why is this important? Because the Askari are them Sambo niggas in Africa who signed up to do the white man's bidding for a paycheck. White man gave him a uniform, a hat with a tassel, and a gun. And that's who his father was, one of them sellout motherfuckers who thought it was better to be on the white side, right? He was served with his father. Look, he served with his father. How deep is that shit? You ain't never heard of no shit like that. Served with his father. Served to, read this.
Served together with his father in World War I with German colonial troops in East Africa. Damn. Later, he worked as a waiter on the German shipping line and was able to move to Germany in 1929. He married and started a family in January 1933. Hussein supported the German neo-colonialist movement.
You heard that? You heard that?
Yeah.
He supported the German neo-colonialist movement.
And contributed to the Deutsche Afrika Schau, a former human zoo.
My dude. Do you see the zoo? You see the white men up here? They got this barrier right here, and they're looking down into the fucking, into the, into the enclave where they all are, where the Africans are. He contributed to that as an actor. Yes. The same way in Dube's father was in it. Do you hear what I'm telling you, bro?
This is nasty.
This is Black history. Yeah. Her father, didn't say Jacob Mdumbe, as part of a colonial exhibition to human zoos. So both her father, right? Both
her father and her grandfather.
Both Ndumbe was part of the circus, and Hussein was part of the circus.
Right.
The zoo, the human zoo. Used by what?
Nazi political propagandists.
They used those zoos to make their own people think that we were literally half animals, my nigga. And this is the social psychological destruction of a race. Do you know how humiliating that must be for your kids? Imagine taking your sons to go your beautiful sons who I met. Imagine taking them to perform in a zoo as if they're animals to please the white population. This was the condition of black people in Nazi Germany and pre-Nazi Germany. Nobody want to talk about that. This is who Ye has his lips, whose dick Ye has his lips wrapped around. And we gotta say it. We gotta say it, bro, because this is what it is. It's not an easy truth. I was gonna say it's a hard truth to swallow, but we don't swallow around this bitch. Right? This is KZ Sachsenhausen. These were among the worst concentration camps. My dude, you always hear about Dachau and what's the other one? Auschwitz.
Yeah.
Right? They don't tell you about Ravensbrück and Sachsenhausen. These were some of the worst ones. Bro, these were some of the worst concentration camps. How come Jews never tell you this story? They want you to think it was just them. But that's not true because a lot of this stuff came from the Holocaust website. So they're telling the truth. It's not that they're not telling the truth. My thing is, black people don't want to pick up on their own shit. You got the dick ride with the oppressors and the rapists and all these other motherfuckers, then say, no, this is what they did to us. Look, put his ass in the zoo. After he served for them, worked for them, and supported them, they put his ass in the zoo. And look, read the rest.
It says here, Hussein worked as a waiter in the various minor jobs in language tutoring and in smaller roles in various African-related German film productions. In 1941, he was imprisoned in KZ Sachsenhausen, where he died in 1944.
He died in the concentration camp. In the concentration camp. Don't you ever forget this image. And these are the Rhineland bastards. It says it right on this is an actual newspaper in which they did an article about it. I have it in my other one. It says right here. It says, bastard, bastarde. Right there. Usenbetter bastarde. And I can't read the last two words. But they were called the Rhineland bastards. That's who his daughter was. That's who Ndumbe's daughter was, a Rhineland bastard. That's not her. But what I'm saying, Martha Ndumbe would have looked like her because they had the exact same racial mixture. Black father, white mother. She's in the article about the Rhineland bastards. And this is published when? This ain't no recent picture that's Photoshop. This is from between 1936 and 1939. Look at that shit. Nigga, as long as you living, don't you ever forget what I showed you here, bro. Ain't nobody ever showed you no shit like that. That's some supernatural shit right there. That's in your face, Kanye. You said his team is watching this? Send that to Kanye. Everybody, I want you to take a snapshot of this right here and send that to Kanye. And tell him how fucking dare you. This is why you should be kept away from your children. This is why you should not be allowed to be around your children. You're a danger to your fucking children. Just like you're a danger to your race and your psychosis. You need help, nigga. Get it. You have been Shakka Ahmose. Welcome to the house of Shakka Ahmose. Fuck you.
Damn. I know you said you was going to put the nail in the coffin, but damn.
I know you wasn't expecting to see no shit like that. I can see it in your face. That shit fucked you up. And it would fuck anybody up because I know what it did to me. When I was putting it together, I was staring at the screen like I'm not looking at what I'm looking at. Like I can't be looking at what I'm looking at. This girl looks exactly like Northwest. A twin. Bro. I ain't never seen no shit like that. You ain't never seen no shit like that. Nobody watching has ever seen no shit like that. Nobody. And when y'all put that picture out there, tell them where you got it from. Shakka Ahmose. The house of Ahmose. Bro. And I gave it to you before I gave it to my platform, Holmes.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Never disappoint, man. Ladies and gentlemen, Shakka Ahmose.
Now imagine I gotta run through this whole thing again tomorrow from the top. Probably have to do the whole thing.
You gotta do the whole thing.
And this is nothing compared to the presentation I got coming after this, which is the one on Western civilization, where I'm talking about the shit about Peter Thiel and that university war.
Oh, I can't wait for that one.
Yo, that's the one you want to see.
That's the one I'm looking forward to.
That one makes this one look like nothing. I threw this one together like on the fly. Cause I was like, when that video, cause the video's only been out a few days.
Right.
I was like, oh, I gotta respond to that shit. I gotta respond to that. Especially when I saw the responses. I said, if anybody touches on what I know in those responses, I said, I won't do it because it got addressed. Every response that I saw, they was trying to intellectualize that shit and rationalize that shit. The fuck out of here. You can't intellectualize and rationalize what is not intellectual or rational. Unless you're Greek. The fuck out of here. Only Greeks do that kind of shit. We don't do that. What did Chadwick Boseman say? Ask T'Challa. We don't do that here.
R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman.
R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman, live forever.
Happy Latina said best show ever.
Yo, I appreciate you. I got one that I got to do for the Latinos on the truth about Dominicans. I got to let people know what's up with that.
The truth about Dominicans?
Yeah, there's some real shit there that people don't know about.
Oh, shit.
A lot of times people like to accuse Dominicans of betraying black people or, oh, well, you black. And no, Dominicans are not primarily black. And that's where people get shit wrong. They're less our brothers and sisters and more like first and second cousins, maybe third cousins once removed. That's the actual relationship. Because when you see how Hispaniola was colonized and the way it was colonized, that part of the island where you find the Dominican Republic, those people, the first people who they met with and cohabitated with, it was not the blacks, it was the whites, the Spaniards. Later on, when they imported the slaves, that's when the mixture began to take place. But it took place under a hierarchy. You understand what I'm saying? And it was not prolific. That's why Haiti and Dominican Republic look so different. But what did happen was that white supremacy psyche, woo, that shit is in the Dominican Republic on a level you cannot understand, bro. I'm talking about they was chopping off black kids and putting them on poles and putting them around the island as a fucking fence. Like that. Like that. Like that, bro. And the women know it. Dominican women, they know it. A lot of times, a Dominican woman won't date you just to save your ass.
That's true.
Man, she'll date you because she don't want you to she don't want that happen to you.
I know a Dominican girl one time.
I got Dominican cousins.
I saw a picture of her mom. I said, "Oh, your mom's black." She got mad. She's like, "Don't you ever say that." I was like, "Wow, I didn't know." I had no idea why she was so upset.
Yeah, it's deep there. It's very deep. I'm gonna show you an article about that shit. It's gonna mess your head up. And it's a PhD level article. You know I only fuck with PhD.
Right. It's
a PhD level article. When you see this shit, you're gonna be like, yo, no fucking way. Like, yeah, bro. Dominican Republic has a deep history. That's why I tell people, yo, leave them people the fuck alone, bro. If they fuck with you, great, cool. You know, but other than that, I'm not. That's why I was shocked. I was shopping one day in a department store for some clothing in Times Square, and this Dominican dude stopped me. He was like, yo, Shakka, we watch you like religiously. I was like, oh, for real? I was like, all right, cool. I was shocked. I was like, because Dominicans don't really strike me like that. You know what I'm saying? Some of them do. Very occasionally you'll meet some that are really, like my homegirl, Madi. She was like that. Like very, very, very African. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, now. So yeah, I wanted to share this with y'all today because I didn't want y'all to be gaslit by Ye. I didn't want y'all to be gaslit by Sneeko. How the fuck you hanging out with somebody named Sneeko? Who himself admitted he had German relatives in them concentration camps. And then you hanging out with somebody who declared to the world that he's evil? I'm gonna tell you why he's evil. Because he's a hater. Jealousy, 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 jealousy. He said it himself. I'm jealous, I'm jealous, I'm jealous, I'm just great Jewish people that I'm just jealous. But I'm gonna give you the number one jealousy that he never spoke on. Are you ready for this? Because after this, I'm done with him. Like, I'm like, really, like, I'm like, nah, dude, you ain't getting no more of my time. I got more important shit to teach about than your crazy ass, right? Do you remember? In fact, I'm gonna show you the picture. I'm gonna show you the number one thing that made him eat his heart out. Watch this. He never got over it. Y'all gotta understand how power works, right? I'm gonna show you the one thing he never got over. Oh, and then hold on, watch this. hold on. Watch. Right. Here you go. Boom. Hold on. Hold on. Here, hold on. Here it is right here. Boom. Now watch this. I'm gonna show y'all some shit. I'm gonna show you the number one thing that ate Kanye up forever. And y'all will never understand this shit. Okay? Watch this. Oh, you're gonna understand it when you see it. Watch. Hold on. Right. See this right here?
Mm-hmm.
See that?
Mm-hmm.
What do you see?
Jay-Z and Obama.
Jay-Z and Obama. Now, I was watching this shit in real time. Jay-Z and Beyonce getting called to the White House. Jay-Z and Beyonce chilling with the first couple. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Obama giving Jay-Z love in front of the world. Do you know what that meant to Jay-Z's career and what kind of stratosphere that put him in business-wise? But what did Obama say about Kanye?
He's a jackass.
Called him a jackass. He never got over that. He never got over that. Here he is trying to outshine Jay-Z, and Jay-Z said, whoo, to the stratosphere. In other words, in terms of class and prestige, Jay-Z officially, as far as Kanye is concerned, Jay-Z reached white status. While I'm still stuck here. I'm just a nigga rapper from the hood. Jay-Z has now reached white status.
In Ye's eyes.
And in Ye's eyes. He never got over that. And that's also why he sided with Trump the way. Why do you think he was in a rush to get to the White House with Trump? He wanted to show, look, I'm presidential too. He even ran for president. Like you want to think about this, Ye. You ran for president. Your mentally ill self. Imagine that shit. Think about this. This mentally ill motherfucker ran for president, stood on stage and cried about not seeing his kids. Kids that he hates for being biracial. Y'all thought I was gonna spare this nigga? Did I spare him?
Not at all. Skewed his ass.
Yeah, I was gonna leave it all on the field because I'm not coming back to this motherfucker. I got shit. What time do we start? Like 3:30?
Yeah.
And it's going on 1 a.m. I'm done. Uncle Johnson Neb, Hotep. Everybody, Shakka Ahmose. Make sure you come to my channel. Right now it says Facts Over Feelings. If you go to my channel, but I'm gonna change that to the House of Ahmose. Right? So that's what it's gonna say, the House of Ahmose. I should probably do that tomorrow because after I get off of this, all I can think about is food. That's all I'm gonna get.
Go eat.
Yeah, I am. I just wanted y'all to know that this is what's going on in the world. Don't fall for it. Fuck Ye, because Ye said fuck y'all. He wants to be Andy Warhol, Daniel Day-Lewis, Galileo, fucking David Stern, Eminem, Elon Musk, Robert Kardashian, Picasso, anything and everything that's white that's moving, that's what he wants to be affiliated and associated with. Fuck that nigga. Period. Fuck that nigga to the nth degree. There's nothing else to say about him. Period. Real talk. That nigga sucked white dick for real. For real. They seduced his ass in Europe and France. All that shit, bro. I wonder what him and Nikki Fuentes was doing with each other when the camera was off. That's what I really want to know. Tell the truth. Matter of fact, I don't even want to know. I ain't into that kind of shit. You heard? Keep that to yourself, like you should have kept the shit to yourself about your cousin. I'm glad you told on yourself, because it's always, you know why he told on himself, right?
Why?
It was a matter of time before his cousin told.
Mm.
He figured, let me get out in front of this before they find out.
Yeah, I think that's true. I agree with that.
And it was always a fear of him that people would find out.
Right.
And he was like, yo, let me jump out in front of this.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's one part of it. The other part of it is let me see if I can get the corner of the gay market.
Mm-hmm.
I need more money. I need for them to be able to identify with me. See, look, I suck dick like you. Bought my sneakers.
Right. Right.
A combination of all of that shit, bro.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad I was able to come up here and show y'all. Don't y'all ever forget Martha and Dube, and don't you ever forget that little girl that is. You want me to put that on the screen one more time so they can see that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that shit there, bro. I ain't gonna even lie. That fucked me up. When I saw that, I was like, huh? I was like, but how? Look at that. Look at that, bro.
That's crazy.
Did I make it up? Am I lying?
That's north right there.
That's north up top. This is northwest here, and this is one of the Rhine bastards from the newspaper article.
Mm-hmm.
Right here. There she is right there. She's actually in it. This picture is on the Holocaust website. It's at encyclopedia. Something Holocaust Museum. US Holocaust Museum.org. Right? The Rhineland. Multiracial children in the Rhineland. That's the name of the article. But in the original article, they were called the Rhineland Bastards. And she was one of them. There she is in the publication. And there goes her doppelganger right there. Northwest. See her?
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
And look at those coordinates that he gave you. Northwest. You can't get more whiter than that. Think about it. Think about it. The North and the West. That is pure 100% white ideology.
Mm.
Yes. This nigga he gone. When I say gone, he's gone. He's not coming back. There's nobody there. So that's how when you say I wish death on him, it would be like, I would be like, why? Nobody, it would be like nobody's dying.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? It's like, don't waste that wish on him. I'm sure you can find somebody much more worthy of it. Hopefully it won't be me. Okay? You feel me? So I just wanted to share that with y'all. All right? ShakkaAhmose.com. Go to my YouTube channel, subscribe, hit that Cash App, $ Shakka Ahmose. For those of you that did, thank you very much. I appreciate you. I'm working on a series called Kemetville. Anybody who wants to lend me their resources, their help, their assistance, please contact me and let me know. My contacts should be in the description. It better be. I'm gonna fuck this dude up. Right? So 3479, you know what I'm saying? It's all in there. Right? Number should be in there. If you just look in the descriptions under my videos on my YouTube channel, all my contacts is in there. All right? Yo, my dude, Uncle Justin Ebb, I'm out.
Yo.
Hotep.
Hotep.
Get the rest. I know your head got messed up today, bro.
Screwed up. I ain't gonna be able to sleep.
Man, I know it did, bro. That's a lot to think about, man. You saw a monster. You just didn't realize how metastasized the monster was, and that's what I wanted to show.
When it came out, I didn't want to speak on it because I was like, I didn't even want to look at this, and I'm glad you did the presentation on it because I'm like, that's why Spirit told me not to do a reaction. Because if you know anybody, as anybody in TGR, I acted like this shit didn't exist. So I was like, I don't want to do a reaction to this shit, and now I see why Spirit told me.
Yeah, like
you did the work.
Yeah, I just wanted you to see, like he's sick. He really is sick, and he's really trying to contaminate people. But unfortunately, he's trying to contaminate white people who are going to be inspired to do more crazy shit. Like he said, I'm back to shoot up the school.
Right.
Okay, the next school shooting, take credit for it. Yeah, since you wanted to make it seem like that's cool. Piece of shit. Uncle Justin Ebb, Hotep, I'm out.
Hotep.
Yeah.
Niggas was complaining. When are we gonna get to put the kufi on already? You wasn't ready for that. You was not ready for all of that. 8.5 hours. This is collegiate level scholarship. Shout out the real ones in the chat that stayed, that checked in. You know? Shout out Hotep Yoruba. Shout out Willie Will with the 10 subs. Shout out Markel. Laura Ann with the 5 subs. Justin Eisenhart. Lauren with the 5 subs. Just Hotep with the 5 subs. Willie Will with the 5 subs. Infinite Amor. Ariel. Kaylin Walker. Lauren with the sub. Hotep Yoruba, thank you for the sub. E900, thank you for the sub. Y'all know where to catch me, man. Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Right here on the Griff Report. What up, Glam? Shout out Sleepy. Shout out everybody over on Kick. Alchemist, I'll see y'all. Go get some rest, man. Be well, stay merry. Tell somebody your family that you love them as always. Hotep and Bill.
2, 1, boom. Hotep Jesus.
Of all the Jesuses I know, he's the Hotepiest. Social scientist and YouTube host, Hotep Jesus.
How the fuck do you get a name like Hotep Jesus?
The one and only Hotep Jesus.
Ryan Sharp, better known to the world as Hotep Jesus.
Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
Somebody said, what do you think you are, some kind of Hotep Jesus?
Ooh,
And
that's
I was
good.
just like, ooh, that's sexy. Yes, I do think I'm Hotep Jesus.